Chapter 9. Margaret lived in the basement apartment located in a narrow townhouse on Prince Street. The building had loads of charm. Windows that stretched from hardwood floors to 10-foot plaster ceilings, fireplaces with carved mantels, and rooms trimmed with ornate crown molding. The place was a sublease from some professor on sabbatical in Greece. A real find, Margaret always had said. To me, the space was dark and dank. The low ceilings, the exposed brick walls, and the wide pine floors made the place feel cold to me, whereas they charmed Margaret. I couldn't stand that the place was below ground level, and her sole street-facing window offered only views of the sidewalk and passing feet. The building, built by a sailing merchant in the 18th century, was loaded with history, and that meant more to Margaret than the place's unbeatable rent. As I moved down the 4 steps to her front door, balancing my purse in one hand and burgers and shakes in the other, it struck me that we'd both been banished. Me to the attic, and she to the basement. Loud music drifted through the door. I knocked on the door. Once, twice. By the 3rd time, the music dropped and footsteps clicked on the interior's pine floors. Locks released and unlatched, and Margaret opened the door. "I didn't think you'd ever get here. What took so long?" Shoving the food tray into her hands, I moved past her. "I came as quick as I could. There always seemed to be details in the office." She slurped one of the milkshakes. "Don't tell me. That business stuff gives me a headache." Shrugging off my jean jacket, I draped it over an overstuffed chair upholstered in a red checked print. "Seems it gave Rachel one, too. You've both done a fine job of ignoring the business side of things." Margaret sat the food on a coffee table. "It's just not my thing. And I told Mom and Dad that from the beginning. Me, Indian, you, Chief." Very funny. The small living room was furnished with an old couch covered in a quilt, a coffee table made out of an old door, and 2 red-winged back chairs. The furniture arrangement was nestled in front of an unusable brick hearth, which was filled with unlit votives and topped with a gilded mirror that caught what little light trickled down from the street. Bookshelves, crammed with more books than most libraries owned, stood shoulder to shoulder over a cranberry wall. Margaret sat cross-legged on her sofa, and I took one of the wing chairs. "Thanks for the grub. I'm starving." She unwrapped and then bit into a sandwich. "So good." "It's a new sandwich place on King. I'll admit to doing a little recon, thinking one day they might want USB to supply their bread." "Thinking ahead. I like that." She picked a pickle off the sandwich and ate it. "So, is balancing the books really that bad?" I unwrapped my sandwich and smoothed out the wrapper. "It's a hornet's nest, for sure, but I've untangled it for the most part. The tricky part will be getting us from red to black." "Does Dad know?" "He does not. And don't tell him because I think I can salvage the mess." She dabbed a paper napkin on the corner of her mouth where a splash of mustard had parked. "I won't tell Dad a thing if you promise me one thing." "I'm not sure I like the sound of that." She met my gaze. "You need to promise that you are not going to quit." I hesitated, waiting for the punchline. When none came, I said, "I thought you were the one who bet I wouldn't last 2 days." She slurped her shake. "Seeing as I've lost the bet, you might as well stay." She glanced at her sandwich. "Are you thinking about leaving?" Believe me, it has crossed my mind many times. But no, I'm in it to win. Setting down my sandwich, I wiped my hands, dug out the journal, and set it on the coffee table. "Here you go." I was trying to be polite and not ask, but I was about to bust. I guessed as much. Margaret set down her burger and wiped her hands on her napkin. "You read it?" "Just a page or 2. How can you hold off not exploring such a treasure is beyond me. I fantasized, plotted, and planned about sneaking into your room and reading it. What took you so long? I bit into my sandwich. I've been busy. It's that letter, isn't it? From that Tracy woman. I pulled a pickle from my burger and laid it on the wrapper I'd stretched out on the coffee table. Her name is Terry, and I don't care about her. Margaret stirred her shake with her straw. Please. I saw the look on your face. You looked like you'd been punched in the gut. I picked at the edges of my burger. Can we not talk about the letter? We need to talk about it. Mom, Dad, and Rachel are afraid of upsetting you. I, however, am not the least bit afraid. That startled a laugh. So I've noticed. Don't you at least want to know if she is your birth mother? I don't need to know her. The words stumbled off my tongue and landed flat. I have a mother. You can bullshit yourself, but you do not bullshit me. I know you love Mom, but I know you are curious about this Tammy chick. Terry? Whatever. She owes you answers. Like when your real birthday is, and does cancer and stuff run in the genetic line. I have lived this long without that information. I can live longer without it. She set down her milkshake. I remembered when you'd cry as a kid on your birthday. Tension and sadness fisted in my gut so tight it was all I could do not to double over. Do you want to talk about the journal or not? I do. But I'm more worried about that letter. You are more worried about the letter from a stranger than a journal from the 1850s? Now who is in denial? Margaret released a sigh. It's pointless to talk about the letter, isn't it? Yes. She wiped her hands on her paper napkin. Then let me first tell you what I found. The Mabel tapes. Yes. Believe it or not, I'd filed them in my office. I never file anything in its proper place because I just know where I keep stuff. But I'd filed the tapes. How many are there? About 10 hours. I had a chance to listen to the first tape, which runs an hour. Want to hear a little bit? How does this relate to the journal? Wait and see. She dug a tape recorder out from under the couch. Ready? Hit me. She hit play. My grandmother was born in 1840, right here in Alexandria. She never talked much of her own childhood, but she did once mention a friend of hers named Susie. No shit, I said. Margaret stopped the tape. I know. I just about shit a brick when I heard it. Play on. Margaret hit play again. My grandmother often spoke of this young friend of hers who was a young slave, born to a slave woman from Loudoun County. The girl had heard that her mother had been a pretty woman. Fair skin, pale green eyes, and high cheekbones had turned many heads, both white and black. The slave from Loudoun was intended to be a gift for her new master's fiancé, whom he'd be marrying within the year. At first, the master had treated his slave fairly, but as the months passed, his taste for the bottle became apparent. When he drank, his mood shifted from jovial to moody. They never spoke of what had happened in those early days, but just after the master's marriage to his wife, folks in town noticed the slave was with child. Read between those lines. The guy raped her, I said. Margaret nodded. The slave gave birth to a girl who had a healthy set of lungs and a hearty appetite. From her birth, the slave baby thrived, and both mother and child often received extra looks or stares from black and white folks alike because they were so handsome. Let me also say that the mother was known in town for her baking skills, and many would have gladly bought the mother for her kitchen skills, but her owner had refused all offers. The master's refusal to sell fueled all kinds of rumors that did not please his wife. After the slave mother, however, suffered her burns, folks no longer cooed, but shied away from her. About this time, the master decided to lease his slave to a local baker. No one ever had asked the slave if she wanted to work in the bakery. She was expected to obey. So the mother and her 3-year-old daughter began daily treks to the bakery for a 12-hour shift. This leasing arrangement went on for almost 14 years, and though the baker paid generously for her services, the slave woman never saw a penny of the money she earned. All earnings went to her master and his gambling debts. "What a dick," I said. "Tough times," Margaret said. Each morning before dawn, mother and child would make the 3-block walk to the bakery. In the bitterly cold months, the duo would don every stitch of clothing they owned to ward off the biting winds from the Potomac. The little girl often said how she hated these mornings, and how she longed to stay in her attic room nestled on her pallet under her blankets. But her mother had convinced the master to let the girl tag along so that she could learn baking skills that would one day be of great value. Mother would often say to her child that the coldest days on the street were safer than the master's house. Only when the child became a woman herself did she realize her mother feared her master and his wife. And so they made their morning pre-dawn treks in the dark. The girl spoke of shoes that were too large and a sole that wobbled when she walked. There'd been talk of sending the boot to the cobbler, but the sole was never fixed. To make the trip more arduous, the girl's hand-me-down calico dress's long hem was forever catching on the boardwalk's roughest planks. So as she hurried to keep pace with her mother, she was forced to lift 1 foot high, hold her skirt up high, and clench her buttonless, threadbare coat closed with her hand. Poor kid. Margaret paused the tape. It wasn't common to invest money in slave clothes, unless they worked in the front of the house and were on display, so to speak. Shit. I know. So, is it kind of weird that Mabel is talking about a slave and she had a slave journal? Interesting, isn't it? But let's not assume. Mabel never mentions family names in her talks with me, and Alexandria was a huge slave-trading port at the time, so we could be dealing with 2 different girls. Yeah, but we need evidence. I shrugged. What's the deal with the boardwalk? I said. At the time, there was a long boardwalk that ran along Union Street. From the boardwalk, there were massive piers and warehouses, which housed all kinds of businesses. The area was a bustling place in the 1850s. She hit play. The girl often spoke of how fearful her mother was of not only her master, but of whites in general. She feared being late to work, she feared ruining a batch of biscuits, and she feared saying the wrong thing. Mother and child had both heard tales of other slaves in Alexandria being sold to traders in the Deep South. Mabel paused. It sounded as if she took a sip of water. The girl, like all slaves, feared the Deep South, which was filled with cotton plantations and fancy houses. Slaves who went to the South often were subjected to back-breaking work, brutal conditions, and a drastically shortened life. Margaret stopped the tape and fast-forwarded it. She talks a little about the city and the ships, and commerce of the time, the railroad, and then the pressure to keep up with the Port of Baltimore before she gets back to Susie. She hit play again. When the little girl turned 10 or so, the baker, a widower, reported that his own daughter had been stricken with measles. Friends and church members stayed clear of the house, fearing the illness. The slave girl's owner, seeing an opportunity for income, proposed to the baker that Susie could sit with and tend the daughter. The baker, relieved to have a caregiver for his child, agreed, and so the girl became nursemaid to a child not more than a year or two older than she. Many believed both girls would perish, but the slave girl nursed her charge with care and never got sick. Both survived, and the girls became fast friends during the months-long convalescence. Help me out here. Margaret shut off the tape. Shoot. This girl was born to a slave, but her father was a free white man. Why wasn't she free? It was the mother's status that mattered. If she was a slave, all her children would be slaves, regardless of the father's position. I thought that relations between master and slave went on a lot. I would think the wife of that time would accept it. Margaret arched a brow. Would you like knowing your new husband was sleeping with a teenaged girl who lived right under your roof? Point taken. History may change, but emotions don't. I frowned. How did Susie's mother get so badly burned? Hard to say. Kitchens were a dangerous place in those days. She sighed. I want to dig deeper, and I'm hoping the journal will tell me who owned Susie. If I can figure that out, then maybe I can link the tapes to the journal, and if I can do that, I might finally have a dissertation that I can sink my teeth into. What do you know about Mabel? Not much. She didn't like talking about her life, so I never pried. I'd not seen Margaret this excited in a very long time. You said there are more tapes? Yes. They don't all have to do with slaves, but I'll listen again to be sure. Well, the journal is all yours. Have at it. I'd taken the time to wrap it in cloth and then slip it into a gallon-sized zip-top bag. Preservationists likely would have cried their outrage at the book's treatment. Nodding, Margaret wiped her hands again on her napkin and jeans and pulled a set of cloth gloves from her pocket. Smart move. Do you always carry cloth gloves? Not always. She grinned and then took the book and reverently held it between her palms. She studied the first pages. Looks like everyday life. So no great epiphanies? She arched a brow. The epiphanies are in the everyday notes. How people lived, what they did during their regular lives is what fascinates me. I'm only concerned about the big moments in history when they affected everyday life. I don't care about piecing history together. I just want to know what happened to Susie. Why? I don't know. Staring at the worn book, I tried to picture the little girl who had held it more than 150 years ago. I just feel like I need to know. That I'm supposed to know. Supposed to know? Why? Somehow talking to Margaret about my ghostly, imaginary friend sounded ludicrous. Your guess is as good as mine. Margaret gently turned the pages as she scanned the scripted words. The journal only covers a year, and then it just ends. There are a lot of blank pages remaining. Why would she just stop? Back then, who knows? Maybe she died. Maybe she was sold. Could be a lot of things. Her frown deepened as she read more. I doubt things went well for her. Why would you say that? I was really rooting for this kid now. It was 1852. She was a slave, a female. The cards were stacked against her. Do you think you can find her? Margaret sat back on her couch, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Let me read all the entries and see what I can figure out. But you can find her. That's one hell of a needle in the mystery haystack. It wouldn't take much to get Margaret to bite on this job. This kind of detective work was what she lived for. So you are saying that you cannot find her? Margaret stared at the journal, her gaze a mixture of excitement and joy. Please. You are dealing with the master when it comes to this kind of stuff. I will find her. Waking 10 minutes before my alarm was becoming the norm. My eyes popped open, and my mind was sharp with a maddening clarity. It could just as well have been the middle of the day, and I could have been sitting at my desk at Suburban. Only I was being weighed down by a sleeping bag and backstabbed by a sofa spring. Both were reminders of where I really was, and that realization drained the spark of energy from my bones. And suddenly, all I wanted to do was go back to sleep. I blinked, rolled on my back, stared at the cracked plaster of the ceiling, and practiced the deep breathing my therapist had mentioned to me on several occasions. I'd not seen Dr. Myers in 5 months, and I did miss his calm, sane approach to life. Like so many other luxuries, he was another casualty of my job loss and vanishing benefits. Daisy, why do you feel like you have to fix the world? Dr. Myers said. I don't know. I just know it needs to be fixed. In and out, I breathed. 1, 2, 3. Seconds passed. I breathed more, but nothing happened. The clock read 3:22. 1 minute had passed. I am the glue, I said to Dr. Myers. What do you mean? I am the one who must keep my family together. Why is it your job to keep the family together? I don't know. I've always felt in charge of keeping Team McCrae on task. Margaret doesn't fret over the details. Rachel doesn't get mired down in this burden. I shrugged. I guess because I can't lose another one. Another what? Another family. He stared at me directly. Daisy, you are not the reason your birth mother walked away. You could not have stopped her. Maybe if I'd been a better kid, she'd have stayed. Annoyed at the thoughts, I rolled on my side, hoping to look out the window and catch a glimpse of the stars and moon. Instead of light, I saw a dark figure standing by my bed. I bolted upright and tensed. It was the other one. The bad one had returned. The figure had no defined face or structure, but I knew it was a man. And though he stared toward the window, hands clasped behind his back, he was here for me. He possessed great patience and great anger. I blinked, hoping he was the residue from a dream I'd already forgotten. He would vanish once I stopped clinging to the warmth of my bed and let the morning cold bring me to full consciousness. I shoved long fingers through my hair, cleared my throat, and stood slowly. The sleeping bag dropped away, and the cold floor made my toes curl. I'm awake now. You can go. But he didn't fade, even as a chill puckered my skin with goose flesh. The figure didn't turn or speak, but continued to stare, the silent sentinel. No words were uttered, and I tried not to let crushing fear take root. You are the one who was here before. You were angry. He did not acknowledge my comment. So you want to tell me what this is about? Or better yet, who you might be? My hoarse whisper cut through the morning stillness and sounded a bit ridiculous. My bike started to rattle and shake and then fell to the ground. Books flew off the shelves. Stomach churning, I glanced toward the door. What the hell is this about? Silent and still, the figure continued to stare forward, and without a word spoken, I knew he wanted me to leave. Get out. I could almost taste his impatience. When, or if I leave, it will be on my terms, not yours. And then, in a blink, he faded. Like a cloud caught in a heavy wind, scattering and fading so quickly that I would have doubted his presence if not for the tumbled bike and books. Heart racing, I dug fingers through my hair. No threats or declarations were needed to rattle my cage. I hurried toward the window where he'd stood. The air was cold, and the glass icy to the touch. I padded back toward my bed and clicked on the side lamp. I winced at the light and waited as my eyes slowly adjusted and focused. My back and shoulder ached from sleeping on the sofa, and I felt scared and annoyed. The alarm on my cell shrilled, and I quickly grabbed it and shut it off. The presence of this ghost left me with a clear message. Tread carefully. Chapter 10. Tuesday morning, Gordon stood in the center of the bike shop, surrounded by dozens of unpacked boxes. The store wasn't slated to open for a couple of weeks, but at the rate he was going, he'd be lucky to make the deadline. He wanted to hire help to finish with the unpacking and the stocking of inventory, but he flat out couldn't afford it. The front money he'd sunk into this business represented the last of his net worth, and he'd be damned if he'd borrow a dime to make this dream happen. He'd invested and lost fortunes in the last year. His decisions, which he'd thought so sound and solid at the time, had lost untold amounts of investors' funds, jobs, and ultimately the company. He'd fucked up so much. Too many nights, he'd lain awake in bed staring at the shadows dancing on the ceiling, bargaining with God for a reprieve. Take whatever you want from me. Just get me out of this fix. You can take my sight if you can save the others. You can... if only. The bargaining, worrying, and gut-wrenching panic had gone on for nearly a year. And in the end, God had not swooped in and saved him. God had left him out on a limb as if to say, you made the mess, so you can clean it up. He could argue that everyone who entered the stock market assumed risk. It wasn't like investing in a bank account. It wasn't safe. But after so many years of wins and gains, he, like everyone else, had forgotten just how easily and cruelly the market could turn. Too much success had allowed them all to lower their guards. He'd left Suburban, knowing the owners could sell to buyers who could infuse enough cash in the company so that the employees would have some kind of severance and his clients' accounts would not be completely gutted. He'd paid the price for his choices, both professionally and personally. He'd kept the patient from dying, so to speak, but the cure had caused untold pain and suffering that would never be forgotten. When he'd left Suburban, he'd sold what he had: car, condo, art, furniture. Basically, whatever he could find a market for, he sold. In the last decade, he'd made millions and spent and lost millions. He'd ridden across country, pumping his pedals, staring at asphalt and dodging cars for 4 months. There'd been time to work his body to exhaustion, talk to the demons, and beg for forgiveness. He'd slept in bad motels, churches, and the homes of random family members and friends. His body had gotten stronger on the trip. He'd argued and talked to the demons until he was hoarse, but forgiveness was something that still eluded him. No matter how many miles he put on the road, he still would be the guy who blew up Suburban. Scraping together the bits of money that remained after the trip, he'd had just enough for a year's rent on this place and the remodel job. The marketing plan would be word of mouth and beating the pavement. The bells chimed, and he turned to see Daisy walking into his shop. She'd twisted her dark hair up into a curly topknot. Clogs, faded jeans, and a Union Street Bakery t-shirt had replaced her trademark sleek heels and suits. Her body still snapped with energy, but it didn't feel as frenetic as he remembered. Since her suburban days, she'd put on a few pounds, but he found the extra curves appealing. She carried a large white box tied with a red bow and marked with a gold sticker. "I have your order," she said. For a moment, he didn't know what she was talking about, and then he remembered. He'd gone by the bakery hoping to see someone who could tell him something about her. All he'd known about Daisy's past was the photo of her parents standing in front of the Union Street bakery. When he'd come face to face with Daisy, he'd been stumped, caught short. So he'd placed an order. What had he said? Investors coming by the shop? Right on time, he said. No investors were coming. We aim to please. She set the box down on the front counter and handed him a sealed envelope. Your invoice. Thanks. Can I drop off a check tomorrow? Sure. She glanced around the shop. This is a surprise. He glanced around, suddenly finding himself analyzing her tone. Was it a good surprise or a bad one? Time to start over. She skimmed her fingers over the chrome set of handlebars of a beach bike. Ready or not, right? Your job at the bakery isn't a new start? She shrugged. More like back at square one. She was a hard woman to know. She kept her barriers fully intact every waking minute, as if she expected an attack. When he'd first met her, he'd been intrigued by her coolness and drawn to the challenges she presented. Most women he'd met fell for him fairly easily. He was the golden boy with the golden touch, and women flocked. But not Daisy. Never Daisy. She seemed to have cared less if he lived or died when they'd first met. She was focused on work, and work alone. And for several years, they'd worked side by side. He'd dated other women. She'd dated a couple of guys. And their paths just never crossed. And then they'd been at the Christmas party a year and a half ago, and he'd been just buzzed enough to ask her why she'd never hit on him. She'd laughed and walked away. And, of course, he had followed and asked the question again. Why don't you hit on me? There'd been a hint of glitter in her makeup. Because you expect it. He grinned. His reserve relaxed by a couple of beers. What if I wanted to ask you out? Would you say yes? Boredom, not interest, sparked in her gaze. Ask, and you shall see. He'd felt so clever, as if he'd breached the outer shell. Well? Well, what? Will you go out with me? She sipped her wine and glanced around the room as if she was on the lookout for someone more interesting. Where? I don't know. She paused, the glass just below her lips. I guess you assume that most chicks will gladly go out with you. His ego had taken the first jab then. Most do. She sipped her drink, making him wait. I don't do half-assed requests. I'm asking you out, he said, as if those words had been explanation enough. Really? Because I'm feeling a little like sloppy seconds. She shook her head. I don't like sloppy seconds. So if and when you want to ask me out, like you mean it, I might consider it. And she'd walked away, not even bothering a glance back in his direction. 2 days later, he showed up in her office with tickets to a concert and dinner reservations. She'd agreed to go out with him. Their relationship quickly exploded with great sex. Within a month of their first date, they'd moved in together. Now, Daisy glanced around the shop at the collection of boxes, her gaze searching and critical. Looks like you've got work ahead of you. I do. But I'm glad for it. Feels like I'm really doing something these days, not just pushing paper anymore. He didn't want to talk about himself. His interest was in her. Do you still have that bike I gave you? I do, though I've not ridden it much. Bring it by. I'll tune it up for free. Thanks. Absently, she spun a bike wheel. So when did you move back into town? A couple of weeks ago. He half waited for her to ask him about his return, and when she didn't, he said, I've been back about a month. Kinda odd we'd both end up here. Not for me. I grew up here. That was part of the reason he'd chosen Alexandria. He'd sensed that if he'd opened his shop here, that sooner or later he'd see her. "So are you here to stay?" A small smile tugged the edge of her lips. "I'm out of here as soon as I can get help for Rachel." "Oh. You don't happen to know anyone who would like to work long hours at the bakery for free, do you?" He tried not to smile. "No, sorry." She shrugged. "If you do, let me know. Until then, I'm stuck. I'll keep my ears open. And if you need more cookies, let us know. We deliver." "Thanks." She started toward the door. It was almost like when they first met. Him curious, her aloof. It didn't matter that they'd lived together for 6 months, talked of marriage, made love. He could almost say they'd landed back at square one. But they'd never really see square one again. There was nothing fresh or new about their relationship now. It was tarnished and piled high with baggage. He could have kept playing some kind of cat-and-mouse game, but they weren't in middle school, and he was too old or tired to play games. "Do you ever think about me?" She turned and faced him. Curling wisps of hair had escaped the top knot and framed her face. She looked younger without makeup. "I try not to." He folded his arms over his chest, unable to let this go. "But you do." "Sure." She shoved out a sigh. "We had a good thing for a while." Anger he'd long buried under so many other emotions clawed to the surface. "I never figured being engaged would scare you so much." She was silent for a moment. "I didn't realize how bad I was with long-term commitments until then." "You've never made a long-term commitment?" "Never. I dated you longer than I dated anyone else." He leaned toward her. "You're the one who first mentioned marriage." She nodded, glanced at the ceiling, and then at him. "I know. I know. I thought if I could do it with anybody, it would be with you. But I'm not so sure it's in my DNA to marry." "That sounds like bullshit." She swiped a stray strand from her eyes. "Nothing lasts forever, Gordon. Nothing. I realized that to promise love and fidelity forever was foolish and unrealistic. I couldn't make a promise I couldn't keep, and knew it was better to just cut ties. Believe me, I did us a favor. 5 or 10 years down the road, when it all blew up, it would have been more painful." He offered a wan smile that likely showed more bitterness and hurt than joy or acceptance. "Anything can last, if you want it to." A bitter smile tipped the edge of her lips. "Wanting, praying, hoping, working is never enough. Believe me, I know." "Do you think about me?" Gordon's words lingered in my head for days, revisiting and buzzing around at the most inopportune times. Why would he ask me something like that? We'd been over for almost a year, which was longer than we were together. His question had caught me off guard like a right hook to a glass jaw. I try not to. As I sat back in my office chair, the words were an admission that I had thought about him. And I did, a lot. What I hadn't told him was that not thinking about him was much like stopping a moving train. It couldn't be done, no matter how hard I tried or no matter how much I wanted it. And when we first broke up, I didn't have the energy to stop the rumbling thoughts that just bowled right over me. In those weeks and months, all I could do was curl up on my rented couch and cry. I'd left him, and yet I'd felt abandoned. Had I expected him to follow? That had been one of Dr. Myers's questions when I'd sat on his couch, sobbing. Finally, memories of Gordon had lost their sharpness and eased into a dull ache. In the last few months, Thoughts of him still could be prickly, but they no longer knocked the wind out of me. They'd become like buzzing bees, and I'd learned, if I was very careful, I could swat them away without being stung. Do you think about me? It was the question I'd wanted to ask him for almost a year. But I never had, and I never would. The wounds were nearly healed, and I didn't want to open them again. You wanted to see me? Rachel said. Yeah, I said, straightening. We need to talk about the bakery product list. She stiffened. What about it? I reached for my spreadsheet. I've had Margaret tracking what sells and what doesn't. She frowned as she took the seat next to my desk. I noticed that. We've got to cut 15% off the menu. And based on the numbers, I'd say we have to cut the pumpkin bread, molasses cookies, and prune tarts. Her face paled. So you're just going to cut just like that? No. You are the baker, so it makes sense that you should decide. I'm just reporting what products are the least productive. Rachel folded her arms over her chest. She shook her head. We can't cut anything. Why not? Because it's all great stuff. I agree that it all tastes great, but we need to cut costs. We can't support an expanded menu right now. Period. She shook her head. No. Rachel, why are you so upset? This is business. Tears welled in her eyes. Those were selections that Mike added. He was very proud of them. I had just stumbled into a minefield. Don't you think Mike would be looking at these numbers now? This whole place would be different if he were here. But he's not, honey. We've got to decide. Not me. I can't cut. I pulled off my glasses. Well, if you don't want to cut menu items, we could always buy less expensive ingredients, such as margarine. The latter amounted to sacrilege in Rachel's mind. Her mouth dropped open and her eyes spit fire. What? I don't like it any better than you, Rachel, but we have to cut something. The overhead is too high, and seeing as I can't cut staff, I've got to look at the menu or the ingredients. She rose to her feet, her fists clenched. This is bullshit, Daisy. You have no right to mess with Mike's and my bakery. I knitted my fingers together and kept my voice low. Why are you so upset? You are cutting into my life now, and I resent the hell out of it. Fatigue, irritation, and my own insecurities had me rising to her challenge. I wouldn't be doing this if you'd managed it properly. But you've damn near driven this place into the ground, and Mom and Dad have brought me in to fix it, and I am going to fix it. Her lips thinned. I can't believe you are being such a bitch. I'm treating this place like a business, not a daycare center where the kids get to play with any toy they want. If we don't make changes, we won't survive. She raised her chin. When Mike and I ran this place, we made the menu work. Did you? That's great. I refused to mention that I'd had to make the bakery alone 18 months ago after Mike's death because the numbers were hemorrhaging even then. Rachel, Mike is gone, and it's my job to clean up the mess. This is bullshit. I'd never seen Rachel so emotional or upset. Grow up, Rachel. Choose what needs to be cut, or I will. I could quit. Really? And where would you go? Face it, sister. We're all shackled to this place, and we better start bailing because the boat is going to sink if we don't. Do you want to move and take Ellie and Anna from their only home? Tears glistened in her eyes. No, of course not. Then start making decisions. She studied me. Is this what you were like at Suburban? At times. I put on my glasses. I'm not having fun here, Rachel. This isn't exactly my idea of an ideal day. Fine. Fine what? I'll cut 10%. 15. Fine. She stalked out of my office in such a huff, I couldn't decide if I should laugh or cry. Rachel and I had always gotten along, and given the sacrifices I'd made, I was surprised by her reaction to my request. Shit. Another knock on the door had me turning to find Mom. Crap. Not now. Have you read the letter yet? Mom's voice reverberated from my office door. I focused back on the bakery ledgers, hoping somehow if I looked at the numbers long enough she'd disappear. Daisy? Mom, I have to finish my work. My work. My invoice piles. My office. Somehow in the last 10 days, the work and space had become mine. The tasks and space no longer felt foreign or like a shoe that didn't fit. Bit by bit, paper by paper, as I organized Rachel's chaotic mess, I made the space and duties mine. Rachel might have fought tooth and nail for her menu, but she no longer even asked if she could help me sort through papers as she'd done the first days. Now she simply placed her receipts in my new inbox and tiptoed out. Oddly, I'd organized it just as I had my desk at Suburban Enterprises. Computer just right of center, calendar to my left, and pending files stacked like stair steps to my right. Mom did not leave. She waited and hovered, relying on a lifetime of wearing me down with her stare. Mom, I am right in the middle of balancing the accountings. And Rachel is pissed, and I don't need this right now. You are always busy. Every time I've tried to talk to you in the last couple of days, you hide behind work. The air in my office suddenly felt old and stale. I am keeping the place going, Mom. It's not like I'm goofing. Mom's stance was unflinching. She's not going anywhere. I get that, honey. But you need to read that letter. I tossed down my pen. You sound like Margaret and Rachel and Dad. But he is not saying it to your face. We want you to read that letter. Why? The word telegraphed more meaning than it should. Do you want to get rid of me? Don't you really love me? I thought I was a real McCrae. Honey, she dropped her voice a notch. Don't you want to know what happened and why? My chair creaked loudly as I swiveled abruptly toward her. What exactly do you think I'll learn? Say the woman was my birth mother. Say she is legit. What would I say to her? Bitch, how could you leave a 3-year-old alone in a crowded cafe? How could you just walk away from your kid? Anger coated each syllable. Mom nodded. That would be a good start. But of course, you could leave out the bitch part. Why? She is a bitch. Mom eased into the seat next to my desk, like a homesteader staking a claim. For one, I raised you better than that. And two, she might not be a bitch. She might have been a scared kid. A ghost of a smile tipped the edge of my lips. However, I didn't feel the least bit like laughing as my throat tightened with tears. Mom, you and Dad raised me. You did not have to step up, but you did. And though I don't say or show it much, I know you did a good job. I don't see the point in talking to this Terry chick. Mom ran her finger over the edge of my desk, brushing away the dust. You need to face her, honey. She's been a demon in the shadows too long. I thought about the real demon in the shadows that had visited me twice. A demon in the shadows? Have you been watching Oprah again? No. Well, maybe a little. And maybe I picked up a thing or two about adoptions, and maybe I even read a couple of books on adult adoptees. Why? For the same reason I read about young widows and single girls in their late 30s who only care about history. Because you are my child, and I care about you. Mom, I appreciate your efforts. I do. But I did get shit-canned 3 months ago, and I am kind of back to square one career-wise. Kinda a stressful time for me. I don't need any more stress, especially from a woman who abandoned me. She patted my knee. I don't agree. You need this. You need to talk to this woman. You are off, and I don't see any signs of it getting better. Like I just said, it's been a hell of a year. You've been off long before you lost your job. Since last summer, when I broke up with Gordon. When I realized I wasn't destined for long-term love. I folded my arms over my chest and leaned back. I am not off, she sighed. Just read the letter. And if you won't do it for yourself, then do it for me. You? Why? Mom pulled a picture from her pocket and handed it to me. It was taken of me when I was about 3.5. Dark curly hair framed my round face, and I sported a purple backpack, hand-me-down red shorts, a Scooby-Doo t-shirt, and white sneakers. That was taken 6 months after you came to live with us. It was your first day of preschool. You were so damn proud of that backpack that you slept with it for the 3 nights leading up to school. Even on your first day of school, the teacher said how smart you were. Tears tightened my throat. The only thing I remembered about that day was a pair of toy binoculars in the classroom. I fell in love with them and wore them all day. Mom cleared her throat. When I turned to leave you that day, you panicked. You ran to me, grabbed my legs, and started crying. I didn't remember. I kept promising I'd be back, but you wouldn't hear of it. I traced the halo of curls around the little girl's face. That little girl smiled a lot because she needed people to like her. On some level, she understood if people liked her, they'd keep her around, and that she'd be safe. Somewhere along the way, she grew up and stopped smiling. She turned prickly, determined to scare off those who might be worthy of love. What did you do? I sat in the hallway, just outside your room. The teacher agreed to keep the door open so you could see me. You sat there the whole time? All 3 hours? And every 5 or 10 minutes, you would get up from whatever you were doing and look out at me. I remember you wore those goofy binoculars around your neck the whole morning. How many days did you have to do that? 4. By the last day, you'd stopped checking. I didn't know that. Mom slid small fingers into her jeans pocket. I need to know why Terry left you. I need to know why she'd just walk away. I want to find a reason to forgive her. Heaviness settled in my chest. I'll think about it. That's a yes? She persisted. It's a maybe. As she opened her mouth to argue, Margaret appeared in the doorway. The excitement on her face mirrored the little girl's in the pictures. You're not going to believe what I have found. I was almost afraid to ask. What? Information on Susie. Chapter 11. I read the journal 6 times, Margaret said. Incredible. So what happened? I leaned back in my office chair, grateful to see Margaret. The cavalry had arrived and saved me from Mom's questions. What are you two talking about? Mom asked. The journal Miss Mabel gave to Daisy, Margaret said. Mom arched a neatly plucked brow. Mabel gave Daisy a journal? I filled her in on the details, which only seemed to make her frown deepen. Why would she do that? We've no idea, Margaret said. Mom, did Mabel ever say anything about me? Mom shook her head. She showed an interest in all my girls. She ever say anything about my birth mother? Did she ever mention Terry, perhaps? No. Why on earth would she know anything about her? I rose from my office chair and worked some of the stiffness from my hips and legs. She said, the day before she died, that she'd once seen me with my other mama. Mom peered over her glasses. I don't know how she could have. We ran a couple of articles in the paper looking for her, and no one said a word. And I know Mabel read that paper cover to cover every day of her life. She would have said something to me. I searched her face, looking for any sign of shift or concern that might hint to a lie. I know Mom would never lie to be cruel, but she'd deceive to protect. She never said a word. She peered at me, her gaze hardening with a hint of annoyance. Honey, I would have told you about something as important as that. I've seen you forget to tell Dad details that he was happier not knowing. She waved away the comment. Your father is different. He really is happier not knowing how much I spent on a purse or a new mixer, or if one of you girls failed a test or got a tiny ding in the fender. I know you like to know things, but Daddy is happy not knowing. Margaret cleared her throat. So does anyone want to hear what I have to say? My gaze lingered on Mom, and hers on me, until we both reached some kind of silent accord. If Miss Mabel had known about my birth mother, then she had not shared the secret with my mother. And of course, this was all supposing that Miss Mabel wasn't totally senile toward the end and hadn't mistaken old articles she'd read for memories. Shoving out a breath, I shifted my body toward Margaret. Yes, please tell us what you have found. She grinned, glad to have the floor. I've been doing some digging. And? First, let me read you the entries. It won't take long. Sure. Margaret gave me a recap of some of the events in the young girl's life, but the entry that stuck with me the most, I read for myself. I saw Emma today at the bakery. She spoke to Seymour, who manages the shop. I overheard her say that her brothers were sold yesterday at Bruin's to a man who owns a plantation in South Carolina. Their mama wept, for she knew she'd likely never see her children again. Emma whispered about taking the railroad, moonless nights, and secrets. It's the talk of runaways. When the two saw me, neither was pleased. Emma has always been a nervous woman, but today her hands trembled as she held her bread basket close to her chest. Mr. Seymour looked at me with anger, though that is nothing new. He hates my green eyes and calls me high yellow each time we meet. I don't know what I've done, but I fear I'll never see his good side. But today, with Emma present, he guards his tongue and smiles too sweetly, as if he fears I've heard something that could get him whipped. He quickly fills my order for my mistress and asks me how the new baby fares. We all hope and pray this one survives, I say. Now, as I sit in the attic, it is late, and my bones ache from running up and down the stairs and fetching for the mistress and the new baby. Mistress frets over the child and forever worries if the room is too cold or too hot. Mama is not yet home from the bakery. Her hours are long, and she looks wearier each day. It is dangerous to say, let alone write, but I cannot contain my thoughts any longer. Like Emma, I dream of us running away from this place, to a home in the country, where the sun shines and there ain't no master or mistress so ready with the switch or threats of the auction block. To think of freedom, much less talk about it, is to invite the whip. But the thoughts of freedom rattle so loudly in my head. They are all but begging to be released. I have ruthlessly denied them, but can do so no longer. I dream of freedom, of slipping unnoticed into a crowd and becoming faceless and invisible. I dream of reading in the park, savoring the words without fear of reproach. I dream of making my own money, buying fancy silks. I dream of living my life freely and without the fear of the whip or being sent away from my mother. Wow, I said. I know, Margaret said. Powerful stuff. Did you ever figure out who owned Susie? I did. She pulled out a notebook and flipped through pages filled with notes. Susie mentions him only once, but she and her mother were owned by Dr. Rupert Randolph. He was a local physician who practiced up until his death. He died in 1852 at the age of 43. Susie would have been about 12. So what happened to Susie after he died? Mom said. I went to the courthouse to dig through the old wills. Wills? Mom said. Why on earth would you do that? Because the writer of this journal was a slave. That means in 1852 she would have been considered property. So if she wasn't sold, she might have been listed in the will of her owner. That would be Dr. Randolph, I said. Exactly. So I went and found the wills of 1852 and sifted through them. And let me tell you, there were more than a few documents to read through. Anyway, I found a will for Dr. Rupert Randolph of Alexandria. He died October 15, 1852. How did he die? I asked. I don't know. That will require more digging into the newspapers, which is next on my list. But for now, I can only tell you what he left behind went to his son. Susie mentioned the child in her diary. Yes, the baby. The doctor left the entire estate to the baby. Trustee for the child was Mrs. Elizabeth Randolph. She flipped. Here's Susie's entry about the kid. The baby has lived longer than any of his brothers or sisters, and hope is starting to creep into the house. I still fear that the angels will sweep in and take him home with them. I guess the angels did not take the baby, I said. No. Well, that's a good thing that he lived, Mom said. How long did the boy live? Margaret held up a finger. I'm getting to that. The doctor left nothing to his wife? I said. That wasn't uncommon. It would have been his way of ensuring that all his assets went to his child and not to some unnamed man his wife may have married down the road. Husbands still controlled a wife's property in the 1850s. So what's the boy's story? I said. I've yet to track down how long he lived or what happened to him. It can take so much time to find all the pieces. What I can tell you is that among Dr. Randolph's assets were 2 slaves, one named Henny, aged 31, and one named Susie, aged 12. Dr. Randolph might have been the product of his time, but I did not like him. He'd bedded a slave, married another woman, and then left his ex-lover and child to his son. Susie mentioned her green eyes. She was called high yellow, a term used to denigrate biracial children. So what happened to Susie? I said. I mean, after she was passed to the son, her half-brother. I don't know yet, but you are going to love this. I leaned forward. All ears. Margaret flipped through more notebook pages. The will stipulated that Henny could not be sold for a period of 3 years because she was leased under contract to work for, drum roll please, a one Sean McCrae, the new owner of the Alexandria Bakery, which he renamed the McCrae Bakery, which became the Union Street Bakery after the Civil War. No shit, I said. Henny worked here at our bakery? Margaret's face brightened. Well, not here. Remember, the original bakery was on the wharf by the water, and it burned in 1885. McCrae and his wife Sally moved the bakery here in 86. And great-great-grandfather leased Henny. Yes. My guess is that she made the tea biscuits for the ladies in town. If she simply baked the common man's hardtack, or was in charge of something menial, McCrae would not have had such a specific agreement. This glimpse into these past lives stirred an excitement I'd not expected. Henny was a master baker. Yes. So, did this also mean that Susie would not be sold? The lines in Margaret's forehead deepened as she shook her head. No. Even though Dr. Randolph's kid inherited Susie, Mrs. Randolph was his guardian, and as a result could sell his assets, if need be. Mrs. Randolph was free to sell Susie at any time. Susie had been a little girl who wanted nothing more than to learn to read and write and go to a real school. Did she sell Susie? Here's the last entry in the journal. It was hard to read because the handwriting looks shaky and rushed. It reads, I am to be sold today. I love you, Mama. Mom and I didn't know what to say. Now, listen to this. She pulled the tape recorder from her pocket and hit play. The little slave girl said that after the master's baby was born, that's Mabel's voice. Remember, I interviewed her? Mom nodded. That's right. Margaret rewound the tape and hit play again. She said that after the baby was born, the mistress kept the girl close and worked her from before sunrise to well after dark, washing clothes, cooking, and fetching. This went on for months, and she was about near exhaustion when one day the mistress approached her at her washing cauldron. The mistress had the devil's gleam in her eyes when she looked at her, smiled, and insisted that the girl change into a nice dress, which the mistress supplied, and to wash her face and hands. The girl sensed something was about to change, and was so terrified she couldn't enjoy the feel of the new blue cotton twill dress, the nicest she'd ever worn. The urge to pull free was strong, but such a show of defiance would mean a beating. Mistress and her slave hurried out the front door and up King Street. All the while, the mistress kept a tight grip on the girl's arm. The girl hurried to keep pace. They arrived at the front door of an office building housed in a brick building 2 blocks north on Duke Street. There was no sign out front, but Susie knew where they were. Instinct had her digging in heels. The mistress tightened her hold and jerked the girl forward. Mistress pushed through the door, as if she knew exactly where she was going. They moved down a center hallway to a man sitting at a desk. Mistress gave her name, and the two were admitted to an office. An older man glanced up from behind his desk. He wore round, wire-rimmed spectacles on the bridge of his nose. A stretch of rawhide held back a thick crop of dark hair. The girl knew the man. His name was Bruin, and he ran the largest slave auction house in the city. She tensed at the mention of the man's name. She'd never met him face to face, but had heard tales. He bought and sold area slaves and transported them to the Deep South, where the demand for labor was always high. Mr. Bruin was surprised to see the mistress with the girl in November, one of his slowest months. Most slaveholders waited to sell until January 1st, a day when buyers and sellers all met in the marketplace to trade human flesh. Mr. Bruin was a clean man, with white cuffs and hands freshly washed. Word was he was also a church-going man who could easily quote the good book. When Mrs. Randolph said she wanted to sell now. Bruin rose from his desk and came around to inspect Susie. He reached for her bottom lip, pulled it down, and inspected the girl's teeth. "There are no restrictions on her sale?" When she said no, the trader offered $200. But Lady wasn't pleased. "Her mother is training her in the bakery, and she's quite capable of doing laundry and light housework." "Ah, if she can learn to master baking skills, then her value will increase." Bruin's gaze shifted to Susie a second time, and he inspected her like a prize colt. He suggested if the lady wanted more money, then she should wait until the girl looked more like a woman. The girl did not utter a word as they walked quickly home. Her mistress seemed in unusually good spirits and waved and nodded to several other ladies. After changing back into her work dress, the girl returned to her laundry. Since she was a small child, she'd never believed that she would ever leave this house. This was her home, where she belonged. When the master had been alive, she'd always sensed he'd keep her close, not for her sake, but for darker reasons she did not fully understand. For the first time in her life, she wondered what her mistress would do with her now, and she understood why her mother worried so much. Chapter 12. For the short time I'd worked in the bakery, I'd had no choice but to keep my head down and work. It had been all about putting out fires. But this afternoon, as I sat at my desk and stared at the neat stacks of paper, I knew that I'd put out the major fires. Yes, smoke smoldered all over the desk, and if I stayed away too long, I'd once again have a raging inferno, but for now each problem was safely satisfied. A knock on my door had me looking up to find Rachel. She smiled. "Can I come in?" "Sure." A week ago, she'd begrudgingly made the cuts to the menu, which we'd implemented. Not only were we making a little bit more money, but also Rachel had more time to work on the popular baked goods. Life was a little less frantic at Union Street Bakery. Rachel and I hadn't spoken much in the last week, however. We did our work, but there was no chit-chatting, laughs, or quips. If she thought to punish me by excluding me, she'd hit the nail on the head. The distance between us hadn't been easy. But if keeping Clan McCrae together meant dealing with pouty hurt feelings, then so be it. Rachel would come around, eventually, I hoped. "What do you need, Rachel?" I'd kept my tone businesslike this last week because I could hide behind it so easily. She slowly sat in the chair beside me. "I'm sorry. I've been a brat." I nodded, tempted but not quite willing to put salt in the wound. Running a business isn't easy. I don't make these decisions because it's fun for me. God, do I know that. I know you've given so much, and Margaret has too, and I was just a baby when it came time for me to give. Stuff happens. Now we move on. You aren't mad? Margaret's revelations about Susie had stuck with me throughout the last week and a half. I knew the rift between Rachel and I would ease, as would the work. I had choices and freedom, where Susie had not. No. Rachel started to cry. "You should be." I tensed. "Why?" "Because I was a PMSing bitch who couldn't let go of a few lousy menu items Mike added. God, I don't even like the molasses cookies." I laughed. We've all been there. She swiped away a tear. "Maybe you have, but I haven't. I'm the nice, reasonable one." And I'm not. She sniffed and brushed away tears with the cuff of her sleeve. "Not usually. I mean, you are. But if anyone is going to dig in their heels and play hardball, it's you, not me." "You weren't playing hardball, Rachel. more like softball. Really? I've dealt with worse. She rose. Well, I am sorry. No worries. She held out her arms. Hug? What? Hug. We need to hug. Rachel. She waggled her fingers. Now. Fine. I rose and stood and stiffened only a little when she wrapped her arms around me and squeezed. Hug back, Daisy. Shoving out a breath, I patted her on the back as she squeezed me tight. You're the best sister. I know. She released me and stepped back. You're still a crappy hugger. Not my thing. Nothing personal, but I just don't hug well. Now that we're speaking again, we'll work on that. No, we won't. She smiled. Yes, we will. Fine. We're really good? We're great. And we were. The non-hugging policy of mine had more to do with my own quirks rather than any grudge. She smoothed her hands over her crisp apron. I have to get going. School thing. Is Anna in trouble again? I think she's made another unfortunate choice of words again. Grimacing, I said, should I ask? It was the sh word and the d word. Altogether? Apparently. She waved her hand, as if shooing away a worry. Enough about us. What are you going to do? Don't know. This is my first afternoon with no work. Ah, freedom. What are you going to do? I don't know. If it were me, it would involve a hot bath, a high-fashion magazine, and a beer. Could be a plan. Have fun. After she left, my smile waned. Now that I actually had free time in the daylight hours and I wasn't exhausted, I considered my options. I could have gone to my room and unpacked the boxes and made my room more habitable, but that didn't quite feel like a celebration of life. I could have visited old friends, but I flashed to sitting in Tammy's living room, balancing a cup of tea or a glass of wine, and listening to her tell me how wonderful her life has become. Pass. As I pulled off my apron and hung it on my back office door, I thought about tracking down Mom or Dad. I could see what they were about. But hanging with Mom and Dad didn't seem like the thing a single 30-something woman did. Rachel was with the girls, and Margaret was at the archaeology center conducting a tour for third graders. A movie required driving. Shopping equated to spending money I did not have, and I had never found a hobby that had appealed. What the heck had I done with my free time in the past? The only time I remember really kicking back had been the months that I'd lived with Gordon. We often were just content to cocoon in his apartment and be together. Not much was ever said, but that had seemed fine. I guess looking back, there'd been a lot to talk about. Maybe if we had talked more, my insecurities and his worries wouldn't have bubbled into the perfect storm. And then it occurred to me. I could stop by his shop and see what he was up to. We weren't exactly friends either, but we weren't enemies. Do you ever think about me? Well, maybe, like right now. But it was not like I was pining for what we had. I just wanted to fill some spare time. I pushed through the front door of the bakery, double-checked to make sure the closed sign was in place and the door locked, and then headed down the uneven brick sidewalk. I shoved awkward hands in my pocket, then pulled them out, and then... Shit. This wasn't a date, for God's sake. It was a visit. I let my hands fall by my sides as I moved away from the river. This close to rush hour, the streets were clogged with cars, tourists in for the day, commuters trying to get home, and the miscellaneous police car or delivery truck. As I approached Prince Street, and the line of cars waiting at a red light, I ducked down a quiet side street. Lined with old oak trees, the residential street was too small for most commuters. Halfway down the street, I spotted Florence coming out of a townhouse. She held a basket of wilted brown flowers, which she carried down the front steps toward a row of scuffed plastic garbage bins. She wore her blue uniform, as if saying to the world that the death of her employer wasn't reason enough to break ranks. She wrestled with the lid of the trash can and grumbled under her breath. I picked up my pace and called out, "Hey, Mrs. Tillman!" Before she could answer, I lifted the lid free, and she dumped the flowers into the bin. "Thank you, Daisy. That trash can is dancing on my last nerve. And you can call me Florence. They can be tricky." She studied me with a narrowed gaze. "So what brings you here today?" "Well, nothing, really. I had some free time, so I thought I'd take a walk. I saw you and thought I'd help." "A walk is the best you can come up with? Young girl like you should be spending time with a nice young man." The same advice from my mother would have had me bristling, but from Florence I took it in stride. My nice young man and I have had our share of issues. Florence chuckled. "Making up is half the fun." Gordon and I had never really fought back in the day, and the unspoken emotions had been like a bucket of cold water on our sex life. I'm not so sure about that this time. "Well, if you've got a minute, I could use a hand with more dead flowers. The house is just about full of them, and I need to get them out before they drive me nuts." "Be glad to help." I followed her inside and hesitated at the threshold as my eyes adjusted to the dimmer light. The interior was a good bit warmer than the outside, a reminder that the ladies who lived here were old and fragile. I spent the next 20 minutes hauling out all manner of dying or near-dead floral arrangements. There were flowers from the Historical Society, the Library Friends, the church, and even the local Rotary Club. Everyone seemed to have known and missed Miss Mabel, and they expressed their grief with flowers. By the last load, Florence was no longer climbing down the front steps, but waiting for me inside the door. "So what do you think Miss Mabel would have thought about all these flowers?" I brushed the dirt from my hands as I climbed the brick front steps. Florence shook her head. "She'd have complained about the waste, but she'd have liked the attention. She always enjoyed the attention." Florence moved down a long, dark center hallway. She'd not invited me in to stay, but I found myself drawn to this house. I figured she'd tell me to leave if I'd overstepped, so I followed her down the hallway, pausing to look at the endless rows of framed pictures on the wall. Most of them had been taken at least 50 years ago. There was a picture of a young bride and her groom, which appeared to have been taken in the 30s. A closer look, and I guessed the bride was Mabel. I'd seen a similar portrait at the funeral, but it was still odd to see the old woman as a bright-eyed young girl. There was hope and laughter in this girl's face, and the way she'd hooked her arm around her husband's spoke of love and devotion. I didn't want to think how time had transformed such a lovely girl into a withered old woman. "She was a beauty back in the day." Florence's voice echoed from somewhere inside the house. "Come on back here and let me pour you a lemonade." "Oh, you don't have to do that." I followed, aware I wasn't ready to leave just yet. "Sure I do. You hauled those nasty, dirty flowers outside and saved me from having to haul my carcass up and down those stairs." In the background, a gospel singer crooned something about Jesus and eternal salvation. Glad to help. As I stared at the older pictures of Mabel, I found myself searching for features similar to mine. Searching the face of strangers was something I'd done most of my life. I didn't look like any McCrae, but knew I must look like someone. Who? As a younger woman, Mabel had dark hair, clear, bright eyes, and an odd little crease at the corner of her mouth when she smiled. I raised my fingers to my lips and smiled, almost half expecting to feel that same indentation, but the skin was smooth. She lived a long and full life. Florence turned toward the counter, opened the can of powdered lemonade, and scooped several spoonfuls in a glass pitcher. Looks like it. How many children did she have? None. Only lots of nieces and nephews. She wrote to them often enough. They were there for the funeral on Monday? I moved into the kitchen. The bank of windows to the right of the sink let in a stream of warm sunshine. Some were. They sat up front. Several just didn't want to make the trip from California. We were standing to the side, and I couldn't see who was in the front row. She filled the pitcher with water, and with an old wooden spoon started to stir. They didn't stay long. Came back to the house, talked about what furniture they wanted, and then headed back to their hotel. Mabel's oldest brother will be back in the next couple of weeks to close up the house. As Florence stirred the wooden spoon in the pitcher, I watched as the yellow lemonade crystals melted and blended into the water. In a few weeks, the house would be emptied out, and all traces of Mabel would be gone. So, what are you going to do? Miss Mabel left it in her will that I could stay here until I die. And that is what I'm going to do. It don't matter to me what furniture the family takes. In fact, I'm looking forward to it. Will be nice to have a few things of my own in the place. Mabel always said the house was my home, but I felt like a boarder. Speaking as an adult boarder living in her parents' home now, I feel ya. A smile tipped the edge of her lips as she pulled 2 glasses from the cabinet. She went to an old refrigerator and pulled out an ice tray. She twisted the plastic tray over the sink until the ice cracked free. Fishing out several cubes, she filled the glasses and then poured lemonade. I accepted the ice-cold lemonade and took a long sip. The tart sweetness cut through the drying in my mouth. I didn't know Florence and was hesitant to discuss the journal with her, but I had an opportunity to get information that might vanish overnight. You know that book Miss Mabel left me? I do. She was right to give it to you before her brothers and nephews arrived. They're already worrying about losing something valuable, meaning I'd be careful who you tell about the book. Water dripped down the side of the glass and over my fingers. Thanks for the tip. I'll watch what I say. She sat across from me, adjusting her girth on the chair, until she found a comfortable spot. It's your book as far as Mabel was concerned, and that's good enough for me. Thanks. I traced my finger on the lip of the glass. I read the book. Charcoal dark eyes stared at me. Did you? It's a journal. Written by a young girl living here in the 1850s? She was a slave. Florence arched a brow as she sipped her lemonade. That's so. I can't for the life of me figure out why Mabel gave me that book. Margaret is still convinced it was a mistake, and that Mabel meant for her to have it. She is the history guru in the family. Did you know she and Mabel spoke for hours and hours about the history of the area and her family? I know Miss Margaret visited, and they'd talk. We think that Mabel's grandmother might have known the girl who wrote the diary. Well, isn't that something? Florence shook her head. Miss Mabel was clear as a bell when she told me to give you that book. She knew exactly what she was doing. Curiosity had me leaning forward. But why? Honey, I stopped trying to figure out Miss Mabel a long time ago. She does what she does and never had a need to explain herself. I barely knew the woman, but she did seem to remember me. She recalled my last day in the bakery when I was a teenager. Her nose wrinkled, drawing my attention to a sprinkle of freckles on her nose. I didn't have to tote her everywhere then, so I wasn't there. I can't say much on that. I shrugged. It was not one of my finer moments. I made a real fool out of myself. She chuckled. Baby, we've all done that. I traced my finger down the side of the glass, through the condensation. Somehow I can't imagine you or Mabel reduced to blubbering tears. She arched a brow. That's because all you see is old. I straightened, ready to protest, but she held up her hand. You see the wrinkles and the gray hair. You see the slow walks and the bent backs. It's easy to forget that we was both once young girls with more emotion than sense. It's easy not to think that we loved men, giggled like girls, or let foolishness take over our lives. She was right. I was guilty of thinking just that. I hadn't thought beyond what I saw. Sorry. You wouldn't be the first or the last, honey. I traced the rim of the lemonade glass, letting it circle several times before I found my voice, which still sounded a little too quiet and weak for my taste. So, you never saw this book before? Not until she had me dig it out of the trunk that last night she was alive. She was quite insistent you have it. The book was given to Susie by someone by the name of Jay. Don't suppose you got any info on Jay? Sorry. Maybe Miss Mabel mentioned Jay to Margaret in their talks? No word. But Margaret is on her trail. Then I reckon she'll find her. Frustration churned in my gut. I'd been given a puzzle with only half the pieces, and was beginning to wonder why I bothered. I already had a real everyday puzzle to contend with. Terry. Maybe it would be best to forget about Susie and deal with Terry. I could call this Terry chick today and ask her what she wanted. A DNA test would answer a lot of questions. I should, do a lot of things. A heavy silence nestled between us, each of us drawn in by our own thoughts and worries. Finally, Florence took a long slurping sip of lemonade. She set the glass down slowly and carefully. I will say that I got to be cleaning out Miss Mabel's papers over the next few weeks. The brothers don't have much interest in family history unless it can be sold. They offered to pay me extra if I'd start cleaning out her things. Are you going to take on the job? Wasn't so sure I wanted to fuss with it. Mabel said everyone could take whatever they wanted after she was gone. She said she'd be far away and not caring so much if people read her old letters. But now that we've had this little chat, I've a mind to sift through the papers. You never know what will be found. She smiled. But those boxes are going to be mighty heavy, and it gets real hot in that attic. I don't know about lifting so much with my old back the way it is, especially in the heat. I straightened. I've a strong back, and so does Margaret. It made perfect sense to include my sister on this treasure hunt. We can lift a good amount of weight, and heat is par for the course in a bakery. Florence's belly rose and fell as she took a few long, deep breaths. Well, then, maybe we can help each other. You get those boxes down for me. I earn a little extra money, and we can dig through and see if there is more to be found about that little girl. A part of me wanted to climb the attic stairs now and start digging, but I could see the dark circles under Florence's eyes and hear the laboring in her breathing. I have evenings off, and Sundays. Well, I got my church on Sunday mornings, but we could plan to meet sometime this Thursday and see what we see. How long do we have before the brothers roll through and start cleaning out the joint? About 2 weeks, but maybe a little longer if I tell them I'm sifting through clutter. I appreciate this, Florence. She sipped her lemonade. Got to say, I'm a bit curious about Susie and Jay. I'll be sure to keep an eye out for both initials when I start sifting through the papers on her desk tomorrow morning. I set down my glass. Do you know of anyone named Terry in Mabel's family? An anxious, needy tone that I did not like slipped into my voice. Honey, that family has more cousins and nieces than you can shake a stick at. There could be, but I just don't know. But I don't think there was anyone by that name in the receiving line after the funeral. She sat back and studied me with brown eyes that peered over the top of her glasses. We could spend the next couple of weeks digging through old papers. Maybe we'll find Terry, maybe not. But we can try. It felt good to talk to someone who didn't double-think everything I said. Thanks. Go on home and get your rest. I'll be sure to save anything I find, and we'll start doing the real digging on Thursday. About 6? Sounds good. Now, if you don't mind, Oprah will be on soon, and I don't like to miss. I rose. See you on Thursday. That night, I fell into bed just before 9. My body ached, and my head throbbed from energy overload. I sensed I was on the edge of something huge. It was something that felt dark and dangerous, and, like it or not, would change my life forever. And as much as I wanted to turn back and run to my old life, I knew that a door had shut and a deadbolt thrown. I could remain in limbo, churning and fearful, but I was ready to creep closer to the edge. I nestled in my bed, which my mother had fitted with real sheets and a blanket. The sleeping bag was now rolled up and tucked next to the stack of unpacked boxes. As I slid under the sheets and lowered toward the pillow, I noted Mom had also gathered my dirty laundry today, washed, and left it folded in a neat stack at the foot of my bed. She loved me. She was doing her best to take care of me, and I loved her for it. So if I loved Mom so much, why did I care about Terry? Why wasn't Mom enough? Because she just wasn't. The frenetic pace I'd maintained all my life, the boyfriends, the demanding jobs, the trips, they'd all been about filling a hole I didn't even want to acknowledge. And no matter how much I crammed inside my days, nothing was ever quite enough. I really welcomed sleep tonight. I needed a quiet refuge from the day's demands. You're such a baby, Daisy. Susie wore a white dress and dark braids secured with blue bows. She twirled in circles, waving her arms in an odd dance. I am not a baby. Then prove it. Jump. I glanced over the edge of a cliff, which seemed to have no bottom. I don't have to prove anything to you. Baby, 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 jump, jump, jump. Her teasing stoked frustration and anger. Leave me alone. Not until you jump. Irritated and angry, I gritted my teeth, and with my gaze on the girl, I jumped. Just after 6 the next morning, Henri stumbled while he was carrying a tray of unleavened bread. I heard the woof of air come from his lungs and turned in time to see him teeter forward. Thankfully, I was close enough to grab the tray, save the dough, and steady him. He met my gaze, and I saw a worried old man wildly searching the room, fearful that someone besides me might have seen his misstep. I set the tray on the work table. She's out front. She didn't see. He righted himself and moved a trembling hand through thick graying hair. For a moment, he did not say anything. Finally, he said, "She worries." A half smile tipped my lips. I worry, too. You're different. Different. That has been the underlying theme of my life.
In your case, different is good. You are stronger.
I don't feel so strong. He picked up the tray from the counter and carefully carried it toward the ovens.
I have contacted my cousin.
I opened the latch to the oven. He slid the tray inside.
Your cousin? From France.
He dropped his voice a notch, mindful that Rachel was just on the other side of the door.
Lyon.
Does he bake?
Oui, he bakes.
Did you tell him about this job?
I have not spoken to him yet. I have left word with his sister to call me. Sometimes he is hard to find.
What does that mean?
He travels.
His even tone didn't hold the least hint of frustration. I tried to maintain the same equilibrium. So when do you think he'll call you back?
Soon.
As in?
Soon.
I ran nervous hands over my apron-clad hips. Great. Henri met my gaze.
He will call.
Let's hope, because I got nothing on my end when it comes to finding another baker. By 10 a.m., the morning rush had left the store, and we could enjoy a small lull until the pre-lunch crowd showed. I'd grown to expect this quiet time and use it to check the register, restock, or take out trash. So when I heard the front bell jingle, I glanced up with more than just a little annoyance thumping in the back of my head. It was Dad. He wore jeans, a white t-shirt that read Union Street Bakery, a ball cap, and tennis shoes with new inserts ordered by Mom. I knew Dad didn't like the shoes, but he'd relented when Mom told him the shoes would ease the pinched nerves in his feet. Hey, Dad. Kiddo. Thought things would be slow. No matter how many years I work here, this is always the slow time. Yeah, it's nice. How about you pour me a cup of coffee and give me a few cookies? You're not supposed to eat sweets. He winked. I won't tell if you don't. Sure. I filled a mug with hot, robust coffee and plunked 2 sugar cubes and a dollop of cream into the mug. I slid it across the counter. There you go. He took the cup and sipped. Thanks. I see you made changes to the menu. Rachel was not pleased. So I gathered. Did she come running to you? No. But it doesn't take much to figure out what's going on in this place. I grabbed a piece of paper and snapped up 2 sugar cookies, which I knew were his favorite. I handed them to him. I told her she could cut whatever she wanted as long as she cut the line up by 15%. She did a good job, but still kept that pumpkin bread, which never sells well. It was one of Mike's specialties. Maybe in time she'll learn to let it go. He bit into the cookie. You're an angel. I grinned. That's not what Margaret called me this morning. She can be prickly when you pull her away from her books and broken pieces of pottery. So I've noticed. He came around the counter, and I had the odd sense that he'd just invaded my domain. I'd made the back office mine almost immediately, but wasn't sure when I'd decided the bakery had become mine as well. Why don't you sit? He said. I can talk and work. You should sit. Drives me nuts. I grabbed a bottle of Windex and a handful of paper towels as I moved around the front of the display case. My old friend Tammy had come in again this morning, dragging a couple of kids who'd smeared my clean glass with their pudgy little fingers. And as I remember, Mom could never get you to sit. That was different. I had a family to support. So do I. I sprayed the cleaner on the blurry glass. Dad frowned as he moved back around the counter. I didn't mean for you to take on all this. I know it's not what you wanted. It was never in the plan. I wiped the smudge away with unnecessary ferocity. Maybe if I made the smudges go away, I could make Dad's worried expression disappear. I didn't like seeing him upset. But plans change. He drank his coffee, but didn't eat his cookies. "You're doing a yeoman's job here, Daisy. You've stepped up, and I appreciate it." "Happy to help." "So, what are your plans once you get this place back on its feet?" I stopped wiping. "You're the first person who thinks this might not be forever." "I want you to do what you want to do. Life is too short." He stared into his coffee. "I never planned on spending a lifetime here. I had dreams of going off to school." He'd never told me this before. "Why didn't you?" "My dad died. Someone had to step up and take over. My mother couldn't do it alone. I was the only child." There was no hint of self-pity as he stated the facts. I'd never really thought of my father as a real person. He was just the guy who worked, who went all out with the Christmas decorations, and the guy who kept us safe. "I always thought that you loved this place." "I don't love it, but I respect it. And I understand now that life isn't about doing what you want to do, but what you need to do. That's what I'm doing." His expression turned grim. "And that was okay for me, but it's not okay for you. I want more for you." "If not me, then who? Rachel can't do this alone, Dad. You and Mom have done enough. And Margaret, well, she's a bit of a witch when she stays here too long." That tickled a smile. "How is Henri holding up?" It didn't surprise me that Dad had noticed Henri's stooped shoulders and worn features. "He's leaving at the end of June." Dad drew in a breath. "I'm not surprised. I know his back has been troubling him the last couple of years." I brushed a strand of hair away from my eyes with the back of my hand. "He's holding on for Rachel." His lips flattened. "But now that you're here, he's leaving." I sprayed more cleaner on the glass and attacked another set of prints. "He says he has a cousin. He'll put in a call to him." "When will you know?" "Your guess is as good as mine, but he says soon, and I trust him." He glanced around the room, seemingly cataloging every crack and flaw. "That's the thing about this place. It's never satisfied. Just when you think you've done enough, it wants more." "I'm starting to see that." I stared up at him. "Did you ever resent this place?" "Sure. Probably more times than I could count in the early days. But it gave me a life, put a roof over my head and my family's. And I've met a lot of good folks in this community because of the bakery. I met your mother here." "But it's not what you wanted." "Maybe not in the beginning. But over time, I stopped wondering where it ended and where I started. One door closes and another opens. That's life." Nervous laughter bubbled inside of me. "I'm starting to feel that way." "You're more like me than Rachel and Margaret. They're like Mom." He meant that as a compliment, but it irritated me for some reason. "The non-McCrae is the real McCrae?" A deep frown creased his forehead. "You're a real McCrae. Mom and I never thought otherwise." "I am, but I'm not. I am connected to a whole other family." I could never say this to Mom. Her eyes would have filled with tears as her gaze looked away. Dad, however, was more practical. Life had left him with little patience for shades of gray. "Then call that woman, Daisy. Ask her what the hell is going on." "I am." He studied me as if trying to peel the layers away. "When?" "Soon." "Time to rip the Band-Aid off, Daisy, and see what you've got. If you don't, you'll never know." "What if it's bad?" "Better to know than spend the rest of your life wondering." Chapter 13. Oh, you are so not going to believe what I found. Margaret's voice jumped through the phone when I answered it just after 7 on Friday night. I plopped on my bed and kicked off my shoes. I stared at my swollen feet. What? Pictures. I found pictures of the Randolph family. I swung my legs over the side of the bed. As in, the Randolphs mentioned in the diary? One and the same. She sounded quite pleased with herself. I had to concede that when it came to all things historical, Margaret was gifted and driven. Really? Where? Digging through tons of files and archives. So, are you coming over to see them or not? I glanced toward the window. The sun clung to the sky, but it wouldn't hold on to the light much longer. Where are you? At the Archaeology Center. The front doors are locked now, but I'll wait for you. 10 minutes. 15. I scrambled swollen feet into clogs and grabbed a sweatshirt. Though the temps had hit the low 80s today, the spring air cooled quickly as the sun set. I moved down the attic stairs softly, not really interested in catching Rachel's attention, which could trigger a Q&A session. Since Terry's letter arrived, she'd seemed more motherly toward me. And right now, the last thing I needed was another mother. Through her door, I heard the girls giggling and Rachel singing. Pausing, I listened as the trio managed a rendition of the Itsy Bitsy Spider. The peals of laughter triggered an unexpected tightening in my throat, and I found myself longing for the connection that Rachel shared with her daughters. Their losses had bound them closer, and I knew no matter how bad things got, Rachel would never leave her kids in a cafe bakery with a couple of cookies and a lousy, "be a good girl." Drawing in a deep breath, I straightened my shoulders and headed down the remaining stairs. The cool air outside had me shoving hands in my pockets as I hurried down the uneven brick sidewalk along the waterfront. The orange-red sun had dipped in the sky, casting a soft glow over the waters of the Potomac. Scattered sailing boats passed slowly through the shallow waters, sails low. They searched for a place to dock for the night. The Archaeology Center was located on the 3rd floor of the torpedo factory. The torpedo factory earned its name because it had actually been a torpedo and munitions factory back in the 30s or 40s. Sometime in the early 80s, it had been converted to an art center and now housed artists on all 3 of its floors. I hurried north on Union Street toward the factory. Inside the large glass doors stood Margaret, her hands folded over her chest. Tense fingers drummed her forearms until she saw me, muttered something I couldn't decipher, and opened the front door. That was fairly fast. I aim to please. My voice echoed inside the large concrete building and bounced off the center foyer, which stretched up to the 3rd floor. I had never taken the time to stroll through the hallways and visit the artists' shops. It was one of those really should-do things, but it had never climbed far enough up the priority list to require action. I followed Margaret up the metal center staircase to the Archaeology Center, which took up a better part of the north side of the 3rd floor. The center's glass walls gave passers-by a view into the long white tables that held displays of recent digs in the city. A large sign in one corner read, "Shooter's Hill," and featured volunteers digging on a site near the Masonic Temple at the end of King Street. Margaret had said Shooter's Hill was the site of an 18th century home that volunteers and professionals were slowly unearthing. On the table were bits of pottery, buttons, doorknobs, and bricks. There were older displays. One featured Civil War soldiers in Alexandria, and another highlighted Jameson's Bakery, which I'd been told had been one of Sean McCrae's biggest competitors in the 1850s. Beyond the first set of white tables was a collection of photos that had been laid out in a long, neat row. The pictures varied in size from several inches in diameter to more than a foot in length. All those pictures are of the Randolph family? Or people they knew. I've arranged them so that they tell a story. As I moved toward the table, I couldn't help but admire Margaret's dedication. Damn, Margaret. There has to be 24 photos here. Where did you find all these? She hooked her thumbs in her belt loop. I put out a 411 call to my sources, and they really came through. Some come from private collections, others private museums, the Barrett Library's collection, and, of course, our own files. Several of the old black and white photos were yellowed and had cracked or curled on the edges. Some looked so delicate that I was afraid to touch them. They stood testament to Margaret's cache in the historical world. You are amazing. I know. Laughter bubbled. One is never a prophet in their own land. Exactly. Excited, I pushed up my sleeves. So, what do we have here? You said a story? A story indeed. She pulled dark-framed glasses from her pocket, cleaned the lenses, and then settled them on her nose. Let's start at the photo closest to us. The man in that daguerreotype had closely cropped black hair, parted severely on the right side. He had a high slash of cheekbones and vivid eyes that held no hint of laughter. He stared not directly into the camera's lenses, but off to the side, as if he had been caught in a daydream. A young man. Not any young man, but one Rupert Randolph, while he attended the University of Virginia. He went to the university to study medicine. He received his degree in 1832 and returned to his family home in Alexandria. I sensed that I'd glanced into those eyes before, and then I remembered the presence I'd felt a week earlier. Anger had radiated from the figure. Could it have been Dr. Randolph? Margaret moved to the next photo of a young girl, a center-part divided blonde hair, which had been swept back in a low chignon. A high lace collar teased the underside of a square jaw and drew attention to full lips and large, wide-set eyes. Her features weren't beautiful, but she was pleasant enough. This is Elizabeth Stewart, who, according to the society page of the Alexandria Gazette in 1940, married Dr. Randolph in a lavish affair. She was 19, and from a very wealthy and prominent merchant family. He was 30 at the time of their marriage. It was quite the affair, according to the paper, which reported that the new couple moved into the home Rupert inherited from his father. The marriage did quite a bit to improve the young doctor's struggling practice. She arched an eyebrow. And here is the big kicker. Their house is Mabel's house. You're kidding. Nope. Rupert Sr. passed the house to Rupert Jr., who left it to his only child, a girl, Frances, who married Colin Woodrow. Frances and Colin had one son, Robert Woodrow. Mabel's husband? Yes. She inherited the house from him when he died in 1946. I never would have connected the dots. Florence said that Mabel's will allows her to stay in the house until she dies. Margaret straightened. When did you see Florence? A few days ago. I happened by while she was tossing out flowers. I shifted my attention to the next set of photos. By the way, Florence says we can dig through Mabel's attic on Thursday. Her eyes widened. No shit. Yep. She sat back, her gaze alight with excitement. What time? 6. Shit. I have to work, but I'll switch with someone. I am not going to miss this. I can go it alone, I teased. Margaret held up her hands. No effing way, Daisy. That attic is my idea of a wet dream. I laughed, and I thought my sex life lagged. I glanced at the pictures. These are the Randolph children? She shifted her attention back to the pictures. Yes. I leaned in to study the delicate lace gowns the infants all wore. A closer look revealed that each child had been photographed in the same white christening gown. In some photos, the children laid in a small cradle, and in the last two, an older, sterner Mrs. Randolph held a baby in her arms. In the image, Mother glanced down at the child, but there was no hint of warmth in her eyes. She doesn't seem to be happy. That's because these first 6 children were photographed after their deaths. I backed away from the desk and the photos, which in an instant took on a grotesque aura. What? How do you know that? A couple of reasons. According to church records, the Randolphs had 7 children, and 6 died in infancy before the age of 1. The first 6 children fit that age range. Yes, but how do you know they are dead, and who in God's name would photograph a dead child? It was common to photograph the dead in the 19th century. It wasn't like today. In those days, death was a very common threat and worry, and in a time when photos were taken only at very special times, it made sense to mark the end of a life, which would have been their final special event. But to photograph a dead baby in your arms? That doesn't strike me as healthy. It was a different time, Daisy. No doubt Mrs. Randolph also kept snippets of hair from each child and wore them in a locket close to her heart. This woman buried 6 children. Even in a time when death hovered constantly, that kind of loss had to have been devastating to a young woman. How did the children die? That I don't know. There were outbreaks of typhus and smallpox during those years. The house was also on city water until the late 1840s. Bad water could very well have killed the children. I also wonder if it might have been a genetic issue, but I don't think we'll ever know. I lowered my gaze back to the faces of the children. They look like they're sleeping. I know. So Mrs. Randolph lost 6 of her 7 children. What happened to the 7th? Rupert Randolph Jr. grew into an adult. He was the one who inherited Susie. And his survival also supports the theory that bad water killed the first 6 children. He was born after the family installed a private cistern. Anyway, like I said, he married and had 1 daughter. She picked up a picture that had been taken in the 1880s. Here he is. Father and son were strikingly similar. They must have cherished him. I suppose Elizabeth did. Remember, Rupert Sr. died when Rupert Jr. was just 7 months old. Crap! I mean, I knew that, but I forgot. So much death in one family. Did you ever find out how he died? Heart failure was listed as the cause of death in the Alexandria Gazette's obituary. Honestly, it's a wonder Elizabeth could get out of bed in the morning. Another picture of Elizabeth, taken in the 1860s, showed a very different woman. Her features had grown stern, her mouth pinched and her eyes sunken. In this photo, she did not stare down at a bouquet in her hands, but directly into the camera. Intensity in her eyes made my skin prickle, and I resisted the urge to step back. I can see why she resented Susie so much. Living under her roof was her husband's child by another woman, and as she buried her children, that child thrived. Margaret tapped Elizabeth's picture. She lived to be 43, Margaret said. She died just before the Civil War ended. How? From what I gather, a sudden illness overtook her. According to the paper, her sister, Joanna, moved from Newport News to Alexandria to raise the boy. So what happened to Susie and Henny? You said the doctor left them to his son, and we believe Susie was sold, likely by Bruin. I'm almost certain Mrs. Randolph sold the girl. Both mother and daughter were assets, and after her husband's death, there were a lot of debts to be settled. Seems Dr. Randolph was good at spending money, but his medical practice never earned what he'd hoped. Though the house had been an inheritance to the doctor, its maintenance always seemed to remain beyond the doctor's means. And by this time, I'm guessing whatever Elizabeth's father had left her had been spent maintaining their lifestyle. How do you know this? Filed with the doctor's will is a petition for payment. He was in real debt at the time of his death. Susie and Henny would have fetched a good price at market. My voice dropped to a hoarse whisper. Do you know if both were actually sold, or who bought them? That is a question I have yet to answer. I have Elizabeth's and Rupert Jr.'s wills, but of course slavery was outlawed in 1863, so Henny or Susie would not have been listed as assets in Rupert Jr.'s will. But I am going to see if I can get a hold of the property tax records from the late 1850s and early 1960s. The records are spotty, but who knows? I might get lucky. And then there are the records from Bruin's, the slave trader. His house is on Duke Street. Margaret's gaze sparked with approval. So, you do know a little history. Hard not to, growing up with you. Didn't you do a paper on him in high school? 2 points, grasshopper. I never thought you noticed. I'm the one who took the pictures of you standing in front of the house for the report, remember? We used Dad's old Polaroid, and you bought me ice cream for my services. Right again. Bruin operated Bruin and Hill in the 1840s and 1850s. He was arrested at the beginning of the Civil War and put in a Washington, D.C. jail. The dancing light in Margaret's eyes signaled she was on the verge of a history lecture. So what's next? She rubbed her palms together. More detective work. She picked up one last photo. Have a look at this. I hesitated. Please, no more dead children. No, no more dead children. This is a picture taken of Jenna McCrae and her tutor. Jenna McCrae was Sean's daughter from his first wife, who I believe died shortly before they arrived in Alexandria from Ireland. Jenna? Jay? It certainly backs up the story Mabel told. The young slave girl was sent to tend the baker's daughter. Jenna, by the way, died in 1864 of heart failure caused by an early bout with measles. How did you come across her? It just seemed kind of odd that we are descended from a baker, have Mabel's accounts as well as a slave girl's journal. She unfolded a long piece of paper that looked like an ancestry chart. Sally married Sean in 1865. Sally Good was Jenna's Alexandria friend who attended school with her in Ohio. Right. Sally and Sean had 4 children. We are descended from Thomas, the second son. And guess who is descended from their 4th child, Ruth? I shrugged. Mabel. Sally and Sean were Mabel's grandparents. Damn! I stared at the ancestry chart down through the generations. The line from my parents to Rachel and Margaret was solid. There was a dotted line to my name. So why give this to the adopted kid? I've no idea. Studying the Browning faded photo of Jenna and her tutor, I couldn't help but marvel at the girl's serene beauty. How do you know this is Jenna? Because the tutor's name was Silas Barnard, and he lived and taught in the area in the 1840s and 1850s. Remember, Susie mentioned in one of her journal entries that she wished she could again sit in Mr. B's classroom. I leaned back and stared at her, my amazement clear. Genius. Margaret puffed out her chest. I wish I had that on tape. She flipped over the picture and revealed a thick, bold script. Mr. B was a careful historian, a man after my own heart. See where he's written, Mr. B and Jenna McCrae, 1851. When did Jenna leave for Ohio? Likely before the war, because Sean wanted her away from the fighting. Somehow she hooked up again with her dear friend Sally Good. Sally Good, Sean's second wife. Exactly. Sally accompanied Jenna's body home. That's how she and Sean met. I squinted and stared at the little blonde girl with the bright eyes. So much death. Standing behind Jenna was another girl. Her face was turned, and she wore a simple dress that appeared a little large for her. Her brown shoes looked well worn. This child had brown hair and pale skin. There's another girl in the background. I think, Margaret said carefully, that this girl is your Susie. I shook my head. It can't be. She's too white. Some slaves did have lighter skin. If her mother was biracial, and she was as well, then light skin could very well have been part of the genetic draw. But how do you know she's a slave? It's conjecture, based on her clothing. Worn, oversized. Also, she is standing behind the other two and is holding a fan. Damn. Virginia law stated that a slave mother's children were her master's property. Sadly, the lighter skin would have increased the girl's marketability. I'm still searching for the bill of sale. Marketability. Bill of sale. God. We are talking about a child. Margaret shrugged. I don't defend. I document. I left the archaeology center just after 9. Street lamps mingled with a nearly full moon, making it easy to move down Union Street. I'd walked these streets all of my childhood and a good portion of my adulthood, so I wasn't worried about trouble. My mind was tangled up in the pictures of Elizabeth and Rupert's dead children, who'd been so lovingly coiffed and posed for their final images. And of Susie, the little girl in the threadbare clothes with her face turned partly from the camera. The restaurants and pubs along the water were alight with patrons. The warming weather would soon pull the tourists into town, and in the coming weeks this whole area would be teeming with people. Now, when pub doors opened, laughter and music flooded out onto the street in a rush. The scents of beer and pizza also drifted past before doors closed and silenced the revelers. I looked into a picture window, and I could see people crowded around the bar. The women looked dolled up in heels and designer wear, and the men had the lean, hungry look of a man on the make. I'd never been good with the bar scene. I gave it a try in college and had some fun. The buzz of alcohol combined with the inane conversations of friends had been a welcome distraction from studies and my self-imposed need to succeed. In the bars I could also, for short bits of time, forget about Renee, Mom's latest phone call, or my most current breakup. In the confusion, I found peace. But as I moved into my early and mid-20s, the bars lost their appeal. Work became my newest and best distraction, my favorite numbing agent of choice. I shoved my hands into my pockets, wondering if I'd be in a better place now if I'd taken the time to make more friends. I'd kept relationships light and easy, but perhaps I'd have been better off risking more with a little greater depth. Daisy! The sound of Gordon's voice caught me off guard. I turned to see him moving toward me with long, even strides. Moonlight glowed above him, highlighting his light hair, Viking t-shirt, jacket, and jeans. Loafers without socks completed the image. My stomach tightened and I braced. In all the years I'd been dating, when I'd left boyfriends in the past, I never looked back. I broke all ties. But with Gordon, the tangle of emotion and past regrets wouldn't untangle or sever. Hey! He quickened his pace and caught up to me. What puts you out on the streets this late? Don't you bakers get up early? We do. I could have used that excuse as my exit strategy, but opted to linger. My gaze dropped to his flat belly and flashed to the last time I'd kissed his stomach. Then it had been soft and not so muscled. This newer, sexier Gordon was a bit of a stranger and a little unnerving. Old Gordon wouldn't have minded the extra pounds I'd gained since my return, but I wondered if new Gordon did. I'm getting used to the odd hours and the lack of sleep. And that was true. What has you out? He ran long fingers through his hair. Chamber of Commerce mixer, trying to drum up support for the new business. Grand opening in a couple of weeks. 4. He dug in his coat pocket, pulled out a business card and handed it to me. Singletary Bikes, Union Street, Alexandria, Virginia. I like the little wheel logo. Did you design it? Nah, it's stock, just like my website. Working on a shoestring budget these days. You and me both. I walked slowly, hoping and not hoping he'd follow. He fell in step beside me. I saw you come out of the torpedo factory. My sister Margaret works in the archaeology center. She's kind of helping me with a project. Long story. A project? A historical thing? I thought you weren't a fan of history. I'm not, normally, but this thing just kind of caught my attention. Like I said, it's a long story. Right now I got the time. No place to be until tomorrow. That's a switch. You with time, and me with time. Seemed neither one of us had it before. A weighty silence settled and lingered. Yeah, and both of us were too busy to notice. On the few occasions I had shared a bit of myself with him, it had usually been at night, in bed. We'd be shrouded in darkness, and I'd whisper rare thoughts to him. He'd always listen, as if collecting precious nuggets. I had no reason to open up to Gordon now. We were broken up and finished as a couple. I sighed. Margaret is helping me put together the pieces of a girl's life. She lived in the 1850s. He cocked an eyebrow, and I wasn't sure if he were more surprised by the topic or my openness. That's out of left field. It is. I laughed. If you'd bet me a year ago I'd be doing what I was doing and talking about history, I'd have taken the bet and raised you. Life's really changed for you. He hesitated. I'm sorry about that. You've apologized before. Shit happens, Gordon. Generally, when we got into emotions, I'd shut down and do my best to squirm out of the conversation. But I was tired of that. This old lady in town left me a journal that belonged to a kid who lived in the 1850s. It's a long-winded, boring tale that has little interest to most, but Margaret and I are having fun with it. He touched my forearm lightly. I didn't say I wasn't interested. I was just, well, like you said, I can be a bit of a martyr. So who was this girl? I searched his gaze, looking for any emotion that would tell me to shut up or perhaps just sock him. But the only light that flickered was one of interest. His body was turned toward me and his head was slightly cocked, something I remember he did when he really wanted to hear and understand. So I explained about the journal, Mabel, even Terry's letter, hesitating every so often to check his expression for any sign of boredom or wandering thoughts. To Gordon's credit, his gaze never wavered. I finished and let out a long sigh, as if I just released a lungful of toxins. Do I sound like I've lost my mind? No, you sounded fine. He watched the heat rise and color my cheeks. Then why are you staring? Grinning, he dropped his gaze to his feet before lifting it again. This time, there was no trace of sadness or regret swirling his gaze. I think you've just told me more about yourself in the last few minutes than you did in the entire year we were together. I never knew about Terry. It fits, though. When I saw your sisters, well, they look alike and you look different. And I don't mean different in a bad way. Different in a really good way. Don't worry. You're not the first to notice that I don't exactly look Irish. My lips flattened. I never told anyone in D.C. that I'm adopted. Why not? I've spent my whole life being different, so I don't go out of my way to be different. You always stood out as a ball-buster at work. I laughed. Work is different somehow. It's not personal, or so I thought. Tell me about it. More silence fell between us, and I wished he'd say something to fill it. I know I can, be aloof at times. I'm not an easy person. He nodded. You live behind a wall of ice, Daisy. The only time we ever came close to connecting was in bed. It was my turn to lower my gaze. I remember, and I'm sorry. I just kind of expect people to leave me. And so I invest as little as possible and then do the leaving before they can. He nodded as if I'd told him what he knew all along. This Terry woman has really shaken you. My life turned upside down when I was fired, but I thought I was dealing okay. It's only since I've been back at the bakery that all the emotions have started to churn. I'm sorry about that. He drew in a breath. My deal with management was that none of the investment team would be fired. I left hoping you and the others would keep their jobs. I'd blamed Gordon for the screw-ups. He'd been CFO. He'd made the decisions that had led to the catastrophic losses and eventual firings. I didn't realize you'd tried to save our jobs. Pain deepened the lines around his eyes and mouth. I should have tried harder. The fact that he'd tried at all meant something to me. I'd always thought he'd walked away without a backward glance toward anyone. In the end, we were all adults, Gordon. We knew that investments could go south, and that the red-hot market of the last decade could not last forever. I should have seen it coming, but I was in so deep. His last words were little more than a hoarse whisper. I shoved out a sigh. Honestly, that job seems a million miles away right now. And as much as I missed it a month ago, I'm not so stressed about it now. His gaze telegraphed skepticism. Just like that? Not just like that. But it's where I'm slowly heading. We meandered down the brick streets. To our left, the Potomac drifted past. The stars twinkled above, and a cool breeze drifted off the water. The tension in his shoulders eased. So, what are you going to do about Terry? Dad says to rip the bandage off and be done with it. He told me to call her. I hesitated. What do you think? He shook his head. A year ago, I was black and white on most subjects. Now, after seeing too many dollars vanish, I realize I don't know much. The words are humble. You get points for that. But I know you. Even if you got hit by a Mack truck, you'd have an opinion. He grinned. I am trying to embrace shades of gray. That prompted a smirk. Okay, sure. Whatever you say. His smile deepened the creases at the edges of his eyes. I'm trying to be more open. That's a lovely thought, but right now I need black and white. What would you do if it were you? Call her. Get your answers and put the deal to rest. The crisp, direct words were from the Gordon I'd known. Nervous laughter bubbled. Just like that. Answers. I'd want to know why the hell she bolted on a 3-year-old. I'd want medical information. I'd want every detail I could squeeze out of her. Yeah, but... His eyes gleamed with the old intensity. But what? Just do it, Daisy. You might have been a lot of things, but wishy-washy was never one of them. You're right. You're right. He cocked his head. So, why the wait? I stared up at the sky. I felt so lost. I'm scared of... He'd softened the edge in his voice. Tears tightened in my throat. For a moment I couldn't speak. That she'll worm her way into my heart and dump me again. He laid warm fingers on my shoulder. Strength radiated from him to me. You're an adult now. She can't hurt you. Oh, she sure can. A part of me that's not so small wants her to love me just as much as 3-year-old Daisy. You aren't 3. You're 34. You're educated. You can take care of yourself. Logic. Gordon, you are hitting me with logic. None of what I'm feeling is logical. You want me to contact her? I've got no skin in the game, and I could be like an intermediary. You'd do that for me? I'd left him, hurt him, and he was willing to be my knight. I was humbled more than I'd ever been in my life. A wave of his hand dismissed the suggestion as no big deal. Consider me Switzerland, or your emissary. My sisters have offered the same. Your sisters and parents can't be unemotional about it. But I can be. I can talk to her. Feel her out, make sure she's on the up and up. More sharp emotions tightened around my throat. For a moment I was just overcome by the generosity, and I couldn't speak. Finally I cleared my throat as a tear ran down my cheek. That's very kind of you. I care about you, Daisy. That has never changed. If I can help, let me. The tenderness in his voice nearly was my undoing. I appreciate the offer. I really do. But as much as I'd like to run and hide on this one, or send you in to do the dirty work, I'm going to have to be the one to deal with Terry. So you will call her? There was no missing the challenge in his voice. I will. My back straightened a little, as if readying for attack. When, Daisy? Soon. He leaned toward me a fraction. Which means? I shifted back a step. Why do you care about this so much? As private as you've been about your entire life and feelings, and now you mention something like this to me? Let's face it, it's not only chewing on you, but it's colored your entire adult life. You're pushing. I know, he said, with no hint of apology. I should have been offended that he was backing me into a corner. My family still tended to treat me as a fragile piece of crystal, whereas Gordon was treating me as just me. Other than the backing into a corner thing, I appreciated feeling normal, if only for a few minutes. Tomorrow. He lifted his hand a fraction, as if he wanted to take my hand in his, but instead he slid long fingers into his pockets. A part of me was sorry he'd not taken my hand. I wanted him to touch me. But I was also relieved that he'd kept the distance. The very last thing I needed now was romance with a guy I'd never really stopped loving. You're going to call Terry tomorrow. My stomach clenched into a tight knot. Yes. He arched a brow. You're gonna stick to that deadline? Like glue. Chapter 14. If you had to guess whether I called Terry or not, what would you have guessed? I mean, I had promised to Gordon and myself that I'd take care of business. I did take care of business. Bakery business. And I didn't call Terry. I wanted to. In fact, a half-dozen times I picked up the phone and started to dial, but before I could get past her area code, I'd chicken out. Every time I entered a room now, my family would study my expression, as if searching for hints that I'd taken the plunge. When it was clear I'd not made a move, they'd quickly talk about something that had nothing to do with anything. And yet each time I looked at any one of them, I heard all the unspoken words from my family. Weak, coward, baby. By the following Saturday, the bakery and the business all but rolled over me like a steamroller. Bank statements, which had sort of recovered, had taken a hit when I'd paid quarterly taxes. Minutes after I'd mailed the check, the bakery's water heater blew, and I had to find a plumber to install a new one. Did you know they charge triple time on Sundays? Monday morning brought in an irate patron who'd ordered a flag-draped cake filled with Bavarian cream from Rachel. My sister had warned the woman that the cake needed refrigeration. Rachel had even called the day of the event to check on the cake's reception at the Army Officers Club. When she'd discovered the woman hadn't cut the flag-shaped cake's center and instead stowed it in the trunk of her car, Rachel had shouted code red, and we all scrambled to find the woman and warn her the cake, if left unrefrigerated, would make people sick. The woman had turned her cell off, and we'd been forced to call her office, friends, and family. 3 hours later, we'd tracked down a friend of hers who'd told her about the problem before she'd served the center filled with cream. She'd been pissed. When she marched into the bakery and demanded a refund, I'd reminded her of Rachel's warnings. She'd said it was not her fault that the cake had been too pretty to cut. Then there'd been Tuesday's bride, who'd ordered 100 apple-shaped cakes to serve at her wedding. She and her fiancé had met in an apple orchard, and the entire affair had an apple theme. 4 days before the wedding, Bridezilla had realized the wedding was too expensive and was forced to make cuts. She'd come by the shop, canceled her order, and demanded her $500 deposit back. I wiped powdered sugar from my hand before I extended it to Bridezilla. There a problem here? Rachel, her face flushed with anger, gave me a recap. I looked at Bridezilla, a petite girl with large breasts and rounded hips. I can't afford the cake, so I shouldn't have to buy it. This woman here told me I could cancel at any time. Union Street Bakery contracts allow for cancellation up to 1 week before an event. That was a clause I planned to change, but for now we honored the 7-day window. She told me any time, Bridezilla snapped. I did not, Rachel countered. I told her about the 7-day policy. Let me get the contract. Rachel looked at me, a little afraid. I knew what she was thinking. You'll never find it. But any contract that had been on my desk had been filed in alphabetical order. What name did you place the order under? Bridezilla didn't bat an eye. Walker. Samantha Walker. Be right back, Miss Walker. I went to my office, dug out the contract, and came back out front. Rachel and Ms. Walker's gazes remained locked in battle. I flipped to the back page of the contract. Is this your signature, Ms. Walker? She glanced down. Yes. And your initials? Yes. I nodded. Well, your initials and Rachel's are right next to the cancellation clause. You agreed in writing to cancel 7 days before delivery. It's 3 days before. Therefore, no refund. That's bull. Gold bracelets jangled on her wrists as she waved French manicured hands around. I'm going to sue. Business confrontations made Rachel want to weep. I loved them. You go right ahead. We'll see you in court. Though I can promise an attorney is going to cost you a couple of grand just to review the case. and then I'm going to countersue for court costs, time, and aggravation.
This is bull.
She actually stamped her feet. I want my $500 back. We've already used the money to buy supplies for the cakes. No refund. Miss Walker cried. She stamped her feet again. But in the end, she had nothing to bargain with. She left, angry and depositless. When the bakery door slammed closed, Rachel shook her head. She's going to badmouth us. Let her. We may have the deposit, but we're out the $1,000 balance, and we're left with 100 square cakes. The disasters, like Bridezilla and the water heater, kept dropping out of the sky, and none could be ignored. I had to choose between the smoke on the horizon and the raging infernos at my feet. Thankfully, by Thursday, life had settled to a dull roar, and Margaret and I were able to slip away and visit Florence. We arrived on Florence's doorstep just after 6 p.m.
I've got a friend coming to help with the heavy lifting, Margaret said. I figure since we don't have much more time, if Hugo can get the big stuff out of the attic, then we might be able to get to the good stuff faster.
I rang Florence's front bell.
Margaret,
I've never seen you so focused. She all but glowed. Never, ever get between Margaret and her history. Speaking in the third person. You haven't done that since middle school. This must be important. She grinned. Margaret thinks this is very serious. We were both smiling when Florence opened the front door. The older woman wore her blue uniform, light-colored hose, and white orthopedic shoes. She smelled of dial soap and oranges.
Well, you smiling girls are a sight for sore eyes. Glad you could come.
We wouldn't miss it, Margaret said. Florence chuckled.
Don't know what's got you all riled up, honey. It's just a pile of junk in the attic.
Are you kidding? Margaret said. This is like the best treasure hunt I've ever been on. This is even better than the Greek ruins. It was hard not to smile seeing Margaret so excited. If you haven't guessed, she loves history.
Well, come on in. We got boxes and boxes of it in the attic.
We moved past Florence into the foyer. The house smelled of cooked green beans and fried steak. I hope we haven't come too late in the day.
Oh, no. Timing is perfect. Fact, if you get hungry, I can fry up a few steaks. Miss Mabel wasn't eating so much toward the end, and she couldn't stand the smell of food, so I didn't cook so much. These last few days, that's all I've done. Even baked a couple of cakes this morning.
I'd eaten 3 bagels today and 5 cookies. Now fried steak and more cake. At the rate I was going to have to surrender my jeans and change into sweatpants. That sounds good. You mind if we check the attic first?
No, not at all. Steaks won't take but a minute to cook. I invited a friend, Margaret said. His name is Hugo. He's a big hairy dude and he looks rough, but he's a great guy and can lift anything. He's a grad student looking for help on his thesis. I said I'd trade my vast knowledge and a bag of bagels for a little labor. He was all over it. So he'll be hungry, Florence said.
There was no missing the hopeful hint. She was enjoying the excitement of company. No doubt the last years with Mabel had been quiet and a bit isolated. Hugo will be thrilled with any food you put in front of him, Margaret said. The old woman grinned.
Then maybe I'll whip up a batch of biscuits.
I shrugged off my jean jacket. Sounds awesome. How about we see you about 8? Florence clapped her hands together.
Perfect.
The front doorbell rang, and we all turned to see a tall man with broad, stooped shoulders hovering on the porch outside. Through the glass, I could see a 20-something-year-old guy who had shoulder-length hair and wore a leather jacket and jeans. A gold earring winked from his left ear.
Hugo, Margaret said.
She moved to the door and opened it. "Hey, dude."
"Hey,"
he said, his voice a deep baritone. After quick introductions and a promise to meet for dinner, which thrilled Hugo, the three of us left Florence to her biscuits and climbed into the attic. We moved up the wooden stairs and past the now familiar unfinished walls, where insulation was haphazardly stuffed between the wallboards. The steps moaned and creaked their complaints as we climbed to the landing. Just enough light leaked in through the slats in the eaves, enabling me to spot the string dangling from the lone 60-watt bulb on the ceiling. Margaret clicked on the overhead bulb. The attic was so full of boxes, clothes, and furniture, there was barely room to walk.
"Whoa,"
Hugo said. He pulled a flashlight from his back pocket and swept the light across the room.
"Lots of stuff."
"I knew this would be so awesome," Margaret said. She switched on her light and crossed her beam with his.
"Totally,"
he said. I felt a little out of sync because I'd not come with a flashlight. Do all history buffs carry a flashlight? Hugo nodded.
"Always."
Margaret looked at me. "You didn't bring one?"
"Never crossed my mind."
She reached in her oversized pocket and pulled out another. "What am I going to do with you, Daisy?" "I don't know, Margaret," I teased. "I'm just hopeless, I suppose." "Turn your light on. Let's get digging." Over the next hour and a half, we sorted item after item. A 1950s phonograph, LP records, dresses from the 30s and 40s, a cradle, a rocker, and items I could not identify. Margaret worked with laser precision, inspecting and then delegating either Hugo or me to remove an item from the attic. After a while, my back ached from lifting and stooping, and a fine layer of grit coated my skin. My stomach grumbled, and I was ready to call it a day and dive into Florence's fried steaks and biscuits.
"Hey, dudes,"
Hugo said.
"I found a hat box. It's got pictures."
"Approximate dates," Margaret said.
"Civil War, give or take 5 years."
Margaret's gaze met mine. "That's our time period. Let's have a look." The three of us sat cross-legged and shone our lights onto the brown box spotted with water stains and patches of mold. Margaret pulled off the lid and studied the contents before she removed anything. I'd learned throughout this process that she always surveyed the item in question carefully before she touched it and possibly damaged it. The image on top was of a mother and her 3 children. The woman appeared to be in her mid-20s. 2 of the children were boys, and maybe about 8 or 9, and they were dressed in fine twill jackets and knickers with white socks and polished buckled shoes. The girl, not more than a year, wore a long white gown which draped over her mother's full velvet skirt. The mother's expression was serene. The boys looked the picture of austereness, and the baby stared wide-eyed into the camera. Margaret lifted the picture out and carefully turned it over. All that it read on the back was 1902. She handed the picture to Hugo, who pulled a magnifying glass from his front pocket and studied the picture. "What other equipment are you 2 carrying?" I quipped. Margaret ignored me, but Hugo answered in all seriousness. "I'm just carrying a screwdriver, gloves, and a backup light. I left my toolbox in my truck out front." "I hate to ask what's in the toolbox."
"Really, Daisy?"
Margaret said. "Would you go into an audit without a calculator and computer? Would Rachel ice a cake without a cake wheel and an offset spatula?"
"No."
"These are the tools of our trade." She peered into the box and removed more pictures, which seemed to go in reverse chronological order. There were pictures of the woman with just the boys, who were much younger. Then there was a photo of the woman standing next to a man. She wore a white dress and cradled a dozen white lilies in her arms. She smiled directly at the camera and looked radiant, a truly happy bride ready to embark on her life. Tension suddenly rippled through my body, and I looked up toward the shadows. The presence that had visited me at the bakery was here, and he was staring at me. My breath caught in my throat. His bold, dark gaze had me leaning back and struggling to take a deep breath. "What's wrong?" Margaret said. What was I supposed to say? That the ghost who was haunting me was in the corner? "I think I'm just hungry." "Really? You don't look hungry. You look like someone just walked on your grave." She flipped the picture over. "Ruth and John Sampson, 1902, on their wedding day. They must be Mabel's parents." I took the picture from my sister and studied the stern line of John's face. Mabel looked a good deal like her father. She had his firm jaw. Setting the picture aside, I pulled another picture from the box. This time, it was a very old photo of a man. In his mid-30s, he stared directly into the camera, his gaze hard and defiant as any prize-fighter's. I traced the line of his jaw and the bridge of his crooked nose, which appeared to have been broken a couple of times. His clenched hands rested in his lap, and his back was ramrod straight. My breath caught in my throat, and I glanced toward the shadows. Whatever had been there was gone. And he was also the guy in this photo. "Who is this guy?" I flipped over the picture, but there was no inscription. "I don't know," Margaret said. The more I stared at it, the more certain I was that he was the ghost who wasn't happy with me. But why the heck should he care about me? What the hell had I done to a dude who had been dead for more than 100 years? "This guy gives me the creeps." "Why?" "He's been dead for over 150 years. If I told you he might be haunting our house, would you think I'd gone off the deep end?" "Seriously?" "Totally." Her eyes brightened. "Then I'd say, way cool. And I'd start digging into Mystery Man's past ASAP. Hugo nodded. "So cool." Within the half hour, we three were exhausted and hungry, me more than the other two, and we found our way into Florence's kitchen. After washing our hands and faces, the four of us sat down to a feast of fried steaks, mashed potatoes, biscuits, and green beans that looked like they'd been cooking since yesterday. There wasn't a fresh vegetable or lean protein in sight, and I'd faint if I analyzed the fat grams. But it was a hot meal, something I'd not had in weeks, and I was so hungry I promised yet again that tomorrow would be different as I bit into my first creamy bite of potatoes. The dinner conversation started with Hugo, who, after some prompting, said he was working on a dissertation on George Washington. Margaret argued that he should have picked a topic that hadn't been covered so extensively, but Hugo remained steadfast and determined to shed light on our country's first president. Florence turned the conversation to Margaret. "Baby, you ever find a use for those conversations you had with Mabel? For the longest time, I had no idea what to do with them. And then you gave Daisy Susie's journal, and we embarked on this historical adventure. I'm not sure how all the dots connect, but I think I've got the makings of a great dissertation." She poked her fork in what remained of her fried steak. "I really thought this dissertation was the end of me, and I'd never get it right. Now I just know that I'm on track." Florence piled another heaping spoon of mashed potatoes on her plate as she said, "Well, you kids can dig in this house as much as you can until the nephews arrive. There just might be more stuff up in the attic." "That would be great," Margaret said. Florence spooned mashed potatoes on my plate. "And how do you like working in that bakery, Miss Daisy?" "It's not bad. I'm getting the hang of it. Like Margaret, I've got an idea sparking. A website, an online store, more catering. There's so much I can do. It's just a matter of time and money." Margaret stared at me with a mixture of shock and admiration. I didn't know you were getting into the business thing so much. If you're not moving forward, you're falling back, I said. She nodded and pushed bits of steak around her plate. So, Florence, we found these pictures of Mabel's parents, John and Ruth. Florence sipped her sweet tea. She didn't know her folks so well. They died when she was young, and she was raised mostly by her grandmother. Do you know anything about them? No. I asked her a couple of times, but it seemed to pain her. Seems they were madly in love, and when Ruth died, John couldn't hold on. He died about a year later. Margaret set her fork down. Could we come back on Sunday? Sure, Florence said. Hugo had to beg off, something about a trip to Virginia Beach. But when Margaret's gaze locked on mine, I grinned. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Chapter 15. By Saturday afternoon, when we flipped the open sign to closed, my body and head throbbed. We'd had very brisk business the last few days, and though we weren't even close to paying off my loan, hitting break-even would count as a victory in my book. As Rachel cleaned out the cases, I retreated to the office to tally the money. An hour later, she was in my doorway. Her apron off and draped over her shoulder, her hair hung loose around her shoulders. How does it look, boss? Better, and please don't call me boss. She strolled into the office and took a seat by my desk. You are the boss, babe. Own it. Love it. A small part of me resented being the one thrust into the leadership position. Why me? We covered our costs this week. Rachel shoved her hands in the air and gave a hoot of laughter. Score! That's hardly getting rich, I cautioned. Her eyes danced with excitement. No, but it's better than sliding into the depths of financial hell, as we had been. True, but we're going to have to start generating more dough. No pun. Have you considered catering? Sure, I've thought about it a lot. The corporate sector pays well, but I've just not had the time to market. The extra wedding cakes have been about all I can handle. We're going to have to make the time. I glanced at the calendar on my desk. It was the same one that had sat on my desk at Suburban Enterprises and was my record of everything, including the very empty months of February and March. Flour and sugar distributors had replaced investment committees and conference calls, but the white boxes marking the days were again filled with notes and meetings. Tuesdays are our slow days. I'd agree. Good. The next Tuesday, we're hitting the streets with trays of cookies. There are several large office buildings on Duke. If we could drop off samples with cards, we might get lucky. She sat back and threaded her fingers together in her lap. Mike had just started marketing before he died. But afterward, I'd never had the nerve or the time. I've got more than enough nerve. I was good at sales, and hearing no from strangers didn't bother me. After lunch is a great time. People are craving that sugar fix, and it's our slow time of day. Cookies? Why don't I make some magic with my apple cakes? I froze them after Bridezilla left. They are just waiting to be iced and eaten. Good thinking. Are they all apple-flavored? Chocolate, vanilla, and apple spice. Flavors to tempt all taste buds? It felt good to be planning and not just reacting. So, we hit the offices next Tuesday at 2. She rubbed her hands together. I'll ice them with something sinful. Make it extra sinful. I'm looking to create a full-on addiction with these folks. That I can do. I've got a chocolate icing that is very, very good. I will leave that to you. My job is to scrounge some kind of brochure or card.
The quick print place can help me out." She pressed her hands together. "What about Mom and Dad? They could help cover ground." I thought about them, but since this is our first time, we'll go it alone, just to test the waters. We'll get them to hold down the fort here." She tucked a stray curl behind her ear. The gesture was pure Mom, and it struck me how much she'd inherited from Mom, not just in looks, but also in mannerisms. But I had Mom's mannerisms, too. Our hard-wiring was different, but we both shared a love of a good kosher pickle. We both were a little OCD about making sure the back door was locked at night, and we both weren't afraid to do whatever it took to care for this family. Point taken. Mom can talk way too much. Just a little. She pressed her long fingers against her thighs and pushed up to a standing position. "So, what are you going to do tomorrow afternoon?" "Running errands, and then digging through Florence's attic again with Margaret." "You two are a regular Thelma and Louise." I shrugged. "It's kind of cool seeing a more human side of Margaret. You can come with us if you like." "Thanks, but Sunday is my day with the girls. We're going to the park. Then it's our favorite DVD of the month, Beauty and the Beast, and ice cream. A kickback, no agenda kind of day. Enjoy." "Why don't you call Gordon?" "See if he's up for an attic adventure." She wagged her eyebrows in such an obvious and goofy way that I had to laugh. "Maybe I will." "Really?" "Yeah, sure." She cocked her head. "You're not going to call him." "I might." But I wouldn't. Not because I didn't want to see him, but because I didn't want to get into why I hadn't called Terry. "Well, all right, sister." She tossed a last grin and left. In the silence of the office, I thought about Gordon. I wanted to see him. In fact, I'd thought about him a lot in the last few days. No, I'd not called Terry, but why should that get in the way of me seeing Gordon? I'd put enough of my life on hold because of my birth mother, and it was time I broke the habit. Before I overanalyzed the situation too much, I pulled my cell from my backpack and fired off a text. "Rachel just pulled out a batch of chocolate chip cookies. Any takers?" Rachel had pulled out a batch a couple of hours ago, and they really were sinful. I hit send and set the phone on my desk, determined not to stare at the screen like a fool. When a message blinked back seconds later, I grinned, more pleased than I should be. "Can't. Huge deadline. Rain check?" Typical Gordon. Business first. And, as an admitted workaholic, I couldn't fault him for that. "Yes." "Terry?" "Not yet." Bad girl. True, but still eating chocolate chip cookies. The cursor blinked once, and then twice. "Have a few for me." Smiling, I texted, "Will do." I rose and pulled off my apron. As I hung it on the back of my office door, a cold burst of air shot across the room and swirled around me. For a moment, I stood very still as goosebumps puckered the skin on my arms. A glass of water on my desk tipped to the floor and shattered. Images of Mystery Man's stern gaze flashed in my mind, and I had the distinct sense he was really pissed. Since we'd left Florence's on Thursday, Margaret hadn't had time to do much historical digging. Her 2 day jobs had taken up most of her waking moments, but she'd promised to dig up what she could early next week. "Hello?" I said. My heart pulsed in my chest as I waited for what I did not know. When nothing happened, I felt just a little damn foolish. I was talking to thin air. Ghosts, no less. Chuckling at the absurdity of the moment, I turned to leave when my cell phone rang. I jumped, startled by the sound. "Union Street Bakery." "Daisy?" "Yes." I'd answered my personal phone as if it belonged to the bakery. "It's Brad. Foster." I released a breath. "Brad, how did those carrot cake cupcakes go over at your party?" "A huge hit. In fact, it got us all to talking about you. Were your ears burning?" "Like an inferno," I laughed. "I hope it was all good stuff." "Absolutely. In fact, Ralph Denton was there. He worked with us, and now he's at United Capital. Got himself a sweet deal. Equities, right?" I liked Ralph, and was glad he'd landed on his feet. "Not much gets past you." That information was over 2 months old. Ask me what had happened in finance last week, and I'd have been at a loss. "So why the call?" "Ralph wants to talk to you about a job. He's looking for a marketer. He'll have his hands full managing the funds, but he'd like someone who knows the business selling his product." "Really?" God, but I wanted out of this bakery and this life right now. "Got a pencil and paper?" I grabbed a pen from my desk and uncapped it. "Shoot." Brad rattled off Ralph's new information, and I scribbled it down. Ralph was looking to move fast, according to Brad. I was to give Ralph a call and set something up for next week. "You are going to call him?" "Sure. Why not? Sounds great." "Good. Let me know how it goes." "Will do." I hung up the phone and sat down to my computer. I switched it back on and waited for it to reboot, and then searched out Ralph and United. I could feel the blood pumping in my veins as I read through the company information. God, this gig sounded like it would be perfect for me. I could so take this company to the next level. My mind still buzzing, I called Ralph. We exchanged pleasantries and set a date for Tuesday evening. It was one of the rare moments during the week that I had off, and Ralph said he was working just about 24/7 these days, so the late time worked for him. I hung up the phone, my hands tingling. My chair squeaked as I leaned back and stared at the ceiling. This kind of job would pay good money. I'd get benefits, a paycheck every 2 weeks, and not have to worry about water heaters and old mixers. It was all perfect. Except I'd made a promise to my family to run this business. Suddenly, I felt like a creep and a traitor and every variety of pond scum. How could I leave Rachel and Margaret? Weren't they depending on me? They needed a manager. A manager. If I got the job at United, I'd be living in a less emotionally charged place, but I'd be making good money, and I could hire a manager and pay them out of my own pocket. My heart raced faster. Maybe we could have our cake and eat it too. Chapter 16. "Chop, chop," Rachel yelled into my office. "We got us some marketing to do." "Right." I dashed up the back stairs, passing Mom and Dad, who made their way to the bakery, ready, as all agreed, to man the shop for the remaining 2 business hours. The last few days had been insane. Not only did I have my everyday routine, but I was making a website for the bakery and putting together cards and a brochure. No one would ever accuse me of being a graphics expert, but the work was simple, informative, and would do the job for now. And in my very spare moments, I was in my office, online, and reading all I could about United. Each time I searched for information on the company, I felt a gnawing guilt. I'd not told anybody about the job interview, knowing it would not go over well. I focused on getting the United job, garnering a great salary, setting up sales contracts for the bakery, and then pitching my manager idea to the family. Dad glanced at his watch. "Hurry up, kiddo." I know. I was pulling off my flour-dusted, sweaty-stained t-shirt as I moved toward the bathroom.
Turning on the shower, I kicked off my shoes and pushed my jeans to the floor. Last night, I dug out my interview clothes for my meeting with Ralph and hid them in my closet. The plan was to slip out the back with my clothes in hand and change somewhere else. There was no sense raising questions until I had answers. Jumping under the spray, I intended to be done in seconds. But the rush of warm water felt so damn good. And so I stood under the shower, savoring the hot steam and the beads of water as they hit the tense muscles in my neck. With regret, I finally shut off the tap, toweled off, and dressed in dark pants and a chef's jacket that had once belonged to my mother. When we'd told her of our marketing plans a few days ago, she'd dug out the jacket, washed, and pressed it. I'd tried to explain that I wasn't a chef like Rachel, but Mom said none of that mattered. I ran the Union Street bakery, and I'd earned the right to wear the jacket. I smoothed my hand over the jacket's smooth, worn cotton and thought about the thousands of times I'd seen Mom wear this when I was a kid. Pride welled inside me, and my throat tightened with emotion. I cleared my throat. Stop it. With no time to dry my hair, I combed it out and tied it back at the nape of my neck in a neat bun. A little lip gloss and a touch of blush, and I was ready, if you could call it that. I feared I'd never be the neat, buttoned-up old Daisy, and for the first time wondered if I still had the chops for United. Shit. I headed down the stairs and found Rachel surveying our trays of cookies and looking clean and as fresh as spring. "How the hell do you do it?" I asked. She glanced up. "What? You look great. Always." "Thanks, I think." She cocked her head. "Was that a compliment?" "Yes, damn it. How do you always look so pulled together?" A hint of color rose in her cheeks. "Glue and spitballs and prayers?" I laughed. "Say again?" "Don't be fooled, Daisy. It's all smoke and mirrors. Now, are you ready to hit the road?" "Ready and willing." We found Mom and Dad standing behind the display case. Seeing them in their Union Street Bakery t-shirts and white pants really took me back to when I was a kid. When I was in elementary school, I'd come home in the afternoons, snag several cookies, and sit behind the counter while I did my homework. Margaret and Rachel always headed to their rooms, but I liked being around my parents and the day's last burst of activity. Back then, I thought my parents could do just about anything, and they'd be around forever. Now, as I stared at Dad's stooped shoulders and the streaks of gray in Mom's hair, I realized that forever wasn't as long as I'd first thought. Hell, I was reading the journal of a girl who, even if she went on to a full life, had been dead over 100 years. Time waited for no one. "Daisy." The edge in Rachel's tone had me turning. "Yeah?" "Grab a platter." Annoyance snapped in Rachel's eyes. The cheerleader did have a temper. Good. "I'm coming." I lifted a tray filled with little cakes covered in chocolate, vanilla, lemon, and what I thought was apple-flavored icing. Rachel had carved the plain squares into triangles and dusted them with sparkling sugars. The display was a work of art, and I could tell Rachel had put her heart and soul into the confections. "You didn't sleep much last night, did you?" "Why do you say that?" "This is fabulous, and you're in a foul mood. And I believe your foundation is a shade thicker under your eyes." The compliment coaxed a hint of a smile. "I'll get to bed extra early tonight." "You girls look as pretty as pictures." Mom pointed the digital camera I gave her for Christmas and snapped, "Now stand together real quick and let me shoot a picture." "Mom, we've got to go," I said. "Smile," Mom warned. Dad glared at us. "Do as your mother says." We stood side by side, our platters waist-high and grinning into the camera. Mom snapped a picture, and then a second, and yes, a third, for luck. We started for the back door, and Dad looked as if he wanted to follow.
"Don't you dare, Frank," Mom said. "This trip is the girls' job."
He grunted and winked at us.
"They are prettier than me."
"Where are you going today?"
Mom said. "Duke Street, to the 1212 building." Remembering Brad's comment about Simon Davenport, I'd also researched his company last night. Davenport was hiring and gearing up for a big development. Developments required meetings and openings and ribbon cuttings, and all those events were more palatable with baked goods. Dad frowned. "I thought no solicitation in that area." "I'm banking on the fact that no one is going to stop us once they see Rachel's creations."
"They might throw you out,"
Mom said. "So be it." We loaded up our trays in the back of the bakery's delivery van and drove the 10 blocks to the city's business district. Tall 20-story buildings, built in the last 20 years, were stacked end to end within a few blocks. These buildings were home to endless associations, nonprofits, and other businesses that I was sure could have used a good dessert caterer. We were less than a couple of miles away, but none of the folks who worked here would make the trek to us. Until we got a website. If we wanted them, we had to travel. We parked and unloaded the trays. As we approached the first glass tower, Rachel nodded toward a "no soliciting" sign on the front door.
"They are going to kick us out."
Maybe. Maybe not. Worry creased her forehead.
"Yeah, but the sign reads no soliciting."
Please. If I were afraid of the word no, I'd never have earned a living in my past life.
I hate no.
I welcome no. It's a challenge for me. Why I couldn't translate that sentiment to Terry escaped me. Just follow my lead and smile. We shoved through the front door. From the directory, I snagged a few names of companies I'd remembered from my finance days, and then walked up to the security desk. The guard, an older, balding guy in his 50s, lifted his gaze from a National Enquirer magazine.
"What can I do for you ladies?"
"We're here to see Simon Davenport." I couldn't say for sure if Davenport had a meeting today, but chances were he did. He was a bit of a control freak and stayed on top of his employees' work.
"No one goes directly to Davenport."
Good, because I really wanted the office manager, or the gatekeeper, or the one who wielded the company's food purchasing power. Simon was really just a name to get us past the guard. The old man's gaze flickered over the dessert trays, as if they were a juicy bit of porn.
"Are they expecting you?"
I held the tray up so he could get a better look. "Cakes are for his meeting."
"He's never ordered food before."
Rachel shifted uncomfortably. I grinned. "Hey, in this financial market, wouldn't you want something sweet to eat while you heard the latest news?" A half smile tipped the edge of his mouth.
Yeah.
Rachel pulled out a napkin and plucked a cake from the tray.
"Would you like a snack?"
He glanced from side to side.
"We're not supposed to take anything."
Rachel, taking her lead from me, set the cake in front of him.
"I won't tell."
Like an errant child, he snatched the cake.
"Fancy."
"Melts in your mouth."
I was the devil, recruiting another sinner. He pinched a piece of icing and then took a bite.
"My God."
Chalk another one up to the dark side. I know. Sin. People could talk for hours about low-fat, high-protein, or fat-free, but in practice, few stuck to it. Americans spent billions on diets and all kinds of devices to give them rock-hard bodies, but the reality was they wanted the gooey, sweet, fattening stuff that they knew in their heart of hearts was bad. The guard shoved the rest of the cake in his mouth.
Davenport property is on the 6th floor.
I set another cake in front of him. Thanks. When the elevator doors closed, Rachel's nerves bubbled up in giggles. I can't believe we made it this far. Elevator music hummed above our heads.
Stick with me, kid.
So who is Simon Davenport?
She said.
A dude we really have no intention of seeing. He is our ticket to the receptionist office manager. Chances are he's locked behind closed doors and we'll never see him. When the secretary announces she placed no order, we'll feel bad and leave samples behind. And cards?
You're catching on, Grasshopper.
What if they throw us out? Of all the things Rachel had endured in the last year and a half, and she was afraid of this, then they throw us out. How did you get so brave? Once your mother left you on a patio at age 3 to fend for yourself, the rest just didn't seem so bad. Genetics. The doors opened to chrome, glass, and muted tones of blue and gray with accents of black, all very tasteful. The cool, clean lines coupled with sleek furniture and the gentle hum of fluorescence took me back to suburban enterprises. It had been less than 3 months since I'd worked in a place like this, and yet it felt like a million miles away. Were United's offices this nice? I hoped they would be, but would have been happy with a cubicle at this point. Can I help you? The question came from an efficient woman who sat behind a tall receptionist desk. She wore an earpiece that connected to a phone bank, which must have had 30 lines. Suddenly, the bravado wilted a fraction. I'd been a part of this world, and now I was the outsider. Shit. I hated being the outsider. Feeling defensive quickly morphed to anger, which motivated me to speak. We have a delivery for Mr. Davenport's quarterly meeting. Plucked black eyebrows rose. I didn't order anything. Really? I tried to look confused. You sure? The delivery slip says today, the 21st. She drummed manicured fingers on her desk. I can promise you that I did not order any refreshments for tomorrow's meeting.
Wow.
I nibbled my lip.
We goofed.
I never placed an order. I shook my head.
Hey, it's not my job to sort the mysteries, only to deliver the goods.
I glanced at the tray.
We're here, and the boss will flip if I bring these back. Would you like them?
I'm not paying.
Free of charge. A gift from Union Street Bakery. I set the tray on the receptionist's desk along with a few dozen cards. Enjoy. She rose and inspected the confections. Rachel was an artist, and her creations were hard for even the hardest core purist to resist. Take just one. My voice was soft and inviting as the serpent's was to Eve. You won't be sorry. She smiled a conspirator's smile and took a chocolate cake with vanilla icing. She bit, and her eyes closed in pure pleasure. She couldn't speak. Bingo. Hooked. Well, we better get going, I said. She opened her eyes as if she'd just enjoyed a great round of sex. Perhaps we can drop the tray in the break room. Sure, fine. The door to the conference room opened, and a tall, lean man with eyes the color of coal appeared. He wore a dark suit, white tailored shirt, and gold cufflinks that caught the light. His gaze landed on Rachel, and then me, and then back on Rachel. What's this? The receptionist hid her remaining cake behind her console. They are with Union Street Bakery? They had a delivery on their books for your quarterly meeting. That's tomorrow. And I don't order food. He surveyed our wares and frowned, clearly in no mood for any distraction. I don't have time for this. I need the financials on Morrison on my desk in 5 minutes. Davenport and I had attended the same meetings over the years. We'd shaken hands and spoken to each other. Once he'd even complimented me on an observation I'd made about a particular bond. But now his assessment of me had stopped at the uniform. I should be grateful that the receptionist loved our stuff and that we had made real headway. I just needed to stay quiet and leave. But common sense had not been my best friend lately. I moved toward Davenport, my hand extended. "Mr. Davenport, Daisy McCrae." He glanced at my hand but did not take it. "Who?" "Daisy McCrae. I used to be with Suburban Enterprises." The dark gaze narrowed before recognition flickered in his gaze. "You worked with Gordon Singletary?" "I did." "Your team was fired?" I tossed him a bright smile. "Yes, we were." "Is this some kind of ploy to get a job here?" "As the uniform suggests. I am no longer in finance. I'm working at my parents' bakery." "Quaint. Good for you." I wasn't accustomed to being dismissed. Who was he to look down on my family and my family business? Sure, I'd look down on them at times, but they were my family, and I had the right. He did not. My smile widened to the point of brittleness. "Would you like a cake?" "No." I thrust a napkin and cake in his hand. "Why not? They are great." "I don't eat sugar." He made sugar sound as if it were a dirty word. "You and Barbie Baker need to leave." "What did you call my sister?" I said. Davenport glared at his receptionist. "Why are we having this conversation with these people?" She paled. "I'll call security." "No need," Rachel said. "We're going." "Right," I said. "No need to call a man in to do what you can't." "Take care, Davenport. Oh, and too bad about the Waterford property. I read a few weeks ago that the banks are calling in the loan." As the elevator doors closed, Davenport glared at us, as if we were something the cat had thrown up. I waved. So did Rachel. "Call us if you need a bakery." The doors dinged closed, and Rachel shook her head. "Way to go, Daisy." "The guy's a dick." Laughter erupted from Rachel. "Daisy?" Thoughts of Simon and the other 9 business calls we made today dug at me. All in all, the visits had been good. Everyone loved the cakes, and I was sure we'd see orders. But Simon's sneer still tugged at my ego. Ass. Dick. Jerk. I was just as good as I was a year ago. Hell, I'd argue I was better and smarter about finance and life in general. And my sister was a goddess in the kitchen. "You look like you could kill." Margaret peered over the top of a buttercream cake that I was desperately trying to crumb coat before I had to leave for my 8 p.m. interview. My clothes were in a green garbage bag, and I knew if I could get out of here by 6:30, I had time to change. But I was so annoyed I was ruining the cake with my crumb coating. All crumb coating required was a thin layer of icing to seal in the crumbs. It took a delicate touch, something that did not come naturally to me, so I had to concentrate. Tomorrow, Rachel would come behind me and smooth out my rough patches and cover the cake with a white layer of icing smoother than glass. She'd have been here now, but had a thing with the girls. "What?" I glared at Margaret. "You look murderous. I mean, more murderous than usual. Did your ghostly friend reappear?" "Maybe." Her eyes widened. "Really?" "He didn't say anything. Just knocked a few things over. You found out anything about the guy? I think he still wants me to leave. I've got the word out on the street so I can get a 411. That made me laugh. "You have a 411 on the street? What is this, cops?" She grabbed a tasting spoon and scooped up some icing. "We history geeks have our mean streets, just like everyone else. If there is something to be found on Mystery Man, I'll find it. She sucked on an icing spoon. So, how was your marketing adventure? I tried to smooth more icing on the cake, but found I was excavating more crumbs than sealing them. Oh, it was good. Then why so glum? Guess the whole adventure was too much of a reminder of where I was and where I am. Sucks to see what you want and know you can't get it. The tone of her voice caught my attention. Was there a hint of sadness there? Everything all right? She brushed away my concern with a casual wave. Yeah, of course. It's just since I didn't get that job at Tulane or Boston, I've been a little out of sorts. What jobs? I asked Mom not to tell. I was up for 2 full-time teaching positions. Neither panned out. But I've got more irons in the fire. I never put much stock in a job because I'd always had the one I wanted. I get now what it feels like to lose a job you love. It kinda sucks. Margaret shook her head. It sucks balls. We both burst out laughing. So you think you could get another job in finance? She asked. A knot formed in my stomach, and for a second I wondered if she'd guessed I had an interview. I went a long way to pissing off a big fish today. It's a small community, and word spreads. Margaret snorted. Rachel told me about Barbie Baker. I think I'd have punched him. It did cross my mind. I couldn't decide if I was a traitor, a sneak, or a savior as I hustled down the back stairs of the bakery, my hefty bag of work clothes clutched close. I stopped in a local fast food place and changed in the ladies' room. As I struggled with pantyhose for the first time in 3 months, I really had to question my sanity. Real women did not have to go through this kind of BS to sit in on a job interview, but apparently women who were afraid of disappointing family and losing their love did. Shoving swollen feet into heels, I winced and then straightened my skirt. I hustled out of the stall to the mirror and applied my makeup. Smoothing my hands over my skirt again, I looked in the mirror. For a moment, I just stared, a bit befuddled by the person looking back. It was the old Daisy, or at least as close proximity as I could manage in a ladies' room. I liked what I saw, and that went a long way to calming my nerves. A quick cab ride later, and I was standing in the lobby of United Capital on Duke Street. My heels clicked on the marble floor as I moved toward the elevator and hit the up button. Butterflies gnawed at my stomach as I thought about what I was going to say. I'd done my homework. I knew Ralph. I could make small talk, even regale him with stories from the bakery. It was all good. I felt great. Pretty much. When the doors dinged open, I stepped inside the car, hit 10, and rode up in silence as the car rushed past the floors. 10 arrived, the doors opened, and I crossed the plush carpet to a receptionist desk where a young woman sat. She smiled up at me. Ms. McCrae. I was expected. A small detail that I'd taken for granted in my old life, but not now. Yes. I'm here to see Ralph Denton. He is waiting for you in the conference room. Thank you. My portfolio tucked under my arm, I followed the receptionist down the hallway. I moved deliberately slowly, shoulders back and chin tilted up. She stopped, nodded to an impressive door, and left me alone. I knocked on the conference room door, and Ralph, head bent over spreadsheets, looked up. He grinned and motioned me inside. I entered and smiled as he rose. Ralph, it's good to see you. He was a tall, lean man, with thinning red hair and a ruddy complexion. One of the smartest guys in the industry. It did not surprise me that he'd landed a job after Suburban's crash. Daisy, you are looking great. He extended his hand. Brad, Tells me you are managing your folks' bakery?
I am.
I learned long ago less was more. Ralph didn't need to know I'd been drunk when I said yes, or that I'd no longer been able to make my rent payment when Mom had called.
And it's going well.
It's been great. Kinda takes me back to the days when I was a kid. He nodded. We made a little more small talk. I gave him my resume and a bakery card, and then we discussed the particulars of the job. Lots of travel, client servicing, long hours. And though we didn't discuss salary, he hinted that it would be in the six-figure range.
I like you, Daisy. I've always had nothing but great respect for you, and if it were up to me, you'd have the job offer now. But I've got partners, and I'm going to need to talk to them.
I'd have been shocked if I'd have walked out of there with the job.
That's reasonable. I'll call you in a couple of days.
Great.
And if you're wondering about timetables, be ready to start in a week or two.
Next week? The Cushman wedding cake, the meeting with the oven mason, and the health inspector. And after that, Henri's replacement, finding a manager who didn't mind Dad's hovering, Mom rearranging cookies, Margaret's tardiness, and Rachel's inability to remember where she put the latest receipt. I'll need time to wrap up bakery details, so I'll need some notice. He grinned. That's what I always liked about you, Daisy. You never leave a loose thread. Thanks, Ralph. I rose, shook his hand, and made as dignified an exit as I could. As I stepped onto the elevator, I smiled at the receptionist and watched the doors ding closed in front of me. Ralph had said he'd call within a couple of days, but he didn't. It really wasn't surprising, I kept telling myself. He was swamped. He was setting up a whole new company, and he didn't have time for every personnel issue. Whereas days could pass before he even thought about me, I thought about him every hour on the hour. In the days since my interview, I had gone from excited to guilt-ridden to anxious to pissed. And by the time I met Margaret at Florence's at precisely 2 p.m. on Sunday, I had decided Ralph wasn't going to call. It was business, I told myself. It wasn't personal. It was karma. I was willing to leave the bakery and my family. Damn. Unlike me, Margaret was grinning from ear to ear and her cheeks were flushed. Her aura buzzed with excitement, and I had to admit it felt good to see my sister happy. Florence greeted us at the door as if we were old friends. Well, isn't this nice? She wore a white dress that gathered at the neck and then opened over her large breasts and full body. From a gold chain, a long, thick cross dangled at her neckline. Stockings remained in place, but she'd kicked off her shoes. Excuse me, ladies. I'm running a bit late from a church luncheon. The deacon wanted to hold a prayer session for Miss Mabel, and it wouldn't have been right for me to leave early. Is this a good time? This was my attempt at politeness. In my heart of hearts, though, I didn't care if the time was good or not. I wanted to go up into the attic and dive back into the past, which for now felt like the safest place to be. And I could sense by Margaret's shifting stance behind me she was just as anxious. We both smiled, waited patiently, just as Mom had raised us. The time is fine. She peered around me at Margaret. And seeing as you brought your sister again, you won't need me climbing up in that attic to help. That young man coming again? Margaret grinned. No, Hugo had some other gig today, but he wished us luck. Daisy and I have strong backs and can manage the dirty work, Miss Florence. Why don't you sit and rest a bit? We'll give a shout if we find anything. Suits me just fine, girls. My butt is still too fat and old to climb those stairs anyway. Care for some lemonade before you go up there? Maybe after? I suggested.
Sounds good, baby. You two know the way.
She moved up the stairs to the second floor and opened the door that led to the attic staircase.
Call out if you need me. Oh, and you may want to do some of your hunting in the back right corner. For some reason, I'm thinking that's where you'll find stuff of interest.
Thanks, I said. The instant the door to the attic was opened, a rush of musty, warm air washed over us. I didn't get the sense of being greeted, but of being warned that I don't belong up here. The sensation almost made me smile. If something was up there looking for a fight, I was more than ready to mix it up. We climbed the stairs, and I jerked the chain, and the bulb flickered on. Margaret reached in her knapsack and pulled out 2 scuffed silver flashlights. I assumed you forgot your light again.
Guilty.
I accepted the light. 2 points for the history geek. She clicked on her light. I want to start digging. Will do. A quick pass with the flashlights revealed the area that we'd cleared out the other day, and then the other side that remained stuffed. We'd stayed away from that side the other day because the area was small with barely enough clearance for our heads. Clothes hung from the rafters, and boxes, trunks, and old furniture ate up just about all the floor space. My light skimmed over more boxes.
So you think we'll find more pictures?
I said. Worried about old Simon? Not worried, but curious. No more woo stuff at the bakery? Not really. Margaret pushed past me and weaved through the boxes toward the back wall. It would be so cool if he showed today. So cool. She'd yet to feel the thickening of the air, the rush of adrenaline, and a racing heart as she pulled in a breath. Yeah, cool. Crouching, I followed. So, where do we start this time? Like all good archaeologists, the top layer. She set her light down on a box and opened the one next to it. We'll start with a general sort. See what's in the boxes. If it's of general interest, we'll dig a little deeper. If it makes the cut, we'll haul it downstairs. It was a plan, and I can do anything if I had a plan. Logic, numbers, plans. That was me. Tell me what to do, boss. Margaret raised her head and smiled. Boss. I do love the sound of that. There were only a few times in my life that I'd really appreciated Margaret. She had, after all, been put on this earth to torture me. But in this moment, I did appreciate her. I'd be a little bewildered without her. And life was never quite as interesting when she wasn't around. Don't let it swell your head. No, never. She dropped her gaze to the box and began to plow through what looked like clothes. Not ancient clothes, but like a couple of decades old clothes. This box is a no. 1960s stuff. We want much older. She handed me the box. Put it on the other side of the attic. We want to be methodical about this. I took the box. Margaret and methodical. I never would have thought I could use those 2 words together. Hey, you see me at my worst every morning. Most nights I'm up till 2 doing real work, and then I have to drag my carcass out of bed to ring that register. Not my best time. It's a paycheck. She snorted. Believe me, there are better ways to earn a living. I raised a brow. Then why do you do it? For a moment, her hands stilled. Same reason as you. Rachel, Mom, and Dad. You and I are more alike than you realize. An uneasy knot formed in my gut. Please. We've both given up lives we loved to work in the bakery. I lost my job. Don't bullshit me or yourself. If you'd really wanted to stay in the industry, you could have gone to another city. There is work out there, but you're not willing to relocate. You are tied to this area, like it or not. She rummaged through the next box and closed it. This is a no. More 60s shit. I put the box aside. I'm not saying you're right about me, but you're not exactly wrong either. If ever I got back into the industry, I'd stay local. If ever? She said. Just saying. If not for the addict's treasures, she might have picked up on the guilty tension rising in my body. Interviewing with Ralph was feeling akin to adultery. But she was too lost in the past and kept digging into boxes and rejecting them. After about 30 minutes, I could feel the sweat trickling down my back and the dense, dusty air clinging to my skin. So how is it that Mabel would have had Susie's diary? I haven't seen the connection. Remember, this is the Randolph house. More than likely, Susie hid the diary and someone along the way found it. Maybe it was Mabel. Okay, then what is the connection to us? It's got to be more than she liked the bakery's sweet buns. I think that is the puzzle Mabel has left for us. I brushed my hair out of my eyes with the back of my hand. Why not just tell us? Where's the fun in that? Would she really do that? Turn this into a game? Maybe. Maybe she figured you wouldn't sit and listen to what she said, but you'd care more if you had to dig. Maybe she just couldn't remember as well as she used to. Who knows? Despite it all, the search grew boring for me over the next hour. My back hurt, and I was getting hungry. Margaret, on the other hand, was energized despite the mountain of misses. If I'd been alone, I'd have given up by the third box. But with her, I was willing to stick it out, if not for my sake, then for hers. 20 minutes and 5 boxes later, Margaret let out a low whistle that had me turning. What does that mean? It means I just found a box of letters that date back to the 19th century. They are from a woman named Sally Good, and she's writing the letters to Sean McCrae. Our Sean? It's addressed to McCrae Bakery. Sally Good, the woman he married. She tapped her finger on the side of the wooden box. That is correct. How did they get here? I don't know. Yet. Gingerly, she thumbed through the collection of yellowed envelopes. I don't think I can get back to my office fast enough to read these. Don't forget that Mabel's nephews are rolling into town this week. This might be our only chance to dig and get what we can. Is there anything else in this area? That might be the first of several items. Good point. You're thinking like an archaeologist now. Very good. I like to think I can adapt. My energy returning, I held out my hands for the box. Give that to me and keep digging. We rummaged for another 2 hours, but most of what we found was furniture, knickknacks, lanterns, and picture frames. When we came down the attic stairs after too many dusty hours, we'd hauled down all the boxes we'd inspected and then found Florence sitting at the kitchen table sipping her lemonade. She'd changed into a blue housecoat and traded her white low heels for house slippers. A small television on the kitchen counter blared a televangelist's sermon. When the floorboards creaked under our feet, she glanced up from the screen. With a groan, she pushed to her feet. I was thinking you two might have gotten lost up there. Lots of stuff up there, I said. We hauled down a good many boxes and left them in the hallway. Good. Got to be a lot. There's a lifetime or two of memories. Florence's gaze dropped to the box in Margaret's hands. Looks like you found something. We did, I said. A box of letters from a woman named Sally Good. Florence shook her head. Can't say as I know that name. We've not had time to read them, Margaret said. But we think she was the woman who married our great-great-grandfather. Dark brows rose in interest. That's so. Margaret's blue shirt was covered in dust and sweat. I glanced in the glass-paneled door and caught a hint of my reflection. Like Margaret, I looked like I'd been dragged through the mud. My hair stuck up and my shirt was covered in dirt smudges. We resembled Thelma and Louise after their lives had gone wrong. I was hoping you would allow us to take them back to the center so we can read them properly, Margaret said.
Keep them for all I care, she said. Those nephews are going to toss or sell what's in this house, and I'd rather know that they went to someone who cares about them.
Thanks, I said. I thought about all that was up in that attic. When did you say the boys were coming?
Tuesday.
I don't think we'll be able to get by again, I said. Margaret knitted her hands as if in prayer.
Yeah, darn. Well, if they happen to haul anything down of interest, I'll pull it aside.
Thanks, Margaret said. I do appreciate it.
Mabel wanted you digging for a reason, so it seems right I should help if I can.
She clapped her hands together.
Now, let me get you girls lemonade and sandwiches. You've got to be hungry. Maybe you could read me one of those letters.
My stomach grumbled. Florence laughed.
Sit yourselves down.
As Florence poured the lemonade, I watched as Margaret gingerly pulled out a letter. The faded ivory envelope was yellowed around the edges, and the pages crinkled when she pulled out the first page. I really shouldn't be touching this, she said. I should have gloves.
I got my white church gloves,
Florence offered as she stirred the lemonade in the glass pitcher. Actually, that would be great, Margaret said.
In my handbag, by the front door. They're lying right on top.
Margaret glanced at me as if to say, "You do it." My knee-jerk response was to argue, but she'd earned big-time brownie points, so I headed down the hallway. I spotted the white patent leather purse on a small mahogany table by the door, and the gloves draped over it. As I snatched up the gloves, I happened to glimpse a picture of Mabel taken with a young man. The photo looked to have been taken in the early 60s. Mabel stood straight, and her dark hair was teased high on her head. She wore funky cat-like glasses and a flowered dress. She would have been in her mid to early 50s when the photo was snapped. My gaze drifted to the guy, who was in his mid-20s, wore a checkered short-sleeved shirt and short hair parted on the right. Tall and lanky, he had his arm around Mabel and was grinning. I'm not sure what it was about him that caught my attention, but I found myself leaning in for a better look. His hair was as dark as mine, and his skin had an olive tint. As I looked at him, I had the odd sensation that I was looking at myself. This wasn't the first time this had happened to me, so instantly my guard rose. I did not want to start daydreaming about how another stranger might somehow be related to me. I didn't need that drama. Irritated, I turned from the photo and carried the gloves into the kitchen. Impatience and annoyance snapped in Margaret's eyes. "Did you get lost?" I had, when I'd stared into eyes that reminded me of me. "Sorry." The weak attempt at an apology grabbed Margaret's attention. "Everything all right?" "Yeah, sure." Florence handed me the lemonade, and before I thought to ask, I said, "Who is in that picture with Mabel by the front door?"
"The young man with that checked shirt?"
"Yeah." Today the lemonade tasted bitter.
"That's one of her nephews, Thomas. He was one of her favorites."
"Was Thomas in for the funeral?"
"No. Thomas passed about 10 years ago. Had a heart attack, I think. He has a sister, but she didn't come to the funeral."
Disappointment slammed and bounced around my chest. I had never met this guy, and I still felt as if I'd lost something. Stupid. "So, let's have a look at that letter." Margaret seemed to understand that something was up, but she didn't say a word. Instead, she slipped on the far too large gloves, pulled the letter out of the envelope, and gently opened it. Paper creaked and cracked.
April 3, 1856. Dear Mr. McCrae, I've decided that I am not well suited for boarding school. The girls here continue to be far too silly, and I've no desire to sit and stitch for hours on end. I am doing as you advised, and keeping my thoughts to myself, but my frustration bubbles when the other girls giggle at my cross-stitch patterns. The world is full of far more important issues than the petty dramas that erupt in dance or French lessons. Jenna continues to thrive, and she seems to love her art classes the most. I do worry about the spring cold that she caught. Though she is mended now, it took her some time to recover. Do not tell her I have told you this. She does not want you worrying about her. How does work at the bakery progress? Will you be buying that new oven? How is Henny doing? Does she still miss her Susie? My heart goes out to her. Please tell her I understand her loss, and that I too miss my own mother terribly. Send her my love. Please send word of real news soon. Your friend, Sally.
Susie, I said. Sally knew Susie and Henny. Margaret laid the letter down. Remember Mabel said her grandmother told her stories about a young slave girl? Keeping all the family connections straight was a challenge. Sally was Mabel's grandmother, and Mabel is a distant cousin of ours. I don't know, Margaret said. She never said a word to me about family connections, and Mom and Dad never said anything either. Well, Dad never talks about family. Losing his dad was painful, so he just avoided the whole family tree thing altogether, I said. And if Mom knew something, she'd never really mentioned it. She knew I was a bit touchy when it came to discussing past relations, seeing as I didn't know mine. We both reread the letter. It sounds like Sally lost, or had been separated from her mother, and that she understood what Henny might be feeling. Susie, Jenna, Sally. All girls who'd lost their mothers. Like me. Their losses made me take a hard look at mine. I could contact mine. She'd written me a letter, and I hadn't done a damn thing about it but whine and worry. It was time to stop and rip the Band-Aid off. There was a woman out there who had answers, and I was ignoring her because I was afraid. Suddenly, my fear smelled like a big load of bullshit. An hour later, I left the letters with an excited Margaret in her apartment and made my way back to the bakery. After a quick check of inventory and supplies, I headed up to my room and dug Terry's letter out of the box where I'd stashed it weeks ago. It wasn't like me to run from trouble. In fact, I was the kid who ran toward it. My co-workers at Suburban often said Daisy never met a problem she didn't like to ratchet up. And here I'd been acting like the small child on the bakery patio eating her cookie and waiting more and more desperately for her mother to return. As carefully as Margaret opened Sally's letter, I opened Terry's letter. My hands trembled, and my breath grew shallow as I read the words, 30 years ago. Tears burned my eyes, and I felt sick. Like it or not, I had to talk to this woman. She might be bogus. She might have answers. But one way or another, I needed to know. Picking up my cell phone, I dialed the contact number in the letter. My heart hammered in my chest as the phone rang once, twice, 3 times, and on the 4th ring, voicemail picked up. This is Terry Davis. I'm unable to answer my phone right now, but leave a message, and you know I'll get back. You know I'll get back. I wanted to say that I do not know that. I wanted to say that I hated her for leaving and turning me into such a goddamn basket case. I also wanted to tell her I loved her, and wanted her to say the same to me. But instead of going into a long explanation, I let my breath trickle and leak slowly from my lungs before I said, "This is Daisy McCrae. I believe you sent a letter to my mother, Sheila McCrae?" Pause. Crap. Now what do I say? "I'm familiar with the little girl you mentioned. We might be able to help each other." I left my number, and then quickly hit end. I held the phone to my racing heart, wondering how long it would take her to return my call. What if she never called me back? What if she was a con artist who dug up old newspaper articles? What if she'd missed me all these years and was sorry? I had no idea what to expect. Shit. Chapter 17. I obsessively checked my voicemail each and every morning. Oh, hell, I checked on the hour, every hour each day of the following few days. Now, I was not only waiting for Ralph to call, but Terry. There was no message or text from Ralph or Terry, however. Nothing. Nada. 2 simple phone calls could have made my life so much easier, and yet neither came. I did check in with Florence, and learned Mabel's nephews were indeed in town. They'd hired an appraiser, and were trying to figure out the value of the furnishings. Neither nephew was happy about the fact that the house couldn't be sold, but for now they'd accepted the terms of the will. I told Florence to call me if they got nasty. I knew attorneys. Margaret went through the letters, one by one, and had reported it was slow going. Time had faded the ink, and the attic heat had left many of the pages brittle. Many crumbled in her hands when she tried to open them, so she'd contacted a preservationist. As much as I wanted to care about the letters, I couldn't sum up any real interest. Even my interview with Ralph had faded to the background. My thoughts stayed glued on Terry. I did an internet search. 3 times. I got a few hits on the name, but with no pictures I really couldn't tell definitively who was who. I even pulled up Facebook and searched through every Terry Davis shown, thinking I'd spot someone who looked like me. I got nothing. Frustrated, I shut off the computer, annoyed that I was sacrificing good sleep to chase down this woman who remained only a brief letter and a voice on an answering machine. "You know I'll get back." And through all my emotional crap, the bakery business, unmindful of me, moved on as it always did. Customers, orders, deliveries, repeat. Rachel and I dropped off more samples at the office buildings on Duke. We gave out quotes for parties. We booked 2 more weddings. By Friday, I'd still heard nothing from Terry or Ralph, and my nerves surrendered to anger. Ralph owed me a damn call, as did Terry, who had dropped a freaking grenade in my life and hadn't bothered to return the call. Just my luck. Shit. So, I decided to take the bull by the horns. I went out to the back alley behind the dumpster and called Ralph, the lesser of the 2 evils. I got his secretary first, who put me on hold. I wasn't sure if she was going to put the call through when Ralph got on the line. "Daisy," he said, "I'm so sorry I've not called you. It's been a damn nightmare here." I forced a smile in my voice. "Hey, I know you've got to be swamped, but I'm getting to the point where either I commit to you or the home business." And that was true. I couldn't keep accepting orders and marketing if I intended to bolt. "It's been a bitch getting the board of directors together, so we can look at your resume." The committee hadn't even looked at my resume? I'm not sure why that would have caused me to snap, but it did. I was damn tired of being ignored. And though I couldn't do something about Terry, I could handle Ralph. "Ralph, take my name out of the hat. I don't want the job." "Daisy, it's just a matter of days." Maybe, maybe not. Either way, I appreciate the offer, but I'm staying put.
You're sure?
No. Yes.
If you change your mind...
His voice trailed off. Thanks. Carefully, I closed the phone and kicked the dumpster in a rush of frustration. Damn, damn, damn.
You interview for a job?
Margaret's voice echoed through the alley. I started and turned and found her holding a bag of trash. Her expression was a mixture of shock and disbelief. I just turned it down.
Why?
I pressed my phone against my temple. Because I have lost my mind.
Did you have a shot at it?
Yeah.
Why?
I shoved out a breath. Because the guy I interviewed with was supposed to call me back, and he didn't, and I just kind of decided if he didn't have the manners to call, he could bite me. Margaret crossed to the dumpster and tossed in the trash.
Let me guess.
You called Terry, and she didn't call you back. How did you know?
You can't get a hold of her, so you're going to hammer the next closest person.
Interview guy. I shoved my fingers through my hair. Crap. I just gave up a dream job.
Dreamier than this place?
She said with a smile. If the Smithsonian came to you with curator position, would you take it?
Hell yes.
Well, I just passed on a job like that. Worry creased her forehead as the analogy took root.
Maybe if you call him back, you could tell him you went insane for a minute or two.
I thought you wanted me to stay. If it's the Smithsonian of the finance world, I can't keep you from that. Thanks. That means a lot. I swallowed a lump in my throat. But I'm supposed to be here. I don't know why, but I am. We stood there for a few minutes, saying nothing. Around the rumble of car engines, the blare of a police siren, and the rush of wind swirled around us.
On a lighter note,
Margaret said, I've been reading Sally's letters. I softened the edges of my voice.
What have you found? You're probably not going to like it.
I sighed.
Try me. In the earliest letters, the girl mentions missing her mother often.
She wishes she could see and hold her mother again. She was homesick for Virginia. My stomach burned with frustration. I did not want to feel so awful. Sally was from Alexandria.
She never said exactly where,
and I found no record of her. Margaret leaned against the brick wall of the bakery and folded her arms over her chest. But that's not a huge surprise. Lots of people vanished into history. Anything else? She speaks of her studies and of Jenna's health, which improves and slides with the seasons. No more mention of Susie.
Why would she talk more about Susie?
I don't know. Just thought she would. The trail on Susie went cold shortly before Sally's first letter. And the trail on Terry is cold. The irony of the whole mess was not lost on me. I couldn't connect with a birth mother or a damn kid from the past.
Have you talked to Mom?
I mean, she's been pretty cool about this whole Terry thing. I know. I should. She is chomping at the bit about the whole thing, but I need neutral. I need Switzerland. A place without drama or emotion. A breeze teased the wisps of hair framing her face. I can see that. I don't have too many options. Florence? She suggested. The nephews have arrived. I saw movers hauling furniture and boxes out, and when I caught glimpses of her in the front window, she was always talking to someone. I thought about the photo of Mabel and her nephew Thomas, who had eyes like mine. Dead Thomas. I wondered if there was another nephew who looked like me. Maybe I should go back and introduce myself. That's when I decided I was losing it. You got any friends? Margaret said. I laughed. You mean other than Tammy? She rolled her eyes. Right. I forgot. You didn't make that many friends in high school.
Perhaps it was my lack of choices that made me think about Gordon. Mind if I take a break? I've mixed all your icings, so you've got all you need for the cakes.
I got this, she said.
Rachel should have the girls settled from school in the next half hour, and she'll help finish up.
I got this.
Thanks.
Sure.
I walked quickly up Union Street, but slowed my pace when I saw the new bike shop sign dangling above the brick building's door. Through the big picture window, now displaying bikes, I could see Gordon standing behind his counter, surrounded by dozens of half-opened boxes. He was talking on his cell phone, and gauging by the frown wrinkling his forehead, he didn't look happy. Good. We were a matched set. I pushed through the front door, wincing as a doorbell jangled. 2 rows of bikes took up a good chunk of the room. A neon sign in the back blinked, "Race." A poster on the wall featured a Tour de France rider blazing through a field of sunflowers. The bells caused him to lift his head. He winked, and some of the ice in my chest melted. I flexed my fingers, aware I'd arrived empty-handed, and I wished I'd brought something. Cookies, cupcakes, something to give me an excuse for being here. Pushing my hands into my jeans pockets, I wondered why I felt like a teenager. As he spoke on the phone, I pretended to care about a bike hanging from the wall. When he hung up, he ran long fingers through his hair. "Hey." "So, who's chewing on you?" I said. He rubbed the back of his neck. "What makes you think someone is chewing on me?" "You run your hands through your hair when you are upset, and right now your hair is standing on top of your head, Gordon." "What gives? And don't lie, I know you." That coaxed a grin. "Attorneys. Good ones or bad ones. And yes, there are both kinds in the world. Good ones, for now. They represent Suburban in a lawsuit from a former client." It made sense that some of Suburban's clients would eventually sue. Billions had been lost while Gordon had been at the helm. "Do they represent you?" That was my question. And the frown returned. Still waiting on that one. "Who is suing?" And then I held up my hand. "Let me guess. Consolidated, Travers, or Carpone." I just rattled off the 3 biggest losers in the market crash. Travers. And they want a pound of flesh. I sighed. Everyone had been advised of the risks, and still they'd kept their very big bets on the table. They'd known that Gordon's lucky streak, like even the best poker players, could end at any time. But they kept letting their bets ride. The president at Travers is trying to save face with his board. You were always clear with him about the risks, and you stayed within the client's investment guidelines. Which was true. Gordon had never sugarcoated the fact that he was a high-stakes gambler. Thanks for saying that. It's good to hear. Sometimes it's hard to get past all the losses. The market went sour. A lot of people got burned. I'd been one of those who'd been burned, and yet here I stood, consoling him. I might have talked about risks, but I was arrogant. A decade of winning made me believe I was flame-proof, and I got scorched. Talking about Suburban 3 months ago would have really ramped up my blood pressure. The losses, the work, and the people were all still so fresh in my mind. The time at the bakery, however, had given me some distance. I'd transformed from a fast-burning fuse into a slower version. You and half the industry. Yep, you fucked up, Gordon. No secret there. You took risks and lost. But it's time to come down off the cross. He frowned. I'm not on the cross. Oh, please. You are so up on the cross. If that winter bike trip wasn't penitence, then I don't know what is. Fact, let's face it. You've been up there for a couple of years. He frowned. Not true. I cracked open a door that I'd wanted to open for a long time. Even if I could have taken back my last words and slammed the door closed, I wouldn't. All those nights you worked late, the missed meals, the weekend dates we had that always fell apart. When I tried to talk to you about all that, you called me ungrateful and childish. Once you even said that if I really understood, I'd back off. His brow furrowed, as if he recalled the incident. You left shortly after that comment. I was surprised he'd even remembered. I did understand. I wanted to help, but you were determined to go it alone. I felt rejected. Tears pooled in my eyes. And if you haven't noticed, I don't do rejection well. For a long, tense moment, he stared at me. I never wanted you to leave. I couldn't stay. I felt so useless. You were never useless. I swiped away a tear. Yes, I was. No, you weren't, Daisy. If not for you, I'd never have made it that last year. I'm sorry. Are you? Yeah, I really, really am. I'd had dozens of reasons which rationalized our breakup. Now it seemed they all could have been neutralized with a simple conversation. I should have just pushed and used this moment of openness to air out all our past grievances. But I did what I did best. I backed away from the problem. Well, that level of deep was not what I expected when I came here today, honestly. The darkening in Gordon's gaze told me he recognized my familiar retreat tactic. I'm not sure I want to change this subject. Why not? I've got a ton of other things I can talk about. Not me. This is the first time I even halfway understand how things got screwed up between us. I want to understand. Hey, it's troubled waters under the bridge. You know, I thought you'd met another guy. Now that threw me for a loop. There was no other guy. Did someone tell you that? It was the abruptness of the breakup. One day you were there, and the next day you were gone. No other guy. Just me, snapping. He cocked his head. You left because I was gone all the time? I pressed fingertips to my temple. Basically, yeah. Frankly, you left me long before I moved out. I was trying to save billions of dollars. Frustration rattled around the words. My adult brain gets that. But the kid in my soul is an immature shit. I have a history of impulsive actions that just dig me into holes. Frankly, Gordon, I did you a favor by leaving. I'm not designed for the long haul. Blue eyes narrowed. When did you decide that? Frustration, anger, and fear bubbled up like a perfect storm. I almost shouted, when she left me. I don't know. I just know. He came around the counter and moved within inches of me, heat radiating from his body. I always thought we had a real shot at the long haul. I swallowed, wondering how this can of worms had gotten wedged open. I never knew. Liar. I don't lie. I run, but I don't lie. You knew I wanted more. The words were softly spoken, but still felt like a right hook. You never said so. He shoved long fingers through his hair. I tried to show it. I mentioned kids, a topic you always skidded around, and I did propose. It felt a little like desperation when you asked. Maybe I was desperate. You did all that at first. But then you stopped trying. I could say the same. Unshed tears clogged my throat. I've told you, there's a layer between me and the world. And like it or not, it will always be there. He placed his hands on my shoulders, and the warmth from his fingertips moved through my body like a soothing balm. Have you called her?
I nodded.
On Sunday night.
And?
I haven't heard a word from her, which is driving me insane, because I am finally ready to get a few answers, and now she is MIA. I keep compulsively checking my voicemail and the mailbox, and every time the stupid front door to the bakery opens, I jump.
Call her again.
An edge of anger sharpened the words. I am not calling her again. God, it took me 4 weeks to get up the nerve to call her the first time. A second call requires at least 2 months of second-guessing and worrying. My lame attempt at humor did not sway him.
I'll call her.
No.
He opened his phone. I'm not going to spend the next 2 months watching you suffer.
Fine. I'll do it in silence.
He shook his head. I'm perfect for this. I have no dog in the fight. Besides, what if she didn't get the message, or was on vacation?
Or space aliens abducted her.
He glared at me. I think there are a lot of regular reasons. Let me call her. My heart thumped 1, 2, 3 times. What did I have to lose? I could say everything, but I'd lost that already when she left the first time, so what did it matter if I lost it again? Before I could think, I fished my phone out of my backpack and handed it to Gordon.
Her number is in my directory.
Davis, Terry.
But I've already left her a message.
Now it's my turn. He pushed a couple of buttons and then held the phone to his ear. It's ringing. I tried to back away, but he grabbed my hand. His skin was rough, calloused, and warm. This close, I could hear a masculine voice on the other end say, "Hello?" "Hi, this is Gordon Singletary, and I'm calling for Terry Davis." There was no hint of apology in Gordon's voice. In fact, his tone hinted that he had every right to speak to anyone he chose. He tilted the phone toward me. "Terry is out of town. She forgot her cell phone. Can I take a message?" "I'm a tour guide in Alexandria, Virginia, and she'd arranged for a bike tour. I just wanted to confirm the details." God, he was so smooth. I squeezed his fingers, and he winked at me. "Terry didn't say anything about a bike tour, but she flew out this morning for D.C. I thought my knees would give way. "Then I'll bet she catches up with me when she lands. Just didn't want to hold the 4 road bikes past today until I confirmed. Tell you what, if she calls in, could you have her call me?" "Sure." Gordon rattled off his number, said his goodbyes, and hung up. She's headed this way. I smoothed sweaty palms down my jeans. "Do you think she's coming to see me?" Gordon brushed a lock of hair from my eyes. "That's a safe bet." "Yeah, but why would she forget her cell phone? If she wants to call me, she won't have a phone." "Hotels still have phones, Daisy." "Yeah, but—" "Stop analyzing. You'll see her soon enough." When the bakery door buzzed, Rachel was icing a cake for a birthday party that the girls were attending. Money was tight, and Rachel didn't have the $30 to drop on the kids' present, so when the mom had mentioned ordering the girls' birthday cake, Rachel had offered to make the cake as the girls' present. The mother had jumped at the idea. The afternoon was slow, so she'd called up to her mother and told her to bring the girls downstairs. She knew they'd be excited about the party and wired. She thought, foolishly, that they could play in the bakery while she piped the finishing touches on the princess cake. When the bakery closed at 3, the trio, cake in hand, would head out to the party. The perfect plan. Neither Anna nor Ellie seemed to care about helping, however. Both had found long wooden spoons, decided they were pirates, and that a sword fight was in order. When the noise reached ear-shattering levels, Rachel ordered silence, directed them into the kitchen, and gave the girls paper and pencil. Their assignment was to draw a birthday card for their friend. Rachel set down her piping bag and glanced through the oval window into the kitchen door.
The girls lay on the floor, coloring and giggling. When the twins were like this, she had to concede that they were more angel than devil, and that she was so lucky to have them. Losing Mike had nearly killed her, and if not for the girls, she wondered where she'd be now. She understood adoption and surrendering your child to the loving arms of another, but to just leave a child. For her own selfish reasons, she hoped Daisy did get to meet Terry. She wanted to hear the woman's explanation directly. The bell rang again. She did not want to deal with this new customer, and found the interruption more than annoying. But she forced a smile and turned. Her smile froze. Her jaw dropped before she snapped it closed. Simon Davenport stood at the door. She crossed and opened the door. "Can I help you?" Simon Davenport wore a crisp dark suit, white linen shirt, red tie, and polished wingtips. Sunlight danced on his gold cufflinks. "I need a cake." The deep voice sharpened each word. In his office, he'd looked like the captain of his ship, tall, intimidating, and ready to bark orders and send heads rolling. But here, he just looked a little lost. Daisy said he'd brokered billion-dollar deals, but she doubted he had ever handled daily mundane tasks such as dry cleaning, paying a parking ticket, or buying a cake. She was oddly pleased that the man who had ruffled her just days ago and made her feel like a babbling idiot was now on her turf. "We can do just about any cake you'd like. Can you tell me what the occasion is?" He took a step forward into the bakery, drawing confidence with each breath. He was the type who adapted quickly. "Birthday. 50th. She wiped the remnants of pink icing from her hands. "A milestone. So, something special." "Yes." "What kind of cake?" "I was hoping you could tell me." From the kitchen, childish peals of laughter drifted into the front shop. "My girls," Rachel said. When he didn't show the least bit of interest, the snap of irritation returned. She cleared her throat. "Chocolate or vanilla or something denser, like carrot cake." "Do you have a specialty?" "Two. Chocolate espresso and carrot. Both are to die for." An eyebrow arched. No lack of confidence there. In most things in life, she worried, fretted, and second-guessed. But in the kitchen, she was at home and blissfully sure of herself. "This is what I do, and I am good at it." The thread of confidence seemed to intrigue him. "I'll leave the decision up to you." She brushed long bangs out of her eyes. "The cake is not about me." "Who is it for?" "My secretary." "The cake should reflect her tastes. What is she like?" "I don't know." It didn't shock her that Davenport didn't know much about his secretary. Mike, God bless him, could have listed her favorite books or movies without prompting. "How long has she worked for you?" 10 years. "Does she put sugar in her coffee?" He frowned and thought for a moment. "No." "Cream?" "No, she drinks it black." "When she orders food for a meeting, does she choose donuts or bagels?" "Bagels, fruit." He hesitated. "She keeps chocolate in her desk drawer. I saw it the other day when I was searching for a pencil." "Dark or milk?" "Dark." "Okay. She likes a touch of sweet but leans toward savory. We'll do the chocolate espresso." She made a note on her order pad. "How many people?" 100. She blinked. 100. I want all the employees to have a slice." He didn't strike her as a giving man. "We can do that. When do you need it?" 2 days. To her credit, her jaw didn't drop. "That's a quick turnaround." Normally, she allowed 3 days for a big cake. Day 1, bake. Day 2, crumb coat. Day 3, ice. To make this schedule work, She'd have to bake the cakes tonight before she went to bed. He didn't look concerned. Can you fill the order or not? Immediately, she thought through tomorrow's baking schedule. It'll take all hands on deck. I'm willing to pay expedited charges. She dropped her gaze to the pad. What the hell did that mean? 20, 50%, 100? God, where was Daisy? Quickly she calculated the cost of the cake and manpower, and then, channeling Daisy, added a 60% rush charge fee. She wrote down the final cost, circled it, and tore off the page. She handed it to Mr. Davenport, ready to apologize for the extra charge and backpedal. He glanced at the sheet, and then back at her. Amusement sparked behind gray eyes. Pricey. Ellie laughed, and Anna's voice grew louder. Pots clanged and dropped. Any second, they'd bust through the door and start running around the cafe like wild animals. Apologies danced on the tip of her tongue, but she swallowed them all. It'll be the best cake you'll ever eat. And she knew it would, but saying it out loud sounded so brash. All right? All right. Crap. If she could pull this off, the bakery just might stay in the black another week. Initial the order. Give me a 20% down payment and we're good to go. He handed her a credit card. She rang it up, half expecting him to change his mind. But when she put the slip in front of him and handed him the pen, he signed a quick, efficient signature. Give it back, Anna shouted. I hate you, Ellie said. There was a loud crash, and Rachel guessed the girls had just fallen into the stacks of metal mixing bowls on the counter, the bowls she'd just washed. Rachel smiled, wondering how she could love her children so much and still have fantasies about selling them to the gypsies. Thank you for your order, Mr. Davenport. What time would you like this delivered? Another crash pulled his attention to the window into the kitchen. Is there a problem back in the kitchen? Rachel didn't bother a glance back. What kind of disaster was she going to discover? Nothing out of the ordinary. In the next instant, the swinging door between the front and back swung open. A quick glance over her shoulder revealed 2 5-year-olds standing in the doorway, each covered in white flour. When each blinked, white flecks fell from their eyelashes. Davenport stared at the children as if they were space aliens. You're sure you can fill this order? She thought about the charge she'd just run on his card. It would pay the electric bill, which she knew Daisy had been holding. Your cake will be on time and perfect. Mom, Anna said. Rachel kept her gaze on Davenport, but her hand shot up in warning to her child. What time did you need the cake? 11. Monday. Mom, Ellie said. Rachel's pulse throbbed in her neck as her smile widened. Executive pastry chefs in D.C., New York, or Paris did not deal with children tearing apart their kitchens. They had staff that helped them and told them that they were wonderful. We'll have it there. Thank you for your order. Davenport glanced at the children and then back at Rachel. She'd been told she didn't look old enough to have children, and she imagined that was what he was thinking. See you then. She kept her back to them as she stood calmly and quietly until he left through the front door. He looked back through the large window pane. She waved. Only when he walked away did she dare ask, "What does the kitchen look like?" The girls looked at each other. Bad, Anna answered. Real bad, Ellie said. Rachel pushed an unsteady hand through her hair and glanced at the clock. 3 p.m. She rushed to the front door and locked it, fearing Davenport would change his mind and return for a refund. As she moved back across the bakery, she noted the girls' faces were filled with worry.
As much as she dreaded the mess, she didn't have the heart to yell.
"So, we have some cleaning up to do?"
Anna nodded.
"Yes. I got the broom out of the closet, and I got the dustpan," Ellie said. "Then let's get to work."
A knock at the front door had her tensing. Mr. Davenport had returned, no doubt rethinking the high cost of the cake. So much for paying off the electric bill. A closer look, and she was relieved to see that her latest visitor was not Davenport, but a woman. The closed sign blocked her face, but it was clear she was tall and lean. Rachel had never turned a customer away, no matter how tempting, but it was so tempting now. She had a cake to deliver and girls to drop off at a birthday party. But customers were money, and money was a very necessary fact of life.
"Girls, wipe off your hands and faces. We're going to need to hustle to get to the birthday party." "What about the mess?"
Anna said.
"I'll get it later."
She crossed and opened the front door. The bells above her head jingled and danced as the woman in profile stared at the street, a curtain of dark hair obscuring her features. She was nicely dressed, in a cream-colored suit and suede high heels. She wore a thick gold bracelet on her wrist and sported a huge diamond band on her ring finger.
"Can I help you?"
Rachel said. The woman turned and offered a chilly smile.
"I hope so."
Rachel took immediate note of the woman's trim figure, smooth olive skin, and angled chin. Gray streaks at her temples suggested she was in her 50s. But what struck Rachel the most was the woman's gray-green eyes. How many times had she seen those same eyes filled with sadness, anger, and, on rare occasions, laughter? She knew those eyes because they were Daisy's eyes. Her sister, who had never looked like anyone in the family, who had been the odd duck, the fish out of water, now had a doppelganger. Anxiety clenched Rachel's spine.
"You must be Terry."
Chapter 18. I was surprised to see a customer in the store a half-hour after closing. I knew Rachel had a birthday party with the girls, and she'd been adamant about closing on time. The instant I pushed through the front door and saw the strain on Rachel's face, I knew something was wrong. Her expression mirrored the one she had at Mike's funeral. It was one of grief, anger, and dread. My gaze flickered to the threat. The tall, nicely dressed woman who stood with her back to me. Instantly, fire stoked in my belly as I drew in a breath, ready to battle this woman, whoever she might be. "What's up, Rachel?" The woman turned, and for a moment my mind did not register what I saw.
"Daisy?"
Rachel's voice held the controlled calmness that had soothed many a family row.
"This is Terry Davis."
Renee. Terry. The author of the letter. My birth mother. The woman who had abandoned me on the patio so many years ago. I'd rarely been at a loss for words in my life, but they failed me now. What the hell did someone say in a situation like this? "How's it going?" "Nice you could stop by." "So, what's been doing the last 30 years?" Terry took a step toward me. Tension rippled through her body.
"Daisy is still your name?"
"Yes." Her fingers, I noticed, were just like mine, long and lean with deep nail beds, and her face mirrored mine. Even as I stared at a mid-50s version of myself, I felt like a small child. For an instant, I flashed back to a moment when I sat in my birth mother's lanky lap, trying to relax into her tense arms as she rocked back and forth. I was crying, hungry for comfort. She was also crying, seemingly just as starved for comfort. The child in me was selfish, indeed, and had little care for the young mother who'd birthed her. That little girl wanted her mother. This woman
to take me in her arms and whisper words of apology as she sought forgiveness and explained everything. God, there was so much I wanted.
Daisy.
Rachel's calm voice cut through the tension.
I just put on a pot of coffee. I thought you two might like a cup. Mom's run the kids to the party. I can stay if you want.
I couldn't take my eyes off Terry. Growing up, I'd never looked like anybody, and now I stood face to face with a near twin.
No. That's fine, Rachel. You go.
The eerie calm in my voice had Rachel staring closely at me.
Are you sure?
Yes. I'm fine.
Okay. But Mom will be coming back here soon.
I didn't miss the warning or the extra emphasis on Mom.
I've got my cell. I'm only 10 minutes away.
Go.
Please.
Terry rubbed her thumb over the top of her Prada purse, which she held close to her cream jacket, a white silk blouse, fitted pants, and sleek suede shoes told me life had treated her pretty well. So much for all the dreams I'd had of a poor, destitute Renee. When Rachel left, I moved toward the counter, needing a task to buy me a little time.
Would you like a cup of coffee?
Sure. I've not reached my 10-cup quota yet. Her smile was stiff and forced.
You and me both. In a family of tea drinkers, I'd never imagined a coffee junker had birthed me. I poured 2 cups in USB mugs and nodded toward the back. I've an office back there. It's quiet.
Sure.
Oh, cream or sugar?
No. Black is fine.
Aware only of the coffee's heat warming my fingers and the click of Terry's heels, I made the short trek to my office with my birth mother. I set the mugs on the edge of my desk and then cleared bank statements and invoices from the one spare chair I had. I positioned it closer, but not so close that our knees touched. As I stared at the face that looked so much like mine, I thought about the lifetime of dreams I'd had about her. As much as I thought I knew her, I realized I didn't know her at all. She was a stranger, and I didn't warm up to strangers easily. My chair squeaked and groaned as I settled and then debated the merits of leaning back, which denoted casual. Then, fearing that that would appear indifferent, I thought about sitting forward and crossing my legs. Did that show interest or over-eagerness? In the end, I didn't really move in either direction. I remained straight, feet flat on the floor. Terry nestled her purse in her lap. Her long fingers traced and retraced the triangular Prada logo.
I wasn't sure if you'd talk to me when I didn't hear from you after I wrote the letters. I was just going to let the whole reunion thing go, but then you called. I tugged at a loose thread on my jacket.
Yeah, I left a message on Sunday.
A long, shuddering breath filled her lungs. It took me a few days to arrange a getaway. I thought a face-to-face might be more effective than a call.
Honestly, a call would have been better. It would have given me a little more time to digest this whole thing. I had a friend of mine call your cell. I guess your husband answered?
Color drained from her face. What did your friend say?
He owns a bike shop, and he inquired about your upcoming rental. We didn't want to blow your cover.
A breath eased from her. Thanks.
So your husband doesn't know you're here?
No. She crossed and recrossed her legs. I'm kind of an all-or-nothing person.
So I've noticed.
The words bit more than I'd intended. Sorry.
Why was I the first to utter an apology?
She frowned. I brought pictures of you. They are of you when you were born.
She fished the pictures out of her purse and handed them to me. I took them and slowly thumbed through them. There were a half dozen in all,
and the first featured me as a newborn swaddled in a pink blanket. I had a scrunched face, and from the looks I'd been crying. The next picture was of Terry and me at a few months old. She held me close to her face, and we both were smiling. In this photo, we looked so happy. I leaned into the pictures, studying her face. There was no hint of fear, no hint that she would run. Until now, my earliest pictures were taken when I was 3. Can I keep these?
Yes, they are for you. I'm sorry there aren't more, but I didn't have a camera then. These were all taken by friends and roommates.
She tapped her foot.
I know you've got to have questions for me.
I do. I sipped the coffee, but found it harsher than Rachel's usual fare. Carefully, I set it on the desk, noting Terry had not touched hers.
But honestly, I'm not sure where to start.
She sat back in her chair.
I suppose the day I left might be a good place.
A numbing stillness settled in my chest.
That does top the list.
For several moments, she did not speak, as if she were flipping through a script she'd written and rewritten over the years.
I was a different person then. I was very young and was on a bad path. I was only 17 when you were born. I wasn't married, and my parents could not accept that I'd had an out-of-wedlock baby. So I had grandparents who also had not wanted me.
Wonderful. Who is my father?
When we met, he wasn't even old enough to have a driver's license. There was only the one night between us.
Wow. Product of a one-night stand. Did you tell him about me?
No.
She released a breath.
It wouldn't have worked even if I had told him. He was so young. From what he told me that night, he didn't get along with family either, and I feared they'd take issue with a baby. I didn't want to end your life before it began. For that, I was grateful. She'd given me what no one else on the planet could have. Life.
You didn't consider adoption?
I thought I could raise you by myself. But I had no idea how hard it would be to raise a child.
Emotion tightened my throat. Where was I born?
Baltimore. Do you have children?
No.
Well, in case you do, you might like to know that you were an easy pregnancy and delivery. Just a couple of pushes and you were out.
Fertile stock. Great. Did we stay in Baltimore?
Yes. I was living with cousins, and then later friends. And for a while it worked pretty well. I worked nights while you slept. My friends watched you at night, and I took care of you during the day.
So what went wrong?
I woke up on my 20th birthday and looked in the mirror. I looked twice my age, and I felt so old. You were so full of energy and light, and I did love you. But I realized we just weren't good for each other.
You just said I was doing well.
I wasn't doing so well.
So really what you're saying is that I wasn't good for you. My voice remained low and controlled, but sharp edges bracketed the words. Her lips flattened.
I'm here to explain, not to justify or apologize. I don't expect you'll like everything I have to say, but I believe you have a right to know.
I leaned forward.
I'm 34 years old.
Why now? She eased back in her chair.
About time, don't you think?
I wasn't sure what it was that set my senses on alert. Was it the quick downturn of her gaze or the shift in her energy? Whatever it was, I knew she wasn't telling me everything. Mabel Woodrow was an old lady who lived here in town. She died 2 weeks ago at the age of 99. She swore she saw us together before you took me to the bakery. Did she see us together? Her gaze widened. She opened her mouth, closed it, and then finally said, "She did." I sat back in my chair, annoyance shattering the shaky reserve I clung to. So all these years, she knew who you were and she never came forward. I don't know anything about that. I haven't spoken to Mabel in 30 years. The image of the young boy standing next to Mabel flashed in my head. Now I knew why he'd looked so familiar to me. He looked like me. He looked like Terry. So she must have been your great-aunt or something? Her complexion paled. How did you know? There's a picture hanging in her hallway. She's standing next to a boy. I was there last week, and the picture caught my attention. He looked like me. I'm guessing he was your dad. Daddy was her favorite nephew. He died 10 years ago. Heart attack. Sorry. Shit. Stop apologizing. Thanks. Silence settled between us, and I found myself again facing the question that had haunted me for 30 years. Why did you just leave me? Terry moistened her lips. I didn't just leave you. You left me in a bakery, alone. The calmness in my voice amazed me. In fact, the entire tone of this conversation was a wonder. So civilized, so contained. I was 3 years old. There were plenty of people, and I watched the lady running the bakery for a good half hour before I made my decision. She looked kind. My heart beat so loudly I folded my arms over my chest. She is kind. She and her husband adopted me. Really? I didn't know that. I only contacted the bakery because this was the last place I saw you. Right. I was trying hard to find something to like about her. I wanted a good reason for her abandonment. She nodded, and I sensed if she'd had any lingering guilt over my abandonment, it vanished. Then I made the right decision, leaving you with her. She could have been a serial killer for all you knew. Her gaze hardened. That's not fair. I watched her for over a half hour. That's right. A whole half hour. I heard that. So what led you to the decision to walk? The question was soaked with anger. I went to see Mabel, to ask her for money. I needed help. She flexed her fingers. I had a drug problem then. I wasn't doing well. She'd given me money before, and I thought she'd do it again. When she wouldn't return my calls, we took the bus to Alexandria so I could see her. I thought if she saw me, and you especially, she'd give me money. Mabel didn't give you a dime. She gave me $2 and told me to go to the bakery. She said to feed you and to think about my life. She shook her head, as if the memory of Mabel's rejection had stalked her for years. She told me that $2 was the last bit of money I'd ever see from her again. And you went to the bakery. I bought you cookies. Sugar with red sprinkles. You remember? I remember that and the scent of peppermints. I ate a lot of candy then. The drugs made me crave sugar. They gave out peppermints where I worked, and I was always snagging some. Okay. Daisy, I really did think you'd be better off. I believed Mabel had sent me to the bakery because she knew the lady who ran this place was a happy, giving person. And when I saw her, I thought she was the kind of mother I wanted for you. You never spoke to her. You didn't ask her if she knew anything about kids. You didn't know if she could afford a child. You only watched her for 30 minutes. But Mabel sent me here.
Mabel did everything for a reason.
What if she'd sent you to the Dairy Queen or McDonald's? Her grip on her purse tightened.
Don't be flip.
Don't be flip. I'm feeling like I've got a right to a lot of emotions. After 30 years of questions, I think I'm entitled to a little anger and frustration. She tapped her foot. I came here in good faith. I didn't come to be attacked. Why did you come? After all these years, it's clear you're doing well. Why now, after so much time? Maybe I thought you had a right to know about your past. I got the sense that Terry had rewritten much of what had happened. Somehow, in her version, she'd not really done anything wrong. In fact, she'd been more than a tad virtuous when she sat in the cafe for a whole 30 minutes before walking out of my life. Or maybe Mabel contacted you and told you to contact me. She knew she didn't have much time, and I'm guessing it bothered her just a little I didn't know the truth. Terry's jaw tensed, and I knew I'd hit a nerve. Did she promise to upset that nice, neat world you have now? Did she threaten to call your husband? Terry tensed her jaw much like I did when I was angry. She said, it was time for me to clear my conscience, time for me to make peace. She told me to get in touch with the bakery and find out what had happened to you. And here you are? Yes. She leaned toward me. I'm trying to do the right thing. You have a right to know where you came from and what is going on in your life. You have a right to know I had thyroid cancer 2 years ago. That caught me short and drained some of the fire from my belly. I'm sorry. Cancer is no walk in the park, but I will be fine. But it's something you need to watch out for, though, when you get into your 40s. Okay? She pulled a file from her purse. This is a complete medical history. There's also a copy of your original birth certificate. I opened the manila folder, but didn't really focus on the words. I'd had precious morsels of my past over the years and had jealously guarded them. Now I had a feast to review, but I found I didn't know where to begin. So where do you live now? I said. New York. I closed the file. I'd sift through it later, but not now. You look like you've done well for yourself. After I left here, I went home. My parents forgave me and helped me get my act together. I got my degree and a job in advertising. I'm married now. I have 2 boys, ages 16 and 17. Did your parents ask about me? I told them I gave you up for adoption. They accepted it without explanation. And so Daisy the mistake had been brushed under the carpet and forgotten. I've got to tell you, Terry, in all the years I've fantasized about this moment, this is not what I expected. She stared at me, but didn't apologize. I knitted my fingers together and set them in my lap. So, where do we go from here? I'll be in town until the end of the week. I'm staying at the Armistead in Alexandria. This is your time to ask your questions. And then? Then I go home. You go back to your life, and I go back to mine. Just like that. Yes. She rose. Look, I think we've covered a lot today. Standing, I couldn't help but smile at the absolute insanity of this day. You are never going to tell your husband and sons about me, are you? No. Did you know child abandonment is a Class 6 felony? She pulled in a steady breath. My attorney is willing to argue that the bakery was safe harbor. Of course. You've covered your bases. Her lips thinned. I've got to protect my family. And yourself. I had always received unconditional love from Mom and Dad.
They'd sacrificed a lot for my sisters and me, and I'd never once heard them complain. It was their love that made it so very hard for me to understand how a mother could put herself so easily before her child, or how she could reject one child and adore others. I'd look back on this moment and wished I'd said a million other things, but I could not summon another word from my stunned brain. "Call me at the hotel if you want to talk more," she said. Sure. I could barely think straight right now, and hoped I could calm enough to see her again. I followed her down the hallway, into the bakery and to the front door. She unlocked the deadbolt and opened the door. The bells jingled. For a moment, I thought she'd say something else, but then she left, vanishing around the corner just as she'd done 30 years ago. Numbly, I closed the door and locked it. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry or call Mom. I just couldn't move. Finally, I moved toward the door that led to my apartment. I wanted nothing more than to lie down and curl up in a ball. When I opened the door, I nearly screamed when I discovered my entire family huddled on the stairs. Dad was at the top, then Mom, then Margaret and Rachel. They made no effort to hide their eavesdropping. "Honey, are you all right?" Mom said. "I'm fine." Margaret stood. "I hate that word, fine. What the hell does that mean, fine? You look like a truck hit you." "I'm fine." "You cannot be fine," Mom said. She threaded her way through my sisters so that she stood on the step above me, which put us at eye level. "I heard what she said, and I know I wouldn't be fine. I'd be so pissed I'd be throwing pots and pans." My knees wanted to buckle, and I wasn't sure how much longer I could stand there. Depressing emotions clawed at my insides, and I knew they were going to burst forth like the Hulk. And I didn't want an audience present when the green monster tore its way out of me. "I just need a moment alone." Mom laid her hands on my shoulders, and the gentleness made me flinch. "No more alone time for you, Daisy. I let you sulk in that room of yours far too much when you were a kid. We are going to do this together." "Together? How can we do this together? You can't know what it feels like to be left. You had your parents. You've got Dad and your kids. Everyone in your life is here." Tears filled her eyes. "Everyone who is important in your life is here, honey." "I know what you're saying. You are here for me, and I love you for it. But right now, I just want to go to my room." "You need us," Dad said. "I know that. I do." Without warning, tears spilled down my face. But the fact is that the woman who gave birth to me just left me again. Shit. What does that say about me? Mom traced a tear from my cheek. "It doesn't say anything about you. This is about her and her shortcomings. You did nothing wrong." Margaret swiped a tear from her face. "Mom's right, Daisy. Don't carry her shit on your back. I get that. In my head, I really do." "Then what?" Rachel said. "Did you hear her say she had 2 boys? She's raising her boys. She's being a mother to them, but not me. As angry as I am about what she did, I do feel sorry for her." Rachel said. "How can you feel sorry? She made a really bad choice 30 years ago. And no matter what she says, she feels it every day. You can't be human and not feel that kind of choice. I don't think she does feel. At least for me." "She's here, isn't she?" Mom said. "Because Mabel threatened her." "She could have rolled the dice on that one, Daisy," Dad said.
We all knew Mabel did not have much time. Terry strikes me as a very clever girl. She'd have figured out a way around Mabel.
I wish I could believe that. Honey,
Mom said.
Terry fucked up big time when she walked away from you. But I've got to say, the selfish side of me is glad that she did. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had you in my life.
I laughed and swiped away another tear.
Mom, you just said fucked up. Yes, I did. And I meant it. I've driven you crazy. And so has Margaret, and so has Rachel. You each have your own set of issues.
The logic of her words did not connect with the emotions. Maybe one day, but not today.
Okay. Okay, what?
I hear you. I do. But I just can't think anymore. I just can't. I'll see everyone in the morning. I climbed my way through the family and up the stairs to my room and went to the window that overlooked the cafe below. I wondered if Terry had paused and remembered when she'd arrived today, or had simply breezed past the chairs and tables outside. I leaned my head against the cool glass of the window. Shit. Now what? And as if by providence, my cell in my back pocket rang. I dug down and glanced at the number, half hoping and half dreading it was Terry. It was Henri. I cleared my throat and hit send. Henri, I'm in the bakery. We need to talk.
About?
Not on the phone. In the back alley. I closed my eyes. I'll be right down. I moved down the stairs, gave a quick, easy wave to everyone, and then cut through the saloon doors. In the bright light of the alley, Henri's wrinkles looked deeper and his skin more sallow. I knew I'd be lucky if he made it out the month. Henri. I drew in a measured breath, oddly grateful to have a problem that could be solved. Losing Henri would take a toll on us, but we'd survive. The bakery would continue. He reached in his pocket and pulled out a packet of cigarettes. Instead of waiting for me, he moved down the alley away from the bakery. I followed. He flipped a lighter open and lighted the tip of his cigarette. White smoke curled around his squinting eyes. Your father knows, I believe. Yes, he knows. I didn't say anything. He guessed. He is a smart man. I've always respected him. Me too. He studied the glowing tip of his cigarette held between his gnarled thumb and index finger. Has anyone said anything to you? Has Dad said something? He understands I will come to him when I'm ready. No offense, Henri. But you're looking pretty ready. He smiled. A first in my lifetime. Perhaps I am. The smoke curled around his face, then rose in the air. So what is the deal with your cousin? I leaned against the brick wall and watched as he took a long drag on his cigarette, savoring the way the smoke rolled out of his nose and lungs. I'd watched him smoke since I was a kid, and he made it all look so exotic. When I was 14, I'd even stolen one of his cigarettes and lighted it up. I'd felt so grown up and so sure, until I inhaled a lungful of smoke. So light-headed I had to sit down. I'd coughed and sputtered for an hour. Henri had seen me coughing, but had never said a word. He said he would work for you for 2 months. If he likes it here, he will stay. If he does not, he will leave. Not exactly the solution I was looking for. He will like it here. How do you know? A good old-fashioned guarantee would have been real nice now. Je sais. I know. How old is he now? 30. Maybe more. Where did he study? A grunt told me he did not think much of my question. He inhaled again. He is like me. He worked in a bakery and learned as he went. No formal training, of course. But customers did not care about degrees or certificates. They cared about food. Choosing the bakery's primary baker was not a decision to make lightly. I was literally allowing Henri to perform a heart transplant for this place. Without the bread baker, we'd die. 2 weeks ago, I'd have insisted on a resume. I'd have worried about immigration paperwork, work visas. Did the guy even speak English? But now, I could only run my fingers through my hair and ask, when will he be here? Chapter 19. My phone rang a lot over the next 2 days. Most of the calls were from Gordon. A couple calls were from Ralph and Brad. I let all of them go to voicemail. I just didn't have room in my head or heart for anything emotional or troublesome. Gordon wanted more from me. I could hear it in his voice. And Brad, well, he would want to know why I'd walked away from a great job. But I had no answers for anyone. Noticeably absent from my message bank was a call from Terry. She'd said she was in town all week and I could call her. But it hadn't taken long for hurt feelings to sour into anger. Why should I have to chase after her? She was the one who should be coming to me, hat in hand. And just like the little 3-year-old who'd waited for nights and nights for her mother to return, I waited for Terry to call me. Rachel stepped out of the kitchen, her gaze a little wild. "The cake is done." I continued to count the change in the till. "For Davenport?" Rachel blew out a breath. "I feel like I just gave birth." I grinned. "You look like it." She pushed her hair away from her face. "Thanks." "Any time." She plucked a sugar cookie from the case and bit into it. "God, I hope Davenport loves that cake." "I've never known you to doubt your cakes. What gives?" "Something about that guy screams, 'Prove to me you are good enough.' I hate that." "Your cake will be good. You've nothing to worry about. Is the cake loaded in the van?" "It is. Can you drive me?" "Where's Margaret?" "MIA. Shit. I drive myself, but someone has to sit in the back and steady the cake." "Right. Fine. And because Margaret is not here, we'll have to close the bakery." I yanked off my apron and tossed it in the corner. "Boy, you're in a lovely mood today. In fact, I think you've been an all-around delight since Terry's visit." "Sorry." "Why don't you just call her? Talk to her more. Maybe there's more to learn." "She pretty much said what she needed to say." Rachel pulled off her apron, neatly folded it, and laid it on a nearby chair. "I never figured you for a victim, Daisy. You always seemed so strong." "I am strong." "Marshmallow." "Stop it." "Then get over yourself and call." Margaret pushed through the front door. "You will never believe what I have." "Where have you been?" I shouted. "And good afternoon to you, darling." Margaret wore her hair down in a blue peasant blouse that billowed when she moved. "Bite me." "Ah, there's my Daisy." Rachel groaned. "Look, as much as I'd love to stand here and watch you two gripe, I have a cake to deliver. And might I add, the client is paying a fortune. And please don't forget the fact that I was up all night working on the damn thing." Margaret and I had never heard Rachel yell, and it caught us both off guard. I closed the register and really looked at her. Face flushed, eyes bright blue, she looked ready to explode. "I'll get my keys," I said. "Doesn't anybody want to hear what I have to say?" Margaret protested. "Gotta drive Rachel across town." "Fine, I'll come with you." "You have to babysit the shop." Margaret went to the door leading upstairs. "Mom!" "What?" "We have phones, Margaret," I said. She waved me away. "Can you work the bakery for an hour? We have a delivery." "Sure, honey." Margaret smiled. "Let's go."
5 minutes later, I was behind the wheel of the truck that Dad bought in the early '80s. The buttons on the radio had broken at least a decade ago, and duct tape covered several cracks and splits in the front seat. Margaret rode shotgun, while Rachel sat in the back, guarding her cake as if it were a child. "So why are you here?" I asked Margaret. The engine started on the first. She twisted in the seat and faced me. "You are going to be sorry for your attitude, Missy." "Right. Sure." I pulled out of the alley and onto a side street. I found out what happened to Susie. Susie had hovered behind Terry thoughts, but she never quite made it to the front of my mind. "Great." "You don't look impressed," Margaret said. I put on my blinker, turned onto Duke Street, and wove into traffic. "I am. Really. Really," I added with more meaning. "Tell me." "I found out she was sold at Bruin's in January 1853 to a man named Murdoch. I started doing a little digging on Murdoch and discovered he owned a house of prostitution in New Orleans." I gripped the wheel, feeling a sense of injustice for the girl. "Basically, she was sold as a sex slave." She twirled her hair around her finger. "Fancy house. Makes it sound nicer, but yeah, that is exactly what happened." "That just breaks my heart," Rachel said softly from the back. "I think of my girls, and it makes me sick." Hearing of Susie's bleak life shook away some of my own melancholy. "So what happened to her after she got to New Orleans?" "Well, there's the thing. There was no record of her arriving in Murdoch's cat house." "What do you mean?" "Susie was put aboard the ship, called the Diamond. Murdoch bought 6 slaves that day, and he was using the ship to transport them south. The trip by water took a third of the time as it did by land, and I guess, the way he looked at it, time was money. I rounded a corner and had to brake suddenly when the car in front of me stopped to let someone off. Rachel held onto the cake while I honked the horn. "So, what happened?" "Well, I went to the archives and found the manifest for the Diamond. Sure enough, 6 slaves were loaded onto the ship, but only 5 were delivered to New Orleans." I glanced at her. "They lost one along the way?" "She was listed as lost at sea," Margaret said. "Maybe she jumped overboard and swam to shore," I said. "It was January. Even if she did jump, and even if she could swim, she'd have frozen in the waters." Before I could answer, we arrived at the office building, and I parked out front in a no-parking zone. While Margaret sat behind the wheel, Rachel and I yanked out the folding stainless steel delivery cart and set it up. We loaded the cake on top and pushed. Rachel then grabbed a pink makeup bag, which was really chock full of all kinds of cake repair tools. She also stuffed a piping bag full of icing in her pocket. As we pushed the cart, the front wheel wobbled and squeaked. This was the part I hated the most, the long walk up the service ramp to the elevators. We'd never lost a cake in my memory, but Dad always told the tale of the time he dropped a cake. "Splattered into one holy goddamn mess." I'd heard the story 1,000 times, and it had left its mark on me. "You know, this fee is going to really help," I said. "Good." Rachel gritted her teeth as we moved along the concrete. "It damn near killed me." The wobbly wheel stuck in a crack in the sidewalk, and the cake lurched forward. Rachel caught it, but judging by the paleness of her face, the near miss shaved years off her life. "Shit!" I shook my head. "There are easier ways to earn a buck, Rachel. You know that, right?" She blew a blonde lock out of her eyes. "I've heard rumors." "So why are we doing this? Why did I give Ralph the big kiss-off? You've got to admit, there is never a dull moment. You know what you need to do in the morning, and you know if you've done it or not by night." I laughed. My pushing paper days were never clear-cut. "Or satisfying." She hesitated.
Margaret told me about the job offer you turned down.
I wasn't surprised. There were no secrets in the bakery.
It's already ancient history. Well, for the record, I'm beyond glad you're staying. You're the heart of USB now.
You're the heart. I'm the legs and maybe the hands. The smell of cake swirled around me. There was a time when I adored the smells of confections, but lately I had been around it so much I'd lost my taste. This year for my birthday, I know what I want. Cake? God, no. I want a bag of chips, a cheese pizza, and a day of dull moments.
At the rate things are going for us, you might have to settle for a cake. We ain't gonna be earning big money.
Don't I know it?
When we arrived on the 18th floor,
the elevators opened to the quite sterile environment of Davenport property. There wasn't the rush of customers coming and going, the clang of pots, or the gurgle of the espresso machine. I'd longed for this clean sterility just a month ago, and now found it flat and dull. A secretary, sleek and tall with smooth blonde hair, rose from her station.
Union Street Bakery.
Rachel, who'd been on fire in the kitchen, seemed to wilt under the woman's icy stare. She opened her mouth to speak, and then glanced at me.
That's us,
I said as cheerfully as I could manage. We're here with Mr. Davenport's cake.
In the conference room.
Follow me. As we followed, I glanced at Rachel and waggled my eyebrows. I mouthed the name Cruella de Vil, which coaxed a little smile. A long bank of windows, with its views of the Potomac River, dominated the room. It was impossible not to stop and stare at the stunning view. I was only sorry it was a cloudy day. No doubt on a sunny day, the views extended down to the river plantations nestled on the fingers of land jutting into the river. Rachel carefully pulled the box off the cake, and together we lifted it onto the credenza. The cake weighed a good 50 pounds, and was a bit unwieldy. But when in place, it was a sight to behold. Rachel had outdone herself. Even Cruella lifted an eyebrow as she picked up a phone receiver.
As soon as Mr. Davenport gives his final approval, I'll cut you a check.
Great. Rachel pulled a small digital camera from her pocket and snapped several pictures.
For our website.
Which I've got to do this weekend. The to-do list only seemed to get longer. Davenport appeared minutes later, cold, stern, and distant. Gordon had been much like Davenport when he'd worked at Suburban. Tight, controlled, and like ice. I'd liked that about him at the time. Untouchable had suited me just fine then. Now, I thought about Gordon's sun-brushed hair, an easy smile. He was now so approachable, touchable, and frightening. The cake appears off-center, Davenport said. He must have been 6 or 7 inches taller than Rachel, and his broad frame dwarfed her size. Rachel tucked her camera in her pocket and studied the cake.
It is perfectly straight.
He moved closer to her to study the cake from her vantage. It tilts. She folded her arms over her chest.
It's not a skyscraper. It's a cake. And I promise you, when you bite into it, you will feel as if you died and gone to heaven.
Doubtful. He reached in his pocket and handed her a check. But I've no doubt that it will do.
It will do. My cakes will do better than just do. They will make your event.
Her tone had me straightening. You go, Mama Bear. I'm sure you believe that, he said. But it is just a cake. I really thought Rachel's eyes were going to pop out of her head, so I hooked my arm in hers. I promise you, Mr. Davenport, Rachel is an artist. You will not forget this cake. He checked his watch. I'll forget the cake. I glanced at Rachel's face. His indifference had not only stunned her, it had offended her. She'd put her heart and soul into this cake, and it was a masterpiece. And this guy didn't think it was much more than a Hostess Twinkie. I took the check from Rachel's clenched fist and tossed a fleeting look at the $1,400 windfall. This check was going to solve more than a few problems. It was hard cash we could really use. "Take the check back," I said. He frowned, but didn't reach for the check. "I pay my debts." I laid it on the credenza next to the cake. "If that is not the best cake you have ever eaten in your life, then don't pay us." "That's a lot of money, Miss McCrae." "It is. But the way I see it, my money is safe." Rachel's eyes widened as her gaze darted between the check, Davenport, and me. For a moment, I thought she'd cave and take the check, but her voice was clear and strong when she said, "And when you discover that that cake is the best you've ever had, I expect you to make us your exclusive caterer." Amusement danced in his eyes. "You're quite confident." "About my baking, yes." "Deal." "That's quite a few groundbreakings, Mr. Davenport," I said. An exclusive deal with Davenport could mean tens of thousands of dollars. "I'll call you in the morning with my verdict." We left the offices feeling courageous for as long as it took us to reach the elevator and for the doors to close behind us.
"What have we done?"
Rachel buried her face in her hands.
"I just turned down $1,400.
$1,400 frickin' dollars!
She sounded a little hysterical.
I should have grabbed the check and run.
My heart hammered in my chest. "It'll be okay." The doors dinged open, and a couple of men in suits stepped into the car. I lowered my voice. "Because that cake is a masterpiece."
"I know that. You know that. But what if he hates the cake? What if he reneges on the deal?"
I laid my hands on her shoulders. "Rachel, he will love the cake, and thanks to your throwdown, we just might land a great catering gig. And I know Davenport. He never reneges."
"I shouldn't have said that. You said so yourself. When it comes to business, I'm not so talented. And what if he hates the cake? Do you know how much it cost me to make it?"
"I've seen the receipts."
"The specialty chocolate and organic eggs tipped me over budget, but I just really wanted to blow his socks off."
"You will."
"How do you know?"
"Because I know you and your talents. You are a genius. Not in the office, but in the kitchen there is no one better." Her eyes filled with tears.
"That's the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me."
She hugged me, unmindful of the suits staring at us. For a moment, I stiffened before relaxing into the hug. I do have my moments.
"So if you can believe in me so much, why can't you believe in yourself?"
"I believe in myself." She shook her head, fished a tissue from her pocket and blew her nose.
"No, you don't. You have about as much confidence in yourself as I do in business."
"I'm super confident."
"You're a marshmallow."
"I am not."
"Then go see Terry again. Talk to her. Get to know her."
"I don't need Terry to feel good about myself." She tucked the tissue in her pocket.
"That's the thing. You do."
Tears stung my eyes, and for a moment I tipped my head back so I could corral them. "I don't need her."
"Not on a day-to-day basis. But you do need to make peace with her, so you can make peace with yourself."
This is bullshit. Rachel, who had never uttered a harsh word in her life, met my gaze head on.
"Life is full of shit we don't want to deal with. I'm living proof. Now put on your big girl pants and go see Terry before she leaves town."
We got into the truck and Margaret fired up the engine. "So where is the big money?" "We didn't get paid," I said. "Did that cheese dick stiff you?" Margaret said. Her bracelets rattled as she turned the corner. "No. I kinda got pissed when he dissed Rachel." Rachel leaned forward between the seats.
"That's not important. You need to take Daisy to Terry's hotel. Margaret slammed on the brake, narrowly missing the BMW in front of us. I can do that. No, I said. Take me home. I need to shower and change first, provided I live that long. Sure, but if you don't leave within the hour, we're tossing you into the street, Rachel said. Fine. Margaret hit the accelerator, and the van lurched forward. Guess this isn't the best time to tell you the rest of my story. Birth mother, rejection, financial ruin. Maybe later. As promised, I showered and dressed for another meeting with Terry. This time I lingered in the shower, washing my hair twice and shaving my legs. I dug a clean pair of jeans out of a garbage bag of clothes and an olive green blouse, which was one of my favorites. I dried my hair and applied makeup. This was the most pulled together I'd looked in months, and that included my interview with Ralph and my quick change in the fast food ladies' room. I'd done my best to look my best, all for Terry. So, like, she'll like you better if you wear mascara. Pathetic. As I headed downstairs, Anna's and Ellie's giggles drifted out from their rooms. The sound was so pure and joyful that I had to stop and listen. They were whispering to each other and laughing. I rounded the corner and found the two sitting cross-legged on the floor around a picnic blanket. A child's plastic tea service was set. The cups were filled with milk, and the plates filled with Oreo cookies. There were 3 place settings. Store-bought cookies, ladies? Anna laughed. Mom said we could have real cookies if we were good. Real cookies do not come out of a box. Ellie's eyes widened. They do. All the girls at school have them. I wish we had more real cookies instead of that homemade stuff, Anna said. Don't tell your mother that. So what are you two doing? I said. Ellie smiled. Her neck was draped in bright, colorful beads. She'd lost her front tooth last week and now whistled when she talked. We're having tea. Can't you see? I can see you've set a lovely table. Rachel had liked tea parties when we were little, but I'd never had much patience for them once the cookies and milk were gone. Anna had a boa around her neck, and the feathers tickled her nose, making her sneeze. Ellie won't let me eat my cookies until we've finished. Finished what? I sat between the girls in front of the untouched tea setting. Our discussion. And you are sitting in her spot, Ellie said. I stared at the single Oreo and full cup of milk. Is Mama coming? No, Ellie giggled. She's taking a nap. I don't think she slept much last night. Baking a cake, Anna said. So who is the setting for? Grandma? No, Ellie said. She's at yoga. Grandpa? No. Ellie laughed. This was turning into a game for her. He's at Rotors. You mean Rotary? I guess. I rubbed my chin. Is Aunt Margaret coming? No. She's at the center. She's got a tour this afternoon. I shrugged. Well, I give up. Who is your mystery guest? The girls looked at each other and giggled. I waited, starting to wonder what I was missing. Anna leaned forward, cupped her hand over her mouth, and whispered, It's for Susie. Susie? For a moment I froze. You have a friend named Susie? Yep, Ellie said. She picked up her teacup carefully and raised her pinky as she sipped. You have to drink tea like this. So where is your friend? I said, peering around. She comes and goes, Anna said. Where is she now? I don't know. Around, Ellie said. What does she look like? The girls looked at each other as if they didn't know how to answer. She looks like Susie.
I didn't want to describe my Susie because I wanted to make sure I'd not put answers in their heads. "What does she wear?"
"A white dress and white stockings,"
Anna said.
"A white dress with black ankle boots,"
Ellie offered.
"and she has ribbons in her braids."
I glanced down at the untouched cookie. Nerves had me picking it up and taking a bite.
"Hey,"
Anna said.
"that is for Susie."
"If we're talking about the same Susie, she doesn't eat."
"Why not?"
"Because she's a ghost and she's dead." "I don't know."
"She might want a cookie,"
Anna said. "If she comes and wants a cookie, I'll get her one." That satisfied the girls enough so that they let me eat the cookie. And so we sat, eating our Oreos and drinking lukewarm milk. I was also careful to keep my pinky elevated as I sipped.
"She knows you."
Anna said. "She does."
"And she wants you to do something."
Ellie whispered.
"What is that?"
I whispered back.
"She said you have to talk to Terry."
I swallowed wrong and for a second coughed and struggled to catch my breath. I'd never mentioned Terry to the girls, and knew that they'd been out of the bakery during her visit. "Terry?"
"The lady who looks like you,"
Ellie said.
"Don't you know anything?"
"I don't think I know so much anymore." I looked down at the dark crumbs sprinkled on my plate and lap. I was tempted to search out the remaining Oreos and polish them off, alone in my room. Did she have anything else to say?
"She misses Henny,"
Ellie said.
"and sometimes she argues with the mean man,"
Anna added. "What mean man?"
"She won't tell us,"
Anna said.
"but
Ellie said in a whisper.
he really doesn't like you."
I passed a few lively and fun-looking bars as I walked up King toward the Armistead. I could have ducked in any one of them, ordered a few beers, and eaten chicken wings until I was sick. I could have even rounded the block and gone to the center and hung out until Margaret returned from her tour. Instead, I kept putting one foot in front of the other and found myself standing in front of the mahogany desk in the Armistead's reception area. The lobby had an old-world feel, with oriental carpets, leather chairs, and a large stone fireplace still sporting the charred embers from last night's fire. "I'd like to ring Terry Davis's room," I said to the receptionist.
"We announce all guests to our visitors. May I give her a name?"
"I'm Daisy McCrae." I hesitated and then added, "Her daughter." The clerk, a young girl with straight blonde hair and clear skin, nodded. She dialed the room and announced me. I pictured Terry receiving a message that her daughter was downstairs. Not Daisy, not a friend, but her daughter. A part of me wanted the announcement made to the entire lobby just to upset her. A little payback, I guess. But a bigger part of me wanted her to feel some sense of joy or happiness that her own child stood in the lobby waiting for her. I moved away from the desk, shoving trembling hands in my jeans pockets, and took a seat at a baby grand nestled in a corner. Mom had signed me up for piano lessons when I was a kid, but I'd had no interest in learning. The 8 weeks' worth of lessons in Mrs. Grover's house had been living hell, and I'd been sure to let Mom know all about it each time she picked me up. As a result, the best I could manage on a keyboard was chopsticks, and I didn't think the lingering guests wanted to hear that. I traced the black and white keys lightly with my fingers, marveling at the worn softness of the ivory.
"Do you play?"
Terry's raspy voice jostled me to my feet. "No. I made an attempt when I was 10, but I didn't have the patience. Both my sisters play." Terry wore a black long-sleeved t-shirt, black jeans, and heels. She'd swept her dark hair back into a ponytail bound at the base of her head with an ebony clip. She wore almost no makeup, but that gave her a natural attractiveness. With luck, I'd at least age gracefully.
Why don't we have a seat by the fireplace? I'll order coffee.
Sure. She was polite and formal when all I wanted was a hug. But when we sat, she ordered our coffees, scooted back on the full cushions of a red couch, and stared at me.
I'm guessing you have questions.
Honestly, Terry, I don't know where to start. Though I'd called myself her daughter at the front desk, it never occurred to me to call her Mom. I knew Sheila McCrae as Mom. I'm still trying to wrap my brain around everything. She sat back on the couch. Though we were both tense, at least this time it wasn't the paralyzing fear that had made it tough for us both to breathe.
It must be confusing.
Confusing is on a different scale from what I'm feeling. Confusing is equivalent to a brush fire. I'm standing on the surface of the sun.
Okay.
She crossed and recrossed her legs.
Maybe I should start with the questions.
Sure. Our coffee arrived, and we both passed on the sugar and cream. Everyone in my family took cream, but I've never had a taste for it.
I've never cared for milk in my coffee.
A half-smile tipped her lips.
Genetics is a crazy thing.
You're telling me. I sipped the coffee, grateful to have something to do with my hands. Thanks for the medical information. I've not had a chance to look at it, but it will come in handy one day.
Sure.
She studied me.
So, have you been working and living at the bakery all these years?
No. It's a recent thing. Pride had me avoiding the topic of my job loss. Rachel, my sister, needed a hand, and since the timing was good, I came on board.
That's good.
So I have 2 half-brothers? The apprehension in her eyes faded a fraction, and she nodded.
Kyle and David. They're a lot like you. Like me.
Both are math-minded and like sports. I'm not sure if she cared, but I decided to offer. I played soccer in high school and majored in business and finance at the University of Richmond.
You were always a smart kid. Always asking questions.
What else was I like when I was a baby?
You weren't much of a sleeper, and you hated being in the crib alone. You always wanted to sleep with me.
Her gaze softened, as if a hint of a memory had returned.
When you were 2, I took you to see Santa at the mall. All the other kids your age screamed, but not you. You stared at Santa as bold as you pleased, and then you pulled his beard off.
Is that why you left me? Did I ask too many questions? Was I too demanding? I sensed if she could have melted into the cushions, she would have.
As I said before,
none of this had anything to do with you.
I just wasn't ready to be a mother.
I'm still trying to wrap my brain around the fact that you walked away from your own kid. She set her cup down.
I know you have a right to be angry, but I'm not interested in sitting here and getting beat up.
As tempting as that is, I really don't want that either. Odds were my anger would return, but for now it was quiet. I just want answers. She fiddled with her wristwatch. Look, you were a good kid. You were cute. Everyone loved you. I just couldn't hack it. But you are hacking it with your sons. I can see that you love them.
I am older. I'm in a better place and ready to be a mother. Frankly, Daisy, I wouldn't wish teen motherhood on my worst enemy.
My timing was just bad. Bitterness tightened my throat.
Yes, I suppose.
My stomach clenched. You said my birth father was too young to drive. What was his last name?
I don't know. He never told me.
She held her hand to silence my next comment. It was a one-night thing at the fair. I only knew about the driving thing because he asked for a ride home. That's all you know about him? She sighed. I'm not proud of what my life was like when I was younger. I made a lot of really big mistakes, both before and after you were born. This was just getting better and better. You've no idea who he was? No. What did he look like? Short, reddish hair, blue eyes. He had a thing for baseball. That's not much. No. She threaded her manicured fingers together and nestled them in her lap. I doubt I'd even recognize him if he walked into the room right now. And before you ask, you look nothing like him. Where did you two meet? Here. In Alexandria? Yes. My dad had sent me here to spend a week with Mabel. At the time, it felt like punishment, and I was looking to get back at him. I sat back against my chair. For a moment, I simply stared at the ceiling. As much as I wanted to rant and rave, I just couldn't seem to summon the energy. I was the product of teen rebellion. When is my real birthday? May 12. May 12? You never knew your real birthday, did you? I didn't. What date did you celebrate? That's the kicker. Mom and Dad chose May 12. Really? My head felt like it was pounding, and I didn't have the reserves to figure out how they'd landed on the correct day. So, where do we go from here? She frowned. I'm here to give you pieces of your past, but all the background noises in the room vanished, and all I could hear was the rush of wind in my ears. You don't want to see me again. She rubbed her palms together. Look, if you ever have questions, medical questions, I can try to help, though you'll find most of what you'll need in the file. But no. As far as a mother-daughter thing, I just can't go there. I'm not really in the market for a mother. I have a great one. But I thought if we could just correspond. My voice sounded far away, as if it belonged to someone else. It would be nice to have some kind of connection. I don't think that's such a good idea. There's no sense in it. No sense? I laughed. She raised her chin, the one that looked so much like mine. I don't see what's so funny. You don't? Well, I do. I find it somewhat hysterical that the lady who abandoned me when I was 3 doesn't want anything more to do with me. Again. God, I thought after all this time something would have changed. I'm not a high-maintenance toddler, and you're not an overwhelmed teenager. Stress sharpened angles on her face. I'm sorry. I really am sorry. Me too. Shit, me too. As much as I wanted something between us, I wasn't going to beg. Best of luck to you, Terry. I rose and left. I was not sure where I was going after I left the Armistead, and for a while I walked around and around, just circling the block over and over. Finally, I thought about Mom. She was the one to talk to about Terry. She knew me better than anyone. But Mom also had a dog in this fight, and I was afraid she'd get wound up. Margaret and Rachel would parrot Mom. Gordon, again, was the logical choice. But I'd spent the better part of a week ignoring his calls, and was not sure if he'd be pissed or glad to see me. Feeling like it all couldn't get much worse, I walked to his shop and I pushed through the front door. I wove down the rows of bikes and found him in the back working on a mountain bike. Hey. He glanced through the spokes at me. Daisy, am I interrupting? I'm putting a new derailleur on this bike.
The owner needs it in the morning, but I've got a few minutes to spare. What's on your mind? His tone was clipped, direct, and not the least bit welcoming. I deserved that. I'd been rude. I'm sorry I didn't call back. He fitted his wrench on a bolt and tugged until it loosened. What can I say? This was like removing a Band-Aid. I could peel it off slowly or just let her rip. I ripped. What is it about me that makes people leave me? He cocked his head as tension rippled through his body. Say that again? I folded my hands over my chest. People leave me. What do I do to drive them away? He shoved out a deep breath as he set down his wrench and grabbed a rag. He wiped the grease from his hands. You left me. Because you had left me. I mean, not physically, but you'd checked out mentally. Your life became all about work, and there didn't seem any room for me. I picked up some of his business cards and then set them back down in a neat stack. I was trying to save us both grief. He shook his head. That plan didn't work out so well. At least for me. I know. I'm sorry. And if it helps, I didn't do myself any favors by leaving. He tossed the soiled rag aside. Want to know something? I thought if I moved back to Alexandria and put myself in your way every chance I got, you'd eventually start talking to me. And here I am. Which brings me back to my original question. Blue eyes narrowed. No question is simple with you, Daisy. Ever. What happened? I went to see Terry. I won't bore you with all the details, but basically, she doesn't want a relationship with me. The lines on his face deepened with sadness that heightened my edginess. She said that? She was quite clear. Several times. So what is it about me, Gordon? Why do I drive people away? He came around the bike and stood so close I could smell the bike oil mixing with his scent. I didn't leave you, Daisy. At least I didn't see it that way. I was trying to work as hard as I could so things would turn around in the company and we could stay together. Your mom and dad and sisters haven't gone anywhere. Fact is, I think they'd all kill for you. I dropped my gaze and shook my head. He shoved out a breath. You are a hard, exasperating woman with strong opinions, a mouth like a trucker, and the work ethic of a sharecropper. Those are my good points? You're funny. You make a great grilled chicken. You can play chess. And you're one of the best investment bankers I know. But there is something wrong, Gordon. Otherwise, we'd have done a better job. And Terry wouldn't have left me in that damn cafe all those years ago. He laid his hand on my shoulder, and I absorbed the warmth while resisting the urge to lean into him and cry. I could see how shitty the investment numbers were, Daisy. I knew I was going to put a lot of people out of work. His voice was barely above a whisper, but the words were as rough as sandpaper. I was fucking up, and I couldn't stop it. And I couldn't be with anyone. Tears burned my eyes. I heard the words, but they didn't satisfy me. I thought we were friends. We were. We are. His fingers tightened on my shoulder. I just couldn't deal with anyone. Not even me. I'm sorry I pulled away. And I'm sorry Terry doesn't see what she has in you. You really are special. Tears trickled down my cheek. Special, right? That doesn't exactly answer my question. You've had the unfortunate luck to be surrounded by damaged people, starting with Terry, and more recently, me. He captured my hand in his and pulled me toward him. He wrapped his arms around me and held me close. The dam of emotions cracked, letting the sorrow leak and then flood free. I clung to him and started to weep. Finally, when the tide ebbed, I was able to pull free. I felt foolish, standing there all red-faced and weepy.
"I'd better go."
"I want a second chance, Daisy."
"What?"
"It's why I came back. I want to try again."
"I don't know, Gordon. I don't have it in me to endure another breakup."
There you go again.
"What?"
He brushed a strand of hair away from my eyes. "Assuming the shit is going to hit the fan."
"It always does. It always does."
Not always.
"It's happened enough to scare the shit out of me."
A hint of frustration snapped in his eyes. "Doesn't sound like you have a lot of trust in me."
"Or myself."
"So where does that leave us?"
"I don't know."
His jaw tightened. "I'm trying to be patient, Daisy. But I can't wait forever."
"I know."
He stepped back. "Well, when you do, let me know." With as much dignity as I could muster, I walked out of the bike shop and back to the bakery. Instead of going to my room, I went to Mom's place and knocked on the door. Only seconds passed before the door snapped open. Mom stood there in her Runs with Scissors t-shirt and her knitting in her hand. One glance, and she set the knitting aside and took me in her arms. Tears welled, and before I could stop them, I cried. For several minutes, Mom did not say anything but held me close. She patted my back and whispered,
I know, my dear."
Finally, when my throat ached and my eyes burned, I pulled back and rubbed fingers over my swollen eyes. Mom studied me.
"You went to see her again?"
"Yes, at her hotel." Mom ushered me inside and closed the door behind me.
"Come in the kitchen. I'll make you something."
"I'm not hungry." She squeezed my hand.
"Neither am I. But it'll give us something to do."
"Okay." I settled into a chrome chair at her kitchen table. I'd sat at this table for as long as I could remember. I'd not only eaten, but I'd colored, done homework here, learned to paint my nails, written my college applications as I wished for a different life. And now here I was again, older and not so much wiser. Mom opened the fridge and pulled out luncheon meats, cheeses, and a loaf of bread from the bakery. With her back to me, she got her cutting board and serrated knife.
"So, what did she have to say?"
I watched as Mom sliced the bread. "She wished me the best." Mom glanced over her shoulder at me, her brow cocked.
"Really?"
"I thought our first meeting was just too much, and that maybe if she had time to think it over, she'd want to get to know me. But she doesn't." I could see it was taking a lot of control for Mom not to unload.
"Did she say why?"
"She's married and has a family. She doesn't want to remember the past. And I am the past. Nothing has changed since the other day." Mom dug her knife deep into the bread and into the cutting board beneath. "She did say if I ever have any medical questions that I could contact her."
"How generous."
I traced circles on the table. "She doesn't know who my birth father is. He was a young kid she met at the fair. And I was conceived in Alexandria."
"Really?"
"Terry is Mabel's great niece."
"Did Mabel know about you all along?"
"She did. Terry came to town with me looking for money. Mabel gave her $2 and told her to come to the bakery and think over her life." Her mom frowned.
"That was the spring of 1982.
"Yeah." Mom's frown deepened into a scowl.
"Mabel showed a lot of interest in you. She encouraged us to keep you. She even suggested we pick May 12 as your birthday."
Which, as it turns out, is my real birthday, according to Terry. Mom slapped slices of meat and cheeses on the freshly sliced bread and squirted spicy mustard on it, like I preferred. She cut the sandwich on a diagonal and set the plate in front of me.
She pulled up a chair across from me. That crusty old broad knew all along and never said a word. I reached in my pocket and pulled out the photos of me as an infant. She gave me these. Mom studied the photos. Her eyes alighted with joy, as if she stared at a great treasure. My goodness! You were a serious little thing even as a baby. See the way your mouth curves down? You do that when you are worried. Rachel and Margaret are always smiling in their baby pictures. She took my hand in hers. You had a lot on your plate, even as a little thing. My guess is that you understood things were not great even then. She squeezed my hand. Daisy, I know you. You have been carrying Terry's problems since you were a child. It's time to let go. Forgive her, and remember that you deserve all the love that is waiting for you to accept. I hear you. Do you? Sure. Hey, don't worry. I will be fine. I want more for you than fine. She studied my face. What about that Gordon fellow? What about him? He likes you. I rolled my eyes. Mom, we had a good thing going, but it's over. I don't think that it is. How can you say that? Anguish coded the words. Honey, he's in town. No one made him come here. He wants to be here, near you. Chapter 20. 3 weeks had passed since I'd seen Terry at the Armistead. She'd left town, and I'd not heard anything from her. For a few nights, I'd half expected, half hoped she'd contact me, but she never did. Slowly, I stopped obsessively checking phone and email messages. I was sad and angry by her rejection. It wasn't like I was expecting a fairy tale ending, but I'd thought she'd want me on some level. Christ, she gave birth to me, but she didn't want me. She had her perfect family in New York, and I didn't fit. After too many restless nights, I begrudgingly accepted that she was gone. A part of me still hoped that maybe one day she'd reconsider, but most of me knew she wouldn't be calling. Rejection like that hurts like a bitch, but I'd learned it doesn't kill. And so I did what I did best. I tossed myself into work. I'd traded financial statements for pastries, but the end result was the same. I worked so I wouldn't have to think. The happy result of my workaholic ways was that the bakery was starting to thrive. The cake Rachel made for Simon Davenport was a hit, and we not only got our check for $1,400, but received a couple of corporate orders from the company. Yesterday, I'd been able to sit down with Dad and truthfully tell him we were doing okay. We were in the black, just barely, but it was a good place to be. I'd not seen much of Gordon, but he left me a message, and this time I did call him back. We talked, and though we didn't make a date to see each other, we both agreed the talking was good. I don't know if I could welcome an ex-lover into my life now, but a friend might be all right. Just as the midday lull began, Margaret rushed into the shop. I have news. I glanced up from the register and counted out the change for a customer. Thanks for visiting us at Union Street Bakery. The woman smiled, accepted her bag of sweet buns, and barely glanced at a grinning Margaret as she left the store. Margaret hesitated as she waited for the woman to leave, and then hurried to the front door and locked it. She flipped the sign from open to closed. Hey, I said, we aren't closed. You're going to want to hear this. I can listen and work. Open the door. Those customers keep us in business. God, when did you turn into Dad? I mean, grow a paunch and lose some hair and you two will be twins. Bite me. Now open the door. She opened it. Now I'm not so sure I'll tell you what I found.
For reasons I didn't understand, I simply laughed. You had something to tell me a couple of weeks ago, but it kind of got lost in Terrygate. She waggled her brows. This is even better. I mean, the other stuff was interesting, but this is better. Seeing Margaret's dance of excitement made me laugh. Just to tease her, I made a show of turning toward the cappuccino machine and cleaning the milk dispenser. Whatever Margaret knew, not telling was killing her. You're doing this on purpose, she said. You think I have to tell you or I will bust. I wiped the milk spout on the machine. I know you will bust. I will not bust. I don't have to tell you anything. 1, 2... She groaned her frustration. Okay, big-time business gal. I'm caving. I cannot hold this in another minute. I didn't turn immediately, but carefully folded the damp towel first. So, what's up? Okay. The trail on Susie went cold. You told me. I knew Margaret had been methodically digging through wills, documents, and papers, but I'd not paid much attention. She had also been digging through Sally's letters. The search for Susie had been an entertaining distraction, but the reality was that I needed to worry about my own life, not the girl's tragic short one. What I didn't tell you is what became of her. Despite my best interest not to be pulled back into this mystery, I found myself turning. She smiled. The girl did get on the ship, but there is no record of her getting off it. Margaret, if she jumped, you said it yourself, she likely drowned. I mean, the ship was in the middle of the Chesapeake Bay in January, wasn't it? I know. But something about the whole thing kept bugging me. I started to protest, but she waved her hand. So, I went to the ship's inventory log. Turns out McCrae crackers filled the Diamond's storerooms. Yeah, I remember Dad saying old Sean made good profits feeding sailors. Then I decided to see what I could find out about Sally Good McCrae, the wife of our illustrious ancestor. Our ancestor. I didn't see the point in making an issue. Why look into her past? There was something about her letters that kept bugging me. How so? I kept getting the sense that everything she said was doublespeak. What do you mean? There's a line in her first letters to Sean. It's something like, "Please tell my Henny that I so enjoyed the tin of her biscuits. I remember standing back home in Alexandria at my own mother's side, making and forming the dough that we sold at market." Her mother worked in the bakery, too? She could have been a home baker. Margaret ran her fingers through her hair. But it is a kind of strange coincidence that both mothers baked and sold goods. Interest sparked in me, and I leaned into the counter, my arms folded over my chest. Keep going. I searched birth records. I searched wills, marriage records. Nothing. There is no record of Sally Good until the letters to Sean begin. And then in 1864, she arrived in Alexandria accompanying Jenna's body. Shortly thereafter, she became Mrs. Sean McCrae. She was 24, and he was 48. She becomes an active member of the community. She was a big supporter of education and funded the local schools. If you ask me, I'd say Susie changed her name to Sally Good. It made sense. If Susie was Sally, she'd have mailed her letters to Sean, and he'd have passed them on to Henny, who lived in the Randolph house until Elizabeth died in 1864. And the journal? My only guess is that Henny found it. Anyone else would have destroyed it. What else do you know? I found a picture of Sally. Her eyes danced with such excitement I couldn't help but get involved. And you have it. I do.
It's a wedding portrait taken of her and Sean. She opened the folder and held it out to me. I studied Sally's pale eyes, brown hair, and lovely smooth skin. Holy shit. Is that Susie? It's hard to tell. We only have the one grainy picture of Susie a child. But it does look like her, doesn't it? She pointed to the groom. Now take a look at Sean. I studied piercing eyes, a nose that had been broken several times, and a stern jawline. Mystery man. Bingo. Sean is haunting me? But why? No one would have figured out the Sally-Susie connection if you'd not come back to Alexandria. I stared, transfixed at the couple. So, how did she get off the slave ship? That I don't know. Do you think anyone knew her heritage? I asked, staring at the picture, searching for anything that might confirm our thoughts. Doubtful. Her marriage to Sean McCrae would never have been considered legal if her heritage was discovered. In fact, she could have gotten into serious legal trouble if anyone knew she'd passed herself off as white. And it may have started as her protecting herself, but when Sally and Sean had children, she would have been worried about them. Mrs. Randolph died at the end of the war? Yes, just before Susie, returned to Alexandria. That was handy. From what I understand, Mrs. Randolph got sick right around the time Sally wrote home and said she was returning to Alexandria. That's coincidence. Maybe Henny decided she needed to protect her daughter. Poison? She poisoned Mrs. Randolph? Margaret shrugged. Who's to say? And her son wouldn't have remembered Susie. He'd been just a baby when she left. Others must have known. They seemed to have kept her secret. By all accounts, no one guessed that Mrs. Randolph's slave returned to town and became Mrs. Sean McCrae. So she lived her life with a secret. A huge secret. I suspect she had to always be on guard. Had Terry spent most of her life guarding a secret she always feared would be discovered. That is so sad. Read this last letter. November 30, 1920. My dearest granddaughter, I so enjoyed your visit to the bakery this morning. When you walked into the bakery today, I was drawn back to the precious days I had with my own mother. It has been 50 years since I've seen my mother. But not a day passes that I don't walk through the bakery and remember her sweet face. As I watch our bakers knead the dough, I remember her baking lessons, and I realize all that she tried to teach me in those brief years we had together. It is my greatest regret that my age may keep us from standing in my kitchen. I so want to teach you to bake as my mother taught me, and I taught your mother. I want to talk to you of the past, filled, I dare say, of thrilling tales of an auctioneer's block, the putrid hole of a slave ship, a savior hiding me in a cracker barrel, and a frightening trip to Ohio. Fear kept me from telling such tales to your mother, but age has made me bold, and I did so want to share them with you. I sit now in my chair, fashioned by my dearest Sean, and stare at the river I love so much. The spring thaws have arrived, and the fishing boats, dormant this winter, have resumed their daily treks into the bay. My bones ache more with each day, and I no longer have the desire to mix my dough, which makes me believe my time is nearly past, and I will never be able to tell you or anyone my stories. So I have assembled my letters and placed them in this box so that you or your children may one day read the history of your family.
All these years I've lived a lifetime pretending to be someone I'm not. The last months spent with my dying mother were done in secret. When people I knew from my true past stared too long, I'd worry and fear, not for myself, but for Sean and our children. Sean always labeled the lies necessary if we were to remain together, and as much as I understood his reasons, I never totally accepted the deception. I am a woman of two worlds, who was forced to deny one to live in the other. The wind grows quite cold now, and my toes have gone numb from the still chilly ground. Regrets will always linger in the shadows, waiting to unleash melancholy. But it is important, dear Mabel, that you never let past regrets rob you of life's blessings. Your loving grandmother, Sally Good McCrae. I glanced up from the letter. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Margaret nods. Sean helped Susie escape to Ohio, and the two just started corresponding? It would have been a way to get news to Henny. Remember, if Sean's actions had been discovered, Mrs. Randolph would have gone out of her way to see him arrested and ruined. And when Jenna died, Sally, or Susie, returned with the body? Despite a 20-year age difference, she and Sean must have developed a bond. And Mabel was their granddaughter, which means her parents were related. My head was spinning with the intertwining connections. Half-second cousins, which in those days was quite acceptable. The sticky part would have been that Susie was African American, and all her children and grandchildren would have been considered the same. In Virginia, the law stated if you had 1 drop of African American blood, you were considered such, and that would have made all their marriages illegal. I shoved long fingers through my hair. Damn, Margaret nodded. You do realize something else, don't you? What? We are both descended from the same couple. I laughed. I'm a real McCrae. Imagine that. When I climbed the steps to the attic that night, I felt different. Not exactly happy and buoyant, but not weighed down and lost, as I'd felt so many nights before. There was a sense of acceptance. I understood that my life was not perfect, that Terry and I weren't finished. She might believe that I was a part of her past, but something in me said that we'd meet again. I didn't know when, and right now didn't care. But I knew we had more in store for us. I wanted to believe that Susie had escaped and had been able not only to remake herself in Ohio, but had returned home to a full and happy life. As I stepped into my room, the sun hung on the horizon and cast orange and gold lights into the room. I turned on a lamp and pulled off my USB t-shirt and flour-caked jeans and shrugged on an oversized t-shirt. I craved a hot shower and change of clothes, and maybe even heading down the street to the pub and getting a burger. As I reached for the tap, the light I'd just turned on flickered once, twice, and on the third blip went out. I stood, waiting, knowing someone had come. Sean. Of course, no voice answered. That would have been too simple. Instead, there was a steady thickening and souring of the air. The lightness around me vanished, and in its place the dark anger, which I'd felt a couple of times before. My heart beat a little faster as I clenched my hands at my side. The secret's out, Sean. We know Sally is Susie, and it's okay. No one is going to hurt her. She's safe. The books stacked on the floor toppled over, and the light on the nightstand flickered. A glass on the sink in the bathroom rattled,
fell to the floor and shattered. Leave. The message was as clear as if it had been spoken. Leave. Sorry, pal, I said in a not-so-stern voice. I'm here to stay. Leave. No. I stood, tense and waiting, as the energy swirled around me. Sensing I was in some battle of wills, I mentally dug in deeper. Like it or not, Sean, I'm stuck here for the duration. I've got a family to look after, just as you looked after yours. For a moment, the sour air swirled, but my heart did not race this time, and my palms did not sweat. Sean and I weren't so different. We would both do what it took to take care of our own. And then just as quickly as the presence came, it vanished. The air cleared, and the light on the nightstand flickered back on. Releasing a tense breath, I moved into the bathroom and gingerly picked up the broken glass. A shard caught the tip of my thumb and nicked my skin. A trickle of blood oozed out. I cursed and grabbed toilet paper from the roll and wrapped it around my thumb. Life at the bakery would never be easy. This place would always require something. Dad had said it was never satisfied, and he was right. But I was okay with that for now. I am here to stay. Epilogue. I'd never given a guy flowers. I'd received my share, but I'd never given. Buying the yellow sunflowers had seemed like a great idea at the time, but now as I stood outside of Gordon's shop on this lovely early May Saturday morning and watched the passers-by go in for the grand opening, I was feeling a little foolish. We'd not spoken much in the last couple of weeks, and I wasn't sure if he'd really welcome me. "Buck up, Daisy," I whispered. "Don't be a baby." With those words rattling in my head, I crossed the street and walked into the shop, and was amazed at the crush of people who'd gathered for his opening. I spotted several of my customers, as well as a couple of folks from Suburban. I caught sight of a group of women and knew I'd found Gordon. The ladies in town who came into the bakery had not been shy about gossiping about the new bike guy who was so hot. As I wove through the crowd, I bumped into a tall guy wearing a Tour de France t-shirt. He had suntanned features and dark hair. "Hey," he said, "love the flowers. Tour de France, right? The tour cuts through the sunflower fields of southern France. Very good. Hey, I know bikes." He shifted a water bottle from his right to his left hand and extended his hand to me. "I'm Sam. Gordo and I rode bikes together back in college." "Daisy McCrae. I manage the Union Street Bakery." The words no longer tripped on my tongue, but flowed easily. "I've seen that place. Very cool." "We like to think so." "So you in town for long?" "Maybe." Twin dimples appeared on his cheeks when he smiled. "I'm starting to like Alexandria. A lot." The gaggle of women parted, and Gordon caught my gaze. He smiled. "Hey, let me go wish Gordon good luck." "Yeah, sure. Maybe I'll come by sometime and buy a cookie." I laughed. "Right." When I reached Gordon, I'd forgotten about feeling awkward about the flowers or even coming. It was just good to see him. "Hey." "Hey, yourself." He glanced at the sunflowers. "For me?" "For you." I thought about a cake or cookies, but that seemed too predictable. He took the flowers. "Thanks." "You're very welcome. And I wish you many years of good business." "Back at you." "Hey," I said before I lost my nerve. "Want to grab dinner and a lecture next Saturday?" "Lecture?" "Margaret is giving it. It's about our family and kind of cool." "I'd like that." For a moment we just lingered, only inches apart. The crowd around me faded, and I had the urge to kiss him. "Hey, Gordo!"
Sam called. "I got someone you need to meet." "He's interested in investing in the shop," Gordon said. "I've got to go."
"Saturday, then?"
"Yeah."
Smiling, I tossed him a final wave and made my way out of the shop. The air outside was cool, but the sun was warm enough to make this a perfect spring day. As I reached the bakery, I could hear yelling. It was Rachel, and I'd never heard her so angry. I pushed through the front door and found her standing by the front register, staring with a glare that bordered on wild. "What the heck is wrong?" I asked. Illness, death, fire, you name the disaster, and it flashed in my mind. "There is a man, a horrible man who smokes and rides an old Harley." I didn't see anyone. "Where is this man?" "The kitchen. He left his nasty beat-up backpack right by the register and is rearranging my kitchen. I told him to get out. He told me to call Henri." "Did you?" "Yes, but he is not answering his phone." Her flushed cheeks made her eyes look all the bluer. "I am out here to call the police." I moved behind the counter and took the phone from her hand. "I don't suppose he speaks with a French accent, does he?" "How did you know?" "You just met our new baker." What came before? Alexandria, January, 1852. A man who stuck his neck out was a fool. A wise man kept his head low, worked hard, and never drew the attention of the authorities. Sean McCrae had learned this lesson well in Ireland as a boy, when the authorities had hauled his own da off to an English prison. His da had protested rising land rents and had been organizing the other farmers in protest when English soldiers had showed up at their cottage door in the middle of the night. To the sounds of his mother's screams and his little sister's cries, the soldiers had taken his father away. He'd returned 7 years later, but he was never the same. These warnings from the past rumbled as he stood in Bruin's and watched today's slave auction. Mrs. Randolph had sent big men to fetch the girl from his bakery, and the instant she saw them, she'd clung to her mother. When the men had dragged her to a waiting wagon, she'd screamed as if Satan himself had grabbed a hold of her hair. He'd stood by and watched, and even when her pleading gaze had met his, he'd not said or done anything that gave a hint that the scene troubled him deeply. He'd gone to Bruin's and stood in the back, watching as the girl had been auctioned to a New Orleans man, Murdoch, known for his exclusive fancy houses. There was no fooling himself as to the girl's fate. But again, he'd done nothing to draw attention. The girl was kept in Bruin's holding cells for several hours after the auction until Murdoch finished his bargaining. Sean parked his wagon on the dock in front of the Diamond, Murdoch's slave ship bound for New Orleans. It was past midnight, and the vessel was loaded and ready to leave on the morning tide. In the soft glow of lantern light, Sean caught the gaze of the sailor guarding the ship's entrance. The bloke, known to him from his own slave-trading days, was called Joey One Thumb, because he'd lost his right thumb in a ship's rigging when he was a lad. Joey had a good bit of muscle, a lacking brain, and he owed Sean a sizable bit of money from the previous Saturday night's poker. Joey's presence was a sign from the Lord. He set the brake on his wagon, tied off the reins, and jumped down. Shoving out a breath, he moved slowly and carefully, as if he were a man only about the business of delivering sea biscuits to a ship readying to leave port. He'd done the task 1,000 times before, and with luck would do it 1,000 more times in the future. He released the rope, holding in the wooden barrels, and hefted the first to the ground. He unloaded 2 more barrels and loaded all sideways onto a hand trolley he kept in the wagon bed for such deliveries. With a grunt, He tipped the load back and pushed it up to the plank.
"Good evening, Joey." Joey straightened. "If you've come about your money, I'll be paying you when we return from New Orleans. I told you I'd not have it until then."
Sean's biceps bunched against his shirt as he balanced his weight. He glanced from side to side down the dark, quiet dock.
"I've a proposition for you, Joey One Thumb."
Joey rubbed his right snubbed thumb along the stubble of his chin.
"What is it, Sean?"
Grinning, Sean glanced from side to side and swallowed the knot in his throat.
"Lend me your keys, and give me 10 minutes on your ship, and I will forget your debt to me."
"What say you?"
"You heard me."
"I could land in jail for that."
"Aye, and I could for asking it. But $200 is a nice bit of change to have lost at the poker tables. Would be nice to keep it, don't you think?"
The stench of human cargo below decks clung to Joey's tattered jacket.
"Why would you give up that kind of money? That's not for you to wonder. Are you interested in my offer?"
"What do you plan to do on that ship?"
"Just delivering a bit of biscuits to your captain. I've heard he has always favored them."
Joey moistened cracked, dried lips like a man half-starved placed in front of prime beef on a spit.
"You'll forgive it all?"
"Aye, every last bit of the debt. But you must act right now, or the deal is off."
Sean dug a loaf of bread from his pocket and handed it to the man. Joey hesitated a moment, and then fished a ring of iron keys from his coat pocket. He slipped the keys into Sean's rough hands as he took the bread.
"Just 10 minutes."
Sean nodded. He pushed his burden up the gangplank, lit only by a few swaying deck lanterns. The ship under him creaked and swayed as he pushed toward the aft section doors. He delivered sea biscuits to Diamond before and knew its general layout. The male slaves would be kept in the hold of the ship, chained to the floor, but the females and children were locked away in a cell just below decks and across from the captain's quarters. The captain rarely chained the women and children unless they caused trouble. The ring of keys bit into his fingers as he wheeled toward the port that led to the lower levels. Several sailors, dozing against a mast, waved a weary greeting to him. They'd seen delivery people here before, so he wasn't out of place, and in the fading light they'd not be able to tell who he was or what he was delivering. Only Joey One Thumb could say for sure that Sean McCrae had boarded the ship, and his greed would keep him silent. He backed his load down a few steps and descended into the lower deck. The stench of the whole of the ship was a deck below, but the foul odor had permeated the floorboards and rose up to burn his nostrils. He'd arrived in this country with just the clothes on his back, and there had been little work for a poor Irishman. With Jenna to feed, he'd taken work on a slave ship. He'd worked 3 voyages, but found his distaste for the trade growing with each nautical mile. He'd quit and found work on the docks. 2 years of back-breaking work, and his talent for cards, had won him a bakery and respectability. Thankfully, at this hour the slaves were asleep as well. During the daylight hours, especially when it was so hot or cold, their pitiful moans rose up through the floorboards like specters from hell.
"And you risk it all now, boyo."
He lowered the barrels down and unloaded the first, full of biscuits. And then he unloaded the second, empty and hollow, as it had been the day it had arrived from the cooper. Fumbling in the dim light with the keys, he moved to the last door on the right, the only door with bars on the door's single window. He glanced inside and saw several older women huddled by the porthole, where cold, fresh air drifted in from the river. One woman held 2 small sleeping children, and a few others stared sightlessly into the dark.
He pulled in his breath.
"I've come for Susie. Is she here?"
The women turned, and each frowned their fear and frustration. For a moment, he thought they might rally around the girl and make a scene, but in the next instant, one of the women nodded to a silent figure in the corner. She sat on the floor, alone, her knees drawn up to her chest and her head ducked.
"Susie, you are to come with me now."
He could say no more without creating a fuss. They had but minutes before someone would wonder why he'd lingered too long below deck. She lifted her head and stared at him. For a moment, she blinked as if she didn't believe her eyes. He nodded, as if to say, "Come here, girl." Rising, she moved toward him. He could see that her dress was torn and a bruise had darkened her cheek and shoulder. Anger burned hot and quick in his gut, and he knew one day he'd collect his own pound of flesh from the man who'd harmed her. He fumbled with the keys, found the right one, and opened the door as she rose and moved toward him. Many of the women stared at him, angry and hostile, as if they assumed he was taking the girl for a few minutes of pleasure. He tugged her roughly from the room and locked the door. When she started to speak, he raised his finger to his lips and bade her to be silent. In a few quick strides they reached the barrels, and he pried the top off the empty vessel. He hefted her thin form and set her in the barrel.
"Not a word to anyone about this. Ever," he said. "This must be our secret."
She glanced up at him, her face so pale and stricken. A bit of his heart broke when he looked into eyes drained of fight and filled with fear. She nodded. He capped the barrel and then set it back on the dolly. With a grunt, he put the barrel on the dolly and backed up the stairs with his burden. He pushed across the deck and down the gangplank, where he found a nervous Joey glancing from side to side and shifting his gaze. Sean returned the keys to Joey.
"I was not here, boyo."
The seaman's gaze darted from side to side.
"They will ask." "Aye, they will. And you did not see me."
He paused.
"The $200 is your reward for the help. 2 broken legs will be your reward if you talk."
Even in the flickering lantern light, he could see the man pale.
"I won't talk. See that you don't."
He paused.
"And boyo, when they go looking for anything that might be missing, it fell overboard. You hear me? Overboard? You heard a loud splash. A loud splash."
Sean patted him roughly on the cheek.
"There's a good lad."
And without another word, he hefted his barrel into the bed of his truck and drove into the night. This concludes The Union Street Bakery by Mary Ellen Taylor. Narrated by Susan Boyce.